Hello and welcome to this meeting of the Paso Robles City Council for Tuesday, April the 20th. I will read the following announcement in compliance with the state and county filtered home orders and is allowed by the Governor Executive Order N-29-20, which allows for a deviation of teleconference rules required by the Ralph M. Brown Act. City Council meetings will be held by teleconference only until further notice. Rather than attending in person, the resident should call 805-865-776 to provide public comment via phone. The phone line will open just prior to the start of the closed session and again prior to the start of the regular meeting. Written public comments can be submitted via email to cityclerk@prcity.com prior to 12 noon on the day of the council meeting to be posted as an addendum to the agenda. If submitting written comments in advance of the meeting, please note the agenda item by number or name. City Council meetings will be live streamed during the meeting, also available to play later on YouTube by accessing the following link, www.prcity.com/YouTube. And with that, I'll call the council to order and ask for a roll call, please.
Councilmember Garcia.
Here.
Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Councilmember Hammond.
Here.
Councilmember Strong.
Here.
Mayor Martin.
And I'm present. All council members are present. I'll ask the city attorney to advise us of what appears on the closed session agenda for this evening, please.
Yes, the council has one item on the closed session this evening, conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 regarding the Pioneer Park property. And under negotiation is price in terms of payment with the Paso Robles Museum Foundation as identified on the agenda.
Very good. Do we have anybody in the public who wishes to speak?
No, sir.
And I don't believe we have any written public comments as an agenda to closed session items. So
No, sir.
with that, we will recess to closed session now, and I'll ask staff to close off the appropriate electronic valves so we can get to that meeting.
We're live.
Hello and good evening. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Paso Robles City Council for Tuesday, April the 20th. We apologize for our late start. We've had some tech problems here, but hopefully they're all ironed out now. Before we get started, I will read the following. In compliance with the state and county shelter at home orders and as allowed by the governor's executive order N-29-20, which allows for a deviation of teleconference rules required by the Ralph M. Brown Act, city council meetings will be held by teleconference only until further notice. Rather than attending in person, residents should call 805-865-7276 to provide public comment via phone. The phone line will be open just prior to the start of the closed session meeting and again prior to the start of the general public meeting. Written public comments can be submitted via email to cityclerk@prcity.com prior to 12 noon on the day of the council meeting to be posted as an addendum to the agenda. If submitting written comments in advance of the meeting, please note the agenda item by number or name. City council meetings will be live streamed during the meeting, also available to play later on YouTube by accessing the following link, www.prcity.com/YouTube. And with that, I will call our meeting to order, invite everyone to please mute your microphones with the exception of Councilman Hammond, please, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Join with me, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And for our opening meditation, we have Kim McGrew. Are you with us, Kim?
Yes, I'm here.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Kim McGrew, and I'm with the Atheists United San Luis Obispo. And I come with a request for reason over religion. Paso Robles is now the only city in San Luis County to begin their meetings with religious invocations. The other cities have dispensed with prayer over the years. We encourage this city council to consider ending prayer at the beginning of these meetings and consider other options. No ceremony at all is the most expedient and avoids the risk of alienating people of different religions and the non-religious. The founders sought to preserve the wall of separation between church and state, a phrase used by Thomas Jefferson to describe the principle that was written into the Constitution and carved into history as a core achievement of the American Revolution. The City Council should recognize that their authority derives from the general consent of the community, not a divine mandate envisioned by a particular religion or members of that community. In the process of running the city, we hope you'll be guided by sound, scientific evidence, by your education, your knowledge, and your experience, not divine mandate. And we hope you'll entertain other options for invocations that include all of the diverse people who live here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just a reminder that we do invite representatives of all faiths to participate in our invocation, including those of the atheist organization who profess no faith in a higher power. We do not feel that we are mandated by a higher power or represent a higher power in government, but rather reflect the different components of our community in respecting this time on the agenda. But we do appreciate your input. With that, may we please have a roll call?
Councilmember Garcia,
Here.
Councilmember Gregory,
Here.
Councilmember Hammond,
Here.
Councilmember Strong,
Present.
Mayor Martin.
And I'm here. May we please have staff introductions?
Yes, Warren Frace, Community Development Director. With me tonight is David Athey, the City Engineer, Darren Nash, the City Planner, Delcy Delgado, our Associate Planner, and then Brian Cowan, our Chief Building Official.
Christopher Luckel, Interim Public Works Director, joined by Matt Thompson, Wastewater Resources Manager, and Ditas Esperanza, Capital Projects Engineer.
Julie Dolan, Community Services Director.
Ty Lewis, Chief of Police.
Jonathan Stornetta, Fire Chief. With me tonight is Randy Harris, Fire Marshal, Battalion Chief.
Ryan Cornell, Administrative Services Director.
Sarah Johnson Rios, Assistant City Manager, joined by Melissa Boyer, City Clerk. Paul Sloan, Economic Development Manager, Shauna Howenstein, Civic Engagement Coordinator, and Karen Jackson, IT Tech.
Kimberly Hood, Interim City Attorney.
And this is Greg Carpenter, the Interim City Manager.
Thank you very much. The first item on our agenda tonight, before I go to the first item on our agenda tonight, I would like to ask our city attorney, please, to report from our closed session meeting, which was held just prior to this meeting.
The council convened in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 for a conference with real property negotiators regarding the Pioneer Park property. The council is also going to continue that closed session after the end of the regular agenda this evening.
Thank you. Now we move on to our agenda. And first off, we have the oath of office for our newly appointed interim city manager, Mr. Greg Carpenter. I'm going to read an introduction to the oath of office, sort of explaining what it's all about. Then I will turn it over to our city clerk, Melissa Boyer, to administer the oath. So this is something that is not undertaken lightly by people who join forces with the city to serve the public. An oath of office is a pledge or affirmation a person takes before assuming the duties and exercising the powers of an office. Every new council member, commission or committee member, and employee in the city of Paso Robles takes the same oath of office. The oath is mandated by the federal and state constitutions. Although some religious orders and a few other fields employ an oath of office, this mandate applies only to the public sector, for it is only in the public sector that all of our actions are taken on behalf of the public, not to our own benefit, but to benefit the community. In most aspects of our lives, we look out primarily for ourselves or our families. That is also true of those who work in the private sector. The public sector, however, is different. Oaths of office appear to have started about 2,500 years ago in classical Greece. Every 17-year-old Athenian boy, as a rite of passage, pledged his efforts for the common good, committing to leave the city greater and better than he found it. Oaths have been required in most societies since then. Thus, every time a new council member, commission or committee member or employee takes the oath of office, they are stepping to the front of an unbroken line that first formed some 25 centuries ago. Certain groups, such as physicians and the clergy throughout history, have held themselves to a higher standard than is required of the general society. Those groups use their self-expectations and, by sharing their espoused standards, the expectations of others to help each of their members be better than they would be themselves, so that it becomes second nature to do the right thing to the highest possible standards. So too with the oath that we take. The oath is our solemn pledge, holding ourselves to a higher standard. It is also a symbol, just like City Hall or a police officer's badge, that we accept the trust that we ask the public to place in us and to serve them well. It is also our commitment to leave our city greater and better than it was when it was entrusted to us. And although most members of the public don't know the specifics of our oath, they understand intuitively to what we are committing. Unlike covenants and contracts, nothing is pledged to us in return. However, by giving our pledge freely and by striving to adhere to it in our daily actions, in one of those wonderful ironies of life, we benefit not only the community, but also ourselves. For the oath provides us a compass that guides our actions and leads us to be better people than we otherwise would be. In the United States, we have a strong belief in the power and worth of the individual. But it is also true that we are all dependent upon each other. We cannot be successful without the support and help of many others. We take our marriage vows in public, so too we take our oaths of office in public. By taking this oath publicly, we also ask for others' continued support in helping us live up to the standards we espouse. And with that, we welcome our interim city manager, Mr. Carpenter, and I turn this over now to our city clerk, Melissa Boyer.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. Greg, if I could ask you to raise your right hand, and you can repeat after me, inserting your own name where I use mine. You do have the option to use the word swear or affirm. There are 2 points where you can do that. I, Melissa Boyer,
I, Greg Carpenter,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
I do further swear
I do further swear
that in all matters concerning the city,
that in all matters concerning the city,
I shall strive to promote the common good,
I shall strive to promote the common good,
to uphold the public trust
to uphold the public trust
without fear or favor of any person,
without fear or favor of any person,
and to leave the city
and to leave the city
greater and better than it was when entrusted to me.
greater and better than it was when it was entrusted to me.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. And Mayor, thank you, Council. I do appreciate the trust that you've placed in me and look forward to working with all of you.
Thank you very much, and welcome to Paso Robles. We look forward to working with you. We move on now to presentations. Our first presentation this evening is our COVID-19 community update. Battalion Chief Harris, Assistant City Manager Sarah Johnson-Rios, please.
Good evening, Mayor Martin, members of the council. I'm Battalion Chief Randy Harris with Assistant City Manager Sarah Johnson-Rios here tonight to present you with the latest COVID-19 update. Give us just 1 second to bring the presentation up, please. First slide. Statewide, the spread of COVID-19 continues to decline with just over 35 million residents living in areas with either moderate or minimal spread rates. Unfortunately, San Luis Obispo County is one of the few counties remaining in the red tier. We're experiencing an adjusted case rate of 6 cases per 100,000, and we need to be under 5.9 cases per 100,000 to move into the orange tier. We're still very close. Next slide, please. San Luis Obispo County's additional metrics all currently qualify to move us into the orange moderate tier with an adjusted case rate of 6.0, a positivity rating of 2.4%, and health equity rate of 4.2%. Next slide, please. As of this morning, San Luis Obispo County has had 20,972 total cases, including 257 fatalities, with 214 currently active cases. The number of new cases increased by 366 since our last report. However, our active cases dropped by 30. Currently, San Luis Obispo County has 5 COVID-19 patients in the hospital. 2 of those patients are in the ICU. Next slide, please. According to the state vaccine website, 189,650 vaccines have been administered in San Luis Obispo County to date. 76,000 of those by county public health and 115,000 from other sources like hospitals, clinics, pharmacies, and employers. Nearly 50,000 county residents are fully vaccinated. The state is tracking and sequencing a number of variants that are causing a resurgence of COVID-19 around the world. And so we're encouraging all San Luis Obispo County residents to get the vaccine and get tested if they have any symptoms. Next slide, please. San Luis Obispo County community members who are currently eligible for COVID-19 vaccine can sign up for the vaccine registry to get a first dose appointment for the COVID-19 vaccine at one of San Luis Obispo County's 3 vaccine clinics. Eligible residents need only sign up once and will be contacted when an appointment is available. Appointments are available through coverslow.org or by calling 805-543-2444. Now I'll turn it over to Ms. Johnson-Rios for the city response portion of the update.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. We do have a few updates for you tonight. On the economic recovery front, city staff continues to help connect residents and businesses with various economic recovery programs. We've got a couple here that are continuing locally in the city, including the temporary parklets through November 1st and the Keep It Local gift card program through June 15th, as well as expanding federal and state assistance opportunities. We've also started an economic development newsletter that goes out monthly. So we would encourage any businesses or anyone interested in economic development to sign up for that at prcity.com. And as a reminder, a full list of COVID resources is available through the city's COVID website, which is linked at the top of prcity.com. Next slide, please. And we have some news to report on the recreation services front. Our team is busy preparing for a full schedule of summer activities. Considered an essential service, swim lessons for all ages will happen at both Centennial and municipal pools from June 21st through August 13th. They'll also have aqua jam, lap swim, and swim activities available. Independent contract instructors will partner with the city this summer to present STEM and art camps along with dance, yoga, soccer, basketball, karate, photography, and exercise classes, all carefully crafted to follow safety protocols at the time. There will be a summer fund sign-up day to kick off registration for all of the summer activities. That'll be Saturday, May 1st from 9 to noon at Centennial Park. And you can also sign up online or get more information at prcity.com /recreation. Next slide, please. And if all goes well with the state's potential reopening plans for June 15th, and we can do so in compliance with state guidelines, city staff is planning now to be able to hold the popular Concerts in the Park series starting in July. So the concerts are put on in partnership with the Paso Robles Rec Foundation and J-Lore Vineyards and Wines, and staff is planning to reschedule the bands that were canceled last summer due to COVID and rescheduling basically the same lineup to perform this summer. We're still planning for 10 concerts on Thursday evenings from July through early September from 6 to 8. And again, that is going to be contingent on the state guidelines and state reopening happening in June. So we will be continuing to be in compliance with state guidelines as they evolve. Sponsorships are available on a first-come, first-served basis right now as we're in the planning stages. They're available until they're sold out. For additional information on the concerts and sponsorships, you can contact Rec Services at 805-237-3987 or email recservices@prcity.com. Next slide, please. The library is also continuing to expand and evolve their services in compliance with changing state guidelines. They are still offering grab-and-go service, and they're also now offering outdoor patio seating. You can see in the photo here, tables are outdoors and distance. Time limits only apply when others are waiting, and Wi-Fi is available. There's also access to power for folks that want to bring their laptops. Also starting on May 3rd, the library will begin offering its first in-person outdoor preschool story time. Attendance will be limited and registration is required, as are masks and physical distancing. You can get more information on that on the city's website or by calling the library at 805-237-3870. Next slide, please. And then next week, the library will be celebrating Day of the Child / Day of the Books, which is a national library program that fosters literacy for all kids from all backgrounds. Library staff will be distributing free grab-and-go bags, including a book and craft activities courtesy of the Library Foundation at various local parks. And you can see a list here. You can also get a list on the city's website. Next slide, please. And in terms of communications regarding COVID at this time, it's really largely focused on vaccinations and various economic recovery and assistance programs. The city is continuing to share information that the county provides, as well as information about federal, state, regional, and local assistance. Next slide, please. And finally, we'd like to continue to remind folks that free testing is available. This is one of the criteria that could help us move into the orange tier more quickly if our testing rates are higher. So if you have any symptoms or have been exposed to COVID-19, please take advantage of the free testing. And with that, we are available for any questions.
Thank you very much. This is a presentation item. No action is required. We will go around to see if there are any questions or comments from council members. Councilman Hammond?
No questions, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Strong.
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Garcia.
No, sir, no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Gregory.
No questions, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And I have no one showing from the public who would like to comment. So we'll move forward now to our next presentation, which is our capital projects report. Ditas Esperanza, Capital Projects Engineer.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. This is my April 20th Public Works Project Update. So this slide isn't very good, but it does show that the ornamental lights are operational. This is for the Spring Street road repairs, 24th to 36th. And the road repair also included installing ornamental lights, and we installed approximately 30 lights to improve the look of that part of Paso Robles. We're also completing a gravity sewer connection to eliminate the lift station at Almendra Court. So these pictures show the pipes being installed. Just a reminder, this location is at Union Road. They bored across Union Road from the south to the north to connect the lift station. And this is at Union Road, right about just a little bit before Golden Hill and before Prospect. You might have noticed that we've completed the paving, the final paving of our downtown rehab project. So this shows the paving work. We did all the final striping, and then we raised several utility covers. So that concludes that project. We do still have the contractor finishing up punch list, raising one more manhole, and restoring some landscaping that we had to remove as part of the construction project. And just as a reminder, the location of these streets are 6th Street, Pine to Spring, that's in front of the post office, 7th Street, Pine to Spring, 8th Street, Pine to Spring, 9th Street, Pine to Spring, that's in front of the Emergency Services Center, and then Park from 6th to 9th, and then 10th Street from Vine to Spring. So now I'm going to show you the projects that are coming up for construction. The first one is Dry Creek Road from Straya Warbirds to Jardine. The bids were opened, and it's actually, this project is on your agenda for consideration of award. Later on, I think it's item number 11 of your agenda. Just as a reminder, part of the work that was done was to straighten out some of the horizontal and vertical curves. We're also improving the road from the city limits all the way to Jardine, which is the county frontage, but the county is reimbursing us for their share of those improvements. So this is going to be, once the council considers the award of the project, we would be poised to begin construction and have the contractor mobilize late May, early June, and then begin construction of those facilities. All the utilities have been relocated, so the remaining underground work that needs to take place are the fiber optic conduits, and then also some drainage improvements. And once all those undergrounds are in, then they will begin the paving part. And as a reminder again, portions of the road is the full depth reclamation process, but there are portions of the road where there's no pavement because we realigned the road. Those are actual, they'd have to grade that and create the road bed because it doesn't exist at this time. So we're also continuing with the proposed intersection improvements at Union and Golden Hill Road. These are the before pictures, which is existing, and then we're poised to construct it to look like this. The project plans are up 100% to be delivered in the next few weeks. And at our next meeting, we will be presenting to you a community outreach plan to get the public prepared of this upcoming construction. As you can imagine, construction will be quite substantial. It will affect traveling through this intersection, and so we want the public to be well prepared and ahead so that when the construction begins, there are no surprises, but more likely there will still be surprise, but we hope to eliminate or at least decrease some of their anxiety. We are still getting ready to do our 2021 annual street maintenance. Again, plans are due, 100% plans are due in May, and then we'll be advertising for bids. This is the list of streets. These are the pictorial locations of the streets. And then we're also doing our annual East Side annual street maintenance. This is currently out to bid, and the bid opening is scheduled for May 6th. And depending on the kind of bids that we receive, we will be ready to present this to the City Council for award, either their second meeting in May or first meeting in June, and then we'll begin the construction. And this is where those listed streets are located. That concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you. This is a presentation. No council action is required. We'll go to the council for questions or comments. Mr. Hammond?
Yeah, Ditas, what is the time frame for Dry Creek once we award? Is it 6 months, a year? What's the timing?
Once you award, we will be ready to have a pre-construction and have the contractor mobilize probably mid-May to early June.
And then the completion of the time to do the work, how long?
It's about a 6 to 9 month process.
Very well, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Strong?
Yes, thank you. And yeah, Ditas, question about the maintenance on the east side. Is that primarily just slurry seal and restriping?
Yes, it's a slurry seal, a little bit of grind and overlay, and double slurry and cape seal. It's a little bit more than a slurry seal because those streets are fairly fairly deteriorated, but some of them are in decent shape. So it's a combination of all kinds of treatment depending on the existing condition of those roads.
Okay, so it's just geared to the actual situation that they're in now, and they're all going to be brought up to about the same standard, correct?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
I said, so all of them, regardless of their current condition, will all be brought up to approximately the same standard upon completion?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia?
No questions. Thank you, Mayor.
And Mr. Gregory?
Very nice report, Ditas. Thank you. No questions.
Thank you, Ditas. I have no comments or questions. I don't see anyone from the public who wishes to speak, so we will at this time go forward to item number 4, which is the Slow Cog Bike There presentation. Mr. Williamson?
Good evening, Mayor Martin, council members, and Paso Robles. I do have a PowerPoint, and so let's see if we can get that up. Alyssa?
It'll be up in just a moment.
Very good, thank you. So my name is Peter. I am the program coordinator at the San Luis Obispo Council of Governments. SLOCOG is our region's agency responsible for transportation planning and funding. Councilmember Strong is on our board, and we'll get to that in just a minute. And then we do have the presentation. Perfect. First, on to slide 2. I want to invite you to bike there anytime from Thursday, May 20th through Sunday, May 23rd. Any questions? Well, hopefully your question is the where. And we have over 115 participating locations in the county, including Orale, Taste, at the library where we used to do this thing, scientific drilling, and so many more. Visit rideshare.org/bike there for a complete map. And now the what, when you bike to any of these locations, you'll spot a sign like the one pictured on the slide here with a QR code you can scan for mailed prizes and the chance to win the pictured folding electric bike. On to slide 3, please. And we are partnered with Public Health, and I can say with confidence that this is one event on your calendar that is unlikely to get canceled. And each participating location will have some safety signage you can probably visualize based on your experiences this past year. We'll also have those CMS signs you see when there's construction or something important happening, so drivers along Spring Street will be more aware of, which should make it even safer for people walking and biking during this event period. And if a little bike safety will help your family embrace this healthy event, you want to check out Public Health's virtual event next week on the 27th in English and on the 29th in Spanish. And if your kid attends a school in the Paso Robles Joint Unified School District, chances are they'll also get some safety education on the original date for Bike to School Day, May 5th. On to slide 4, please. Safety first, of course, but awesome prizes definitely second. And to avoid those terrifying interactions with other humans, we're going to mail the Bike There buff, sort of like what you see on the show Survivor, and the sticker to the first 300 participants that bike to any location. So when you scan the QR code, drop in your mailing address to receive those prizes. You can also earn the matching Bike There t-shirt that's pictured by logging a few extra trips at anytime May, June at irideshare.org, which is our region's trip matching and trip logging platform. And while you're on irideshare.org, you can also compete with your school, employer, friends, etc., to win title trophies, which can be defended or stolen in next year's challenge. Slide 5, please. And we encourage you to use the hashtag Bike There so that the community can celebrate biking and walking together. You can also mail photos to us, info@rideshare.org, if you're not on the social medias like me. And I would like to thank Councilmember Garcia for helping get the word out here in Paso. If any of the other council members would like to participate in this way, please let me know. And slide 6, please. And back to our regularly scheduled programming. What the heck is SLOCOG? Every 4 years, regions all over the country conduct what's called a Regional Transportation Plan, or RTP update. And this important plan coordinates with the state and the federal, directing funding priorities for the near and distant future. So you might have questions or comments like, why are there not more bike paths in North County to make participating in Bike There safer? Why don't I have faster internet for all this work from home stuff? Why doesn't the bus stop here? Why don't we widen the 101 for more cars? Slide 7, please. If you have questions or priorities for the community, now is definitely the time to speak up. There are 5 key surveys to direct planning through 2045, from the commute to housing, everything related to how we get around and do the things. Each survey will probably take you 15 minutes. Rome wasn't built in 5. Just like me, everyone listening has probably talked about this type of stuff behind the closed doors. Don't just talk about it. Go to slowcog.org/engage and make the request for the changes you wish to see. And on to the final slide, 8. Hopefully, future Bike Month events like Bike There will be even more safe with the infrastructure priorities driven by the RTP. Get out and bike there starting May 20th with me and take those RTP surveys now. Thank you to the council for allowing me to present on these topics, and I'll take any questions or comments.
Thank you for that presentation. Once again, a presentation item not requiring action, but for comments, Mr. Hammond?
None, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Strong?
Yes, our thanks for the very excellent presentation, and also thanks to Maria for her assistance. Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria?
No questions. Thank you, Peter.
And Mr. Gregory?
Thank you for the presentation. No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no questions either. Thank you, Mr. Williamson, for being with us tonight and presenting that information. Have a pleasant evening. Up next, we have item number 5, which is a proclamation, Rise Sexual Assault Awareness. I believe we have Kara Samaniego, the Assistant Director of Wellbeing at Cal Poly, accepting the proclamation tonight. Kara, are you with us?
I am.
Well, welcome. I'm going to read this proclamation and then turn it over to you for whatever comments you would like to make. Is that okay?
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Very good. Here goes the proclamation. Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Whereas Sexual Assault Awareness Month calls attention to the fact that sexual violence is widespread and has the potential to impact every person in Paso Robles. And whereas rape, sexual assault, and sexual harassment harm our community, and statistics show that 1 in 5 women and 1 in 71 men will be raped at some point in their lives. Whereas child sexual abuse prevention must be a priority to confront the reality that 1 in 6 boys and 1 in 4 girls will experience a sexual assault before age 18, and youths age 12 to 17 are 2.5 times as likely to be victims of sexual violence. And whereas our local student population is also at high risk, nationally 1 in 4 women and 1 in 16 men are sexually assaulted during their time in college. Whereas last year, RISE received 1,691 crisis calls from members of our community and provided 4,832 days of emergency shelter. Whereas the number of RISE clients seeking counseling for sexual assault-related issues continues to increase every year, with a total of 2,334 hours of counseling provided at low or no cost to community members across the county last year. Whereas last year, RISE reached 2,699 people by prevention education programming and trained 28 volunteers to serve as advocates on the RISE crisis line. And whereas the city of San Luis Obispo and the city of Paso Robles joins RISE and other advocates and other communities across the country in taking action to prevent sexual violence and acknowledges that each day of the year is an opportunity to create change for the future. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Stephen W. Martin, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Paso Robles and speaking on behalf of the entire city council, do hereby proclaim April as Sexual Assault Awareness Month. And with that, Kara, the microphone is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Martin and the rest of the council for this proclamation. My name is Kara Samaniego, and I am a board member for RISE. RISE is a nonprofit that serves survivors of sexual and intimate partner violence and their loved ones. We provide intimate partner violence services in the North County, and we are the only agency dedicated to serving survivors of sexual assault or abuse and their families in the entire county of San Luis Obispo. Sexual Assault Awareness Month calls attention to the 1 in 5 women and the 1 in 6 men who will experience some form of sexual violence during their lifetime. For those in the LGBT+ community and the Black, Indigenous, and people of color communities, those numbers are even more staggering. RISE is committed to continuing to provide essential crisis intervention services to survivors in the midst of this COVID-19 pandemic. As you may have read, intimate partner violence has been on the rise on the Central Coast and across the world, as many are forced to shelter in place with their abusive partners. We also know that the severity of child abuse in our county is happening at disgustingly high rates. RISE staff continues to work and navigate the new challenges set forth in providing remote crisis support in this era of social distancing. Our emergency shelters remain open to survivors fleeing violence. Our therapists and advocates continue to be available 24/7, and our educators continue to provide prevention services across the county. Our work has been severely impacted by this pandemic. Now more than ever, survivors need the support of their local community. RISE invites you to take part in our virtual Sexual Assault Awareness and Prevention Month programming. Throughout the month of April, we'll be hosting a variety of different ways to get involved, posting about ways that you can rise up for your community from the safety of your home. We encourage you, to the extent that it's possible, to please invite RISE to any staff or organizational meetings that you may be hosting. And coming up on Wednesday, April 28th, we encourage you to wear denim in support of International Denim Day. If you're looking for more information about things that RISE has coming up, please head over to our Instagram for finding ways that you can become an active ally in ending violence in our county. This type of violence is preventable. We can each do our part in breaking these cycles to create healthy and thriving communities. Lastly, if you or anyone you know is experiencing sexual or intimate partner violence and needs support, please call 855-886-7473 to speak to one of our confidential advocates 24 hours a day. I'm really grateful for the support of this community this evening, now more than ever. I want to thank you all for your time and commitment this evening.
Thank you very much for being with us tonight, and thank you for all the work you do for our community. We deeply appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
We come to the point on our agenda for general public comments. This is a time set aside for people who would like to comment on items not on tonight's agenda. I don't see anyone in the queue, so we are not going to go into the whole 3-minute rule. But in general public comments are set aside for a time for people to comment on things that are not on the agenda. So if you ever would like to call in and have your say about something, even if it's not on the agenda, you have that opportunity. That being said, we move on. I'll ask the city manager if we have any agendas that are to be deferred for consideration tonight.
No, sir.
Very good. We move now to the consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar are considered routine, not requiring separate discussion. However, if discussion is wanted by a member of the council or public, that item may be removed from the consent calendar and considered separately. Council members and members of the public may offer comments or ask questions of clarification without removing an item from the calendar. Individual items are approved by the vote that approves the consent calendar unless an item is pulled for separate consideration. Items pulled from consent are generally heard at the end of the meeting. With that, I'll go around to our council members, ask there any questions or comments or any items they would like to have pulled. Mr. Hammond?
I have none, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Strong?
I have none either.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia?
No, sir, none.
Thank you. And Mr. Gregory?
No comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, I see no one in queue to ask questions about the consent calendar. I'm going to open and close public comment on that part of the agenda and bring it back to the council, and I will solicit a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Mr. Mayor, Hammond will approve consent items 6 through 12.
Second, Gregory.
Strong will second.
I have a motion by Councilman Hammond, second by Councilman Strong. If there's no further discussion on the motion, I'd like a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Hammond?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia?
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Usually at this time, we have the city manager do a short report on the consent calendar for folks who are not following along. I'll take care of that tonight, and Mr. Carpenter, you can be ready for that next time. On the consent calendar this evening, we approved the City Council special minutes from April the 1st, 2021. We approved City Council minutes from April 6th, 2021. We approved the receipt of our warrant register, which is the report of expenditures for the last reporting period. Receipt of advisory body minutes, Senior Citizen Advisory Committee, Parks and Recreation, and Library Board of Trustees. We approved the update to the city records retention schedules. That included a resolution that did the updating for the retention schedules within the city. We approved the construction agreements for the for the Dry Creek Road Repair Phase 2 project. That authorizes an agreement with Ramina Construction for $1,297,736 on a standard professional services agreement for construction engineering services with Wallace Group for $292,422. And there was the approval of the contract amendment with Stantec Consulting to complete the final design of our South Vine realignment. The resolution authorizes the city manager to supplement an additional $51,500 to the contract to complete the design of the South Vine Road realignment. And that was our consent calendar for the evening. We move on now to our public hearing. Our first public hearing tonight is item number 13, sewer rates. And our protest hearing for tonight. Next item on the agenda is a public hearing on the proposed adjustments to sewer rates with proposed increases commencing July 1st, 2021, with annual increases in April thereafter for 4 years. At this time, anyone who wishes to speak on this item should call 805-865-7276. Please provide your name to staff. Wait on the line until it's your turn to speak. When it is your turn, you'll be placed on the speaker by staff. Before we open the public hearing, I would like to ask the city manager to please explain the procedures we will follow tonight. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. First, you're going to hear from the wastewater manager, who will provide a review of the reasons for the amount of the proposed increase to the sewer rates. Second, you will take public testimony concerning the proposed rates. And again, the number to call in if you'd like to speak on this item or protest the rate is 805-865-7276. Due to the ongoing COVID-19 emergency, council chambers is not open to the public, but written protests may still be emailed to the city clerk until the close of the public hearing tonight, or whenever the council decides to close the public hearing. That email address is cityclerk@prcity.com. And again, that's cityclerk@prcity.com. Third, after all the public testimony has been received, the public hearing will be closed, and city staff will respond to any questions raised and address any further questions from the city council. We will then take a brief break to allow city staff to complete and perform a cursory tally of the protests received prior to the close of the public hearing. Again, you can still submit your protest tonight, and they will be counted as long as it's done prior to the close of the public hearing. And shall report the results of the review to the city council upon completion. If a review of the protests received demonstrates that the number received is manifestly less than one half of the 10,346 parcels that receive city sewer service, no further tabulating or determination regarding the validity of the protest will be required. Finally, the city council will then have an opportunity to discuss the rates and ask any further questions of staff. If there is no majority protest, the city council may adopt the proposed maximum rate increases set forth in the Proposition 218 notice.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. We will now turn to the staff presentation by wastewater manager Matt Thompson.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. I'm Matt Thompson, Wastewater Resources Manager for the City of Paso Robles. On February 16th, you authorized staff to move forward with the process of notifying all city sewer customers of proposed sewer rate increases and the opportunity to protest the increases in writing and be heard this evening. The city mailed out those notices in late February. It has been 2 months since then, so I'm going to take a few minutes to refresh you on the proposed sewer rate increases before you conduct the public hearing. At this point, only a small minority of sewer customers have filed valid protests, so it appears you will be authorized to move ahead with final approval and implementation of the new sewer rates if you choose. So I'm also presenting for your consideration a resolution and ordinance to approve and implement the new sewer rates. Here's a quick summary of the reasons why the city has proposed sewer rate increases. First, the city has an extensive wastewater system that must comply with stringent regulations for disposal to the Salinas River. In recent years, the city has completed 2 major upgrades of its wastewater treatment plant to both comply with these regulations and prepare for future recycled water. The city took on 2 low-interest state loans for these projects and is now obligated to pay those loans back. Sewer rates have not been adjusted since 2016, nearly 5 years ago. The city has a newly approved master plan to rehabilitate and replace old sections of the city sewer system. Existing revenues to the sewer fund are not adequate to fund these important master plan projects. Revenues to the sewer fund are also down. In 2019, Templeton Community Services District stopped sending much of its wastewater to the city. Consequently, revenues have decreased $700,000 per year. The sewer fund is currently operating at a loss each year and depleting its cash reserves. So last year, the city hired Bartle Wells and Associates to analyze the financial condition of the sewer fund and prepare a new sewer rates study. The study found that Paso Robles sewer rates are low relative to other Central Coast communities, and there's an immediate need to eliminate annual budget deficits and restore financial stability. Rate increases are also needed to comply with the state loan requirements. The study recommends sewer rates be increased 24% on July 1st this year. followed by increases of 8% per year for each of the following 4 years. The study also recommends that because the majority of sewer fund expenses are fixed, the residential sewer rate structure be changed from entirely based on usage to have a significant fixed component. This will greatly improve revenue stability. On February 2nd, City Council chose a residential rate structure option that will have us transition towards about 42% of the total sewer bill being a fixed amount for the typical customer by the end of the 5-year gradual increase period. Your staff recognizes these are significant rate increases, which naturally may lead some in the listening audience to ask what the city has done to contain sewer system costs. So here are a few examples of the city's efforts to minimize its sewer system costs. First, the city secured a $4 million federal grant for the most recent tertiary treatment project, which greatly offset the total cost of that project. The city obtained hard-to-get low-interest financing from the state of California for both the wastewater treatment plant upgrade and tertiary treatment projects. This financing enables the city to save an estimated $10 million over the life of those loans relative to conventional municipal bond financing. We always have an eye toward improving operating efficiencies. Implementing ultraviolet light disinfection is an example of that. By doing so, we've been saving over $250,000 per year on chemical costs. The lift station elimination project that Ditas highlighted earlier is another example of some operating efficiencies. We also operate and maintain the sewer system with very lean staffing. We have a minimum number of staff needed to safely and reliably operate the wastewater system. And lastly, although our new master plan has called for some fairly aggressive rehabilitation and replacement of old portions of the sewer system, we've only gradually increased that funding over 5 years to minimize the necessary near-term increases in sewer rates. Here again are the new proposed residential sewer rates. The first table is the proposed rates in the simplest form. You can see in the last line of this first table that the usage charge will remain the same at $7.80 per unit for the next 5 years. However, a fixed charge is added starting July 1st this year, such that all residential sewer bills will go up $11.40 per month starting on July 1st. The language in the middle is an example calculation to help our customers calculate what their particular sewer bill will be based on their winter water usage. And to further help our customers determine what their monthly sewer bill will be, we provided this second table in the notice, which shows how the sewer bill will change over time for a range of winter water use categories. To read this chart, customers should refer to their current water and sewer bills to see what their historic winter water use is. Let's say, for example, they're an average customer using 6 units per month. They'll want to refer to this line in the middle, which is highlighted here in yellow. They can see their bill is going to increase to $58.20 per month on July 1st, and then will gradually increase to be $76.38 per month by 2025. Here are the new commercial sewer rates. Since there's such a wide range of sewer usage by our commercial customers, we're proposing to keep the existing usage-based rate structure for the commercial category. This means there will be no fixed component to the bill like our residential customers, but the usage charge will increase gradually over time to eventually be $13.15 per unit in 2025. In your agenda package today, we are proposing you approve a resolution to establish the numeric amount of the sewer rates. A resolution will give us some more flexibility to make timely adjustments in the future. We're also proposing you move ahead with a new sewer rates ordinance, which contains the details on how the new rates will be implemented. Here are a few highlights of that ordinance. First, when it comes to calculating average winter water use, which is a major part of residential sewer bills, we're going to base that calculation on just the months of January and February. This will eliminate some of the wide variability and problems we've seen with December usage data. Next, when determining winter water use, that calculation will be based on the average of the last 3 winters, not just the previous winter. This will help mitigate high variability in the water usage data from year to year, and thus help stabilize revenue to the sewer fund. Also, to address a problem we've had with some customers artificially reducing their normal winter water usage during the winter months to drive down their sewer bills, we're establishing a minimum winter water use of 2 units per month. This is equivalent to the basic water and sanitation needs of a single person. We're proposing a similar minimum for all commercial sewer accounts. At this point, I recommend you conduct the public hearing and then take a short break at the conclusion of the hearing. That will give our city clerk some time to complete the final count of written protests received and report out to us. Assuming a majority of the 10,346 affected properties do not protest, you will be authorized to move forward with implementing the new rates. Therefore, I'm also recommending you approve the resolution in your agenda package to establish the new rates. I also recommend you introduce and hold the first reading of the ordinance to implement the new sewer rates. That concludes my presentation. I would be glad to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. In order to provide an equal opportunity for each council member to ask questions without everyone talking to one another, we'll be calling the name of each council member in the same order we've been following on the prior items this evening. If he or she would like to ask one or more questions, they can proceed. If there's interest, we will go back for a second round of questions. So let's start off with Councilman Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Matt, you mentioned and showed on the screen that we were going to be doing a master plan. How long ago was our previous master plan performed, and do we need to do it again?
The previous master plan was completed in 2010, and we adopted a new master plan just last year. And so that's the kind of document that is a roadmap for future capital improvement projects. It's likely something that we should update about every 10 years.
So you're saying the one we have currently is brand new, or is from 2010?
We have a new 2019 master plan, which was adopted by City Council in 2019. That contains a collection of capital improvement projects that are necessary to rehabilitate the city sewer system, but also ensure we have adequate capacity for future growth and expansion of the sewer system.
Understood. But so you listed the fact that we were going to be needing to do a master plan, and obviously we start that obviously about 5 years out. It takes a couple of years to get done and get adopted for the next 10 years. So you're saying that.
Let me clarify that. The master plan is new, and it lays out the projects that we need to do for the next actually 30 years. And in the beginning, we're proposing to gradually increase the funding for those additional projects because we want to minimize the necessary upfront increase in sewer rates.
Okay, all right. So we're not necessarily doing a new master plan. We're just following what we have adopted recently to plan for future. Okay, all right. As I kind of looked like you were trying to say we were going to have to start a new master plan as far as a work item, in that list. And that's what I was concerned about. I didn't think we needed to. So, yeah, you've answered my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Strong.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Matt, first of all, this is a Proposition 218 hearing, and these rates proposed, then these are the maximums we can charge during that 5-year period. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So during this period, we could, if we find that we've been able to reduce costs or they're not quite as high as we thought, we could reduce these rates at a future time within the 5-year period without going back to another hearing. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. We do not have any metered sewers right now, do we? Do we have the ability to ever put in a sewage meter
For the typical customer, a sewage meter is not practical just because of the way the sewage flows in the pipes. So winter water use, using the water meter, is the best approximation of indoor water use and therefore sewer usage. So winter water use is the most common way to measure sewage going into the system for residential customers in California.
I understand, but I know that some people are wondering if maybe this might be cheaper. But what would such a meter cost a customer?
There are not, unlike water meters, there are literally no standard sewer meters commercially available.
Okay. Thank you. That answers all my questions, and thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia?
No, sir. Thank you very much. No questions, Matt.
Thank you. Councilman Gregory?
I have no questions. Thank you for the nice presentation, Matt. Very clear.
Okay. One more time through just to make sure. Mr. Hammond, anything else?
No, Mr. Mayor, I'm good to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Strong.
No, sir. Thank you.
Ms. Garcia?
No, sir.
And Mr. Gregory?
No, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, I will open the public hearing. Has the city clerk's office received any written public comments on this item?
Mayor Martin, we received one written public comment regarding this item, and that was included in the addendum that was posted earlier today.
Very good. Is there anyone on the phone who would like to provide comment on this agenda item? And if so, we ask that you identify yourself, and you will have the customary 3 minutes to speak.
And yes, sir, we do have callers.
Okay, could we have the first one, please?
First one is Jane Alexander.
Good evening.
I'm Jane Alexander.
Welcome.
I live in a senior community, and I'm wondering, we think that the seniors here have probably provided at least 50% of the population. Is there any plan to adjust these rates for seniors on fixed incomes that live in these places?
We will get you an answer for that. Yeah. Are there any other questions?
I don't know why there hasn't been more of a protest about this, but is there any break for the seniors? I guess this is the question.
We will get an official answer on that for you. Thank you for calling. Who's next?
Next is Jan Albin.
Welcome, Jan.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Martin and City Council. Can you hear me?
We can.
Great, thank you. My name is Jan Albin, and I am a resident of the Quail Run Senior Estates. You know, we live in a town that is prized by thousands and thousands of visitors every year for our celebrated wineries and our award-winning wines. They come here in droves to hang out in our downtown with its cozy ambiance and a variety of great restaurants and shops. People vacation here and they want to live here because of their visitor experience. But behind the scenes, this is a community of people struggling to pay their bills, struggling to put food on the table and pay the rent. It was like that before COVID, but it's doubly hard now. These are ordinary people who year after year have to make hard choices about staying in the town they love or moving away to somewhere more affordable. Our school enrollment is declining because these ordinary people in ordinary jobs can no longer afford to live here. The cost of living in this town is more than the average person can bear. But here you are asking for an extraordinary increase in the sewer rates because we didn't jump on the problem when it began its deficit freefall and while it was still manageable. And you know there are other means to support this fund. You can take 25% of the J20 sales tax revenue because it's general fund money. Use some of it to shore up the sewer fund until it's back on stable ground. The city is about to receive $6.1 million in COVID relief money. And in the verbiage of that passage, this money can be used, and I quote, to direct investments in water, sewer, and broadband internet infrastructure. You can use CARES Act money. That money was given to the city to support economic recovery. Well, what better way is there to support economic recovery than to lessen the financial burden on the businesses and the residents? You can use the monies from any one of these sources to support the recovery of the sewer fund and maybe reduce the proposed increases to something much less, something like 10% and then 5% a year for the next 4 years. So how do you expect any business or any family to recover financially if you continue to devastate them with higher and higher fee structures they simply cannot afford? You have choices about how you go forward with this increase. You can think outside the box, pursue alternative funding, or continue to pursue the already financially overburdened citizens and give them even more reasons to look elsewhere for a place to call home.
That's 3 minutes, Jan. Would you like to summarize?
I just did. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else waiting to speak?
Yes, sir. Next caller is Debbie Jager.
Welcome, Debbie.
Hi, thank you very much. I just moved to Paso within the year before the pandemic hit. And since I've been here, it seems like there have been increases in almost all the utility rates. It seems like it should be possible for the city to monitor such rate increases and to spread the increases across a more reasonable time period so that there are not increases all at the same time. I have in front of me numerous notices from gas, electric, water, garbage, and that's just within the last 2 years. So it just would help us, as the previous caller said, that it would be helpful to have a little bit of break between all these increases. And I can't imagine that it hasn't been looked at as far as how many things have been increased in the last couple of years. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Do we have anyone else?
No, sir. We have no other callers.
Having no one else waiting for public comment, I'm going to close public comment. We'll call a 10-minute break before bringing it back to council for further discussion.
So, Mr. Mayor, will we get answers to any of those questions first?
We will do that. After we come back from our 10-minute break, we will answer the questions from the public hearing, and then we'll have our council discussion. So at this time, we'll take a 10-minute break. We are back from our break. Here's what we're going to do now. I will ask the city clerk, who is in the council chamber, for the report on the cursory protest tally. How many protests were received prior to the close of the public hearing?
Mayor Martin, we received 448 protests. That's the total number received without having done a further review of whether the protest was valid, such as whether there was just one protest per parcel or whether the protest was a customer or property owner of record. 5,174 protests were required to establish a majority protest that would preclude the council from adopting the proposed rate increases. Accordingly, there was not a majority protest, and council may proceed with consideration of the proposed rate increases.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm going to bring this item back to the council now for further discussion. And as our usual habit, let's talk about a couple of the questions that were raised by the people who made public comment tonight. First, there was a question about whether or not there's a plan to provide a senior adjustment to these rates for senior citizens.
This is Christopher Leckel, Interim Public Works Director. The Prop 218 rules don't allow us to supplement any particular user group. So under Prop 218, we couldn't provide any kind of waiving of fees for specific customer classes.
Thank you. There was also,
if I could, Mayor, I apologize. This is Kimberly Hood. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So just to clarify Mr. Leckel's comment, he is absolutely correct that under Prop 218, the council cannot, subsidize certain users like a senior class using rates from other customers or the enterprise funds. That doesn't preclude the council from considering other funds, such as general fund or other non-rate revenues for a type of program like that. I just wanted to clarify that distinction.
So technically, if the council wanted to provide differential rates, it would have to do it out of a different source of funds than this particular rate increase.
Correct.
Thank you. There was
Mr. Mayor, can we please clarify that Prop 218 was a set of rules adopted by the public? It was done by a referendum or an initiative. Pardon me, an initiative.
Okay.
It was an initiative passed by the voters in 1996.
Thank you. There was also a question about whether or not we had studied alternate sources of revenue to fund this. I think that was addressed in the presentation, but if you'd like to go over that again, Mr. Leckel, and also a comment about using J20 funds, you might want to comment on that also.
Okay, regarding J20, the voters were pretty clear when they passed J20 what the intent of those funds were going to be used for, and that was for police, fire, and streets. So, going outside of those promises that we made, that would have to be a council decision, but it was not something that we considered when we were developing this rate structure.
Very good. And as far as you went through the low interest loan rates and the other sources of revenue. Are there stones unturned here that we should have turned over?
I can answer that one, Mayor. This is Matt Thompson again.
Yeah.
The city did everything in its power to minimize the upfront cost of the expensive upgrade projects by pursuing the best financing available. And in our case, we were able to secure for one of those loans a $4 million grant in conjunction with that low interest loan. So I think we've done a good job for the ratepayers to put together a really good wastewater system at a good value and at minimal cost to our sewer rate customers.
Very good, thank you. I do have one written comment here from Mr. Borst, and I want to pick some of the questions he's asked so that we can hear the answers to them. The overriding question here, and the one that appears at the top of the page, is, have we fulfilled all the standards necessary to satisfy Proposition 218, which for many and various reasons, Mr. Borst indicates he feels that is not the case. I would put the city attorney whether or not this issue does meet the prerequisites of Prop 218.
Yes, Mayor Martin, it does. The city staff had the detailed rate study performed, which was the exact purpose of that rate study, to ensure that the city reviewed its revenue requirements, cost of service needs, and then established rates to meet those cost of service needs in compliance with the Proposition 218 requirements.
Thank you. Mr. Borst also wonders why, since capital expenditures are budgeted by the City Council from the sewer fund for projects in fiscal years 2016-17 and 2017-18, he wants to know why the sewer ratepayers are now being asked to make loan payments for a project which, in his opinion, has already been funded.
So I'll answer that. This is Matt Thompson. The most recently completed project were the city's tertiary treatment facilities. Those facilities not only enable the city to produce recycled water for the future, but are also help to eliminate the use of chlorine for disinfection and enable the city to consistently comply with discharge requirements for the Salinas River. So those facilities benefit all city sewer customers. So it's perfectly appropriate to include the debt repayment for that project in this sewer rates proposal.
Apparently, there is a component of this which is referred to as doing COVID sewage surveillance to benefit the general public. Mr. Borst says that task was not identified in the informational mailer.
Yeah, that was a very, very minor effort at the beginning of the pandemic. The city participated in a county-wide program to monitor COVID and the wastewater stream from the city. That activity was done at zero cost to the city sewer ratepayers because it was covered by the county of San Luis Obispo, and that activity has since ended.
Thank you. Also a reference to the tertiary treatment facilities to irrigate sports fields, golf courses, and vineyards on the east side of Paso Robles. Is this something that was folded into this, and are all those costs appropriately designated?
Yes, sir. The tertiary treatment facilities are actively operating. They're enabled the city to further clean up its discharge to the Salinas River, and it's benefiting existing sewer rate customers. And so the repayment of the debt for that project is an appropriate cost to include in these proposed rates.
Thank you. The information provided to us by Mr. Borst is very detailed, and I appreciate him taking the effort to look into this and give us the benefit of his opinions. I do appreciate staff's response to those concerns, and I think they're sufficient. With that, let's go to council for questions and conversation. Mr. Hammond.
Not really questions. If we're ready to maybe make some comments, Mr. Mayor.
Sure, absolutely. Now's the time.
Yeah, I think so. Again, just reviewing all the testimony and staff's reports and everything we've done so far on this topic. Again, it's odd, again, that we're only allowed regulation-wise to raise rates every 5 years. I would rather see incremental increases every few years or every year to kind of keep up with, how everybody's inflation rate is. But it is what it is. And so therefore we have a situation where now we've come to the point where we have to change or start going in the red. And I'm trusting again in the staff's way they're running the program down there. The plan is run very lean and very efficiently. And we can only charge as much as it takes to run and also maintain the system. I think that's really important for the people of the city to understand that it is not more than what we need. It is what we need. And after the increase, Paso Robles will still be in the middle of all the other cities in our county. So again, we're running efficiently. And again, the system is designed currently to be in compliance with discharge requirements with the Regional Water Quality Board, which most people don't understand. And before this time, when we upgraded our plant, we were getting tremendous fines from the Regional Water Quality that cost every ratepayer a lot of money. Now we do not. And so again, we've come to the point where, after all the years in Paso Robles, we have a very efficient plant. We need to maintain it. We need to run it well. And again, I'm not happy with the increases, but on the other hand, I'm happy it's not the most expensive in the county either. So I'm good at this point. Maybe another round after this, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Strong.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm glad we're having this opportunity, at least for those who are listening, to explain and educate a little bit, hopefully. And that is that not only was Prop 18 passed by the public because they didn't appreciate at that time, or some of them didn't, the fact that we could raise rates annually or at any time we wanted to. So they put the limitation on that prevented us from raising them except every 5 years. And that was a decision by the voters of this state, and it can only be changed by another vote of the voters of the entire state. It cannot be changed by the legislature. It cannot be changed by us. And so if they really want us to go back to a different system or change it, they have to go to the voters of the entire state. It's just the way it has to be. The other thing that a lot of people don't realize is this is what is called an enterprise fund. It is not part of the general fund. It is not paid out of taxes. It has to be paid out of its own sources of revenue. And that's a requirement of law also. Because it's an enterprise fund, it has to stand alone. The other thing about enterprise funds is they cannot make a profit, which means they can have a reserve for an emergency, and it has to be a reasonable amount of reserve, which we have. But it cannot make a profit and distribute money any other way. It can only be spent for the purpose for which it was created, and it can only be charged for that purpose. So it is what it is. Now, the one thing when we said all these is we didn't know what was going to happen with the federal government or the state government or with grants and COVID-19 relief projects. So we may be getting millions of dollars. And I say may because it depends upon what legislation is passed by the state and by the federal government and what conditions are put upon those particular distributions. But it looks like there may be some money coming that we could choose to use for this purpose. And that's going to be a decision we're going to have to make, and which could allow us then to reduce these rates somewhat from what they are. Now, we cannot give special treatment to certain classes of people, and that's part of the law. Unfortunate in some ways, and I agree that it is unfortunate in some ways. But perhaps we can make some other adjustments that will still work and keep everybody whole and keep us efficient. And that's our hope. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I do want to just say thank you to all the citizens residents that sent emails to us to express their thoughts. It is something that's very hard for us, for me and for our council, to keep raising certain requirements, but it is something that Matt and Christopher have really worked hard at trying to figure out how they can make everything run efficiently. And I just feel that, I really appreciate their report. It helps us when we are out, or it helps me for sure when I'm out and I get questioned about why we're doing this. I really appreciate the report and the information to be able to pass along. But this is something that we have to do, as hard as it is to come to that conclusion. But thank you so much for the report, and I appreciate for all the input. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Gregory.
Yeah, I'd like to also thank the public and for all their input into these rates. I think it's really important to understand that our staff has done a really exceptional job in coming up with a minimum amount we have to raise the sewer rates. But more importantly, it's the infrastructure and the quality of the infrastructure our staff has helped create for the city of Paso Robles. By far and away, we have the finest wastewater treatment plant in the county, and it's capable of handling all our future growth. And not only is it done well, but it's done very affordably and efficiently with a $4 million grant. Mr. Thompson saved over $2 million in the construction of the wastewater treatment plant. He's garnered very low interest rates on the loans. And for the last 4.5 years, we have not raised the rate. So we've done everything we can to prevent the rates from going up. And I think the due diligence of our staff and Christopher's department and Matt's department, they've done everything they can to verify, qualify, and quantify these rates to be fair and just. And as previous council people have said, that if we get to the point where we have enough reserves and we're able to cut the rates back, we can do that as a council. But we have to get to that point. And right now our reserves are getting dangerously low, and we need to do the right thing and preserve the infrastructure that we have. And I'm concerned as a citizen, and I'm a senior as well. But I'll tell you what, I'm going to support a good quality system with good, reasonable request and a fair rate. We have to do this. It's the only thing that's good for our city right now. And there's nothing else we could do. It is what it is. It's a terrible thing to say, but that's what it is. But it's done with great study and great effort and great quality engineering by our staff. And I think it's a very fair rate for what we're doing. And in 5 years, I think you'll see us again at the very low end of the rates in the county, because everybody's going to soar right past us, because their system is not as well designed or financed as ours. So thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you. Couple of questions. Christopher or Matt mentioned early on about our rate position right now. The current rates are on the low side for the county. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Based on a survey of all other Central Coast communities with wastewater systems, Paso Robles sewer rates are at the low to middle end of the range relative to those communities.
And once this new rate goes into effect, where will we be?
At the end of the 5-year gradual increase period, Paso Robles will move to the middle of that range. But as Mr. Gregory pointed out, this is a dynamic situation. A lot of those other communities have just started with the major years-long effort of upgrading their wastewater facilities, and will likely see upward pressure on those rates. So I think Paso Robles will remain competitive, or at the low to middle end of the range for the long term.
Okay, and there was some references to COVID relief funds that are coming down to the cities. Those are one-time funds, right? Those aren't ongoing revenues.
And that's my understanding, correct.
So let's say the city got $6 million in COVID relief funds. That's not money that would defray any rates for any service in the city ad infinitum on forever. You might do a temporary relief, but eventually you would still have to come back to this rate increase.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. One more time around, Mr. Hammond.
Yeah, I think maybe it might be good, Matt, if you would explain maybe to the public how we're changing to a fixed rate and how that was variable before, and how it really made your revenue source to run the plant unpredictable, so to speak. Can you explain really now what the fixed rate's going to do, and make that more understandable?
Yes, I'll preface my answer by saying that most of 80% of this sewer system costs are fixed. We're talking about the debt on upgrades to the plant, the infrastructure in the ground, staff, et cetera. And so because we have the existing rate structure is all based on usage, there's a major mismatch between the pre-existing rate structure and our expenses. And right now, there is no fixed component to residential sewer bills, and it is based on winter water usage. And so if a particular winter has extraordinary weather and it results in, very high winter water usage or very low winter water usage, the sewer fund can see major fluctuations in the revenue to the fund. And that's not good when you have 80% of your costs being fixed. And so the proposed rate structure is to introduce a fixed component to the residential sewer bill. And it's a modest amount, such that by the end of the 5-year gradual increase period, for the average customer, the average residential customer in Paso Robles, roughly 42% of their total sewer bill will be the fixed component. We still have that usage component to the rate structure, and that'll give customers some level of control over their sewer bill. But by graduating towards this fixed component, it'll bring a lot more stability to the revenue coming into the sewer fund, which is much needed.
So with regard to most residents anyway, a large component of their water usage is landscape. And as, again, we live in a California desert, everybody does, and as they can understand that large lawns take a lot of water, it might be that if we convert to more drought-tolerant landscaping, they can certainly change that component, of their water bill and therefore the sewer bill as well. I think it was testimony tonight that only residences, they have only one meter. You can't separate the water usage for landscape and personal use. So that's kind of a drawback to the whole system. However, what we have outside the house as far as plants and landscape makes a big difference nowadays. So I think it's another learning moment that we might want to start changing the way we do our landscaping outside and therefore control our costs as well. So that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Strong.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I think we've explained an awful lot of this, and hopefully it helps our people to understand a little bit better. We were in danger because we had not increased or improved our plant for so many years. We were in violation of so many state laws on what we were putting into the river and polluting our own water supplies with, that the state had threatened to increase our fines from $1,000 a day to $10,000 a day if we didn't immediately do something. That increase would have been at least as bad as these increases, possibly even worse. So we took a very prudent course and one that was healthier and really better citizenship all the way around. As a result of all of this combined, I would like to move that we approve Resolution 21XXX to establish new sewer rates effective July 1. What?
We're not there yet.
We're not?
We're not there yet.
All right, fine.
But I've got you on my list. Councilwoman Garcia?
Nothing further to add, sir. I just want to say thank you to Mr. Hammond for just going into a little bit more detail about the situation, and thank you to Matt for explaining that again to us. And that's all from me, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Gregory?
I think everybody's covered all the points. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I have no further questions. The reason I held you off there, Fred, is we have two items that need the council's action. The first is to approve resolution number 21XXX to establish new sewer rates effective July 1st, 2021. This requires a 4/5 vote. Mr. Strong, would you like to make that motion?
Yes, sir, I would.
Is there a second?
Gregory will second.
I have a motion by Councilman Strong, seconded by Councilman Gregory. Is there any further discussion? I will now call for a roll call vote.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia?
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. The second action item is to introduce ordinance number XXX, amending section 14.16.020 of the Paso Robles Municipal Code regarding sewer wastewater service charges by title only and waive further reading. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second by Gregory.
I have a motion by Councilman Hammond, second by Councilman Gregory. Is there any further discussion? I will now call for a roll call vote.
Councilmember Hammond,
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory,
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia,
Aye.
Councilmember Strong,
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. I believe that concludes our business on this discussion item. Is there anything else we need to worry about, City Attorney?
No, there's not.
Thank you. We're going to move on now to item number 15. I'm sorry, to item number 14, the 2020 annual report on the implementation of the general plan. Ms. Delgado.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. This is Darcy Delgado. I'll be giving the staff presentation for the 2020 annual report on the general plan. So as you may recall from years past, this is a requirement of the state to report on the status of implementing the city's general plan. The status report is first considered by the Planning Commission with recommendation to the City Council. And then finally, a follow-up report is provided to the state after council's consideration. And I will note that a partial report has already been submitted to the state, and we did that for the April 1st deadline, and that was pertaining to the city's housing production. So the 2020 annual report covers progress made towards the general plan during 2020. So just want to note that recent activities made in 2021 will be included in next year's annual report. The general plan status report is broken into two different sections. So the first section is more or less a thumbnail analysis of where we are with the general plan elements and all the different policies it contains. And then the second part is a more detailed report on the status of the housing element. Our report also does mention the status of where we are with implementation of the Uptown Town Center specific plan. And that's something that was directed by the council a few years ago. As part of the process of reporting on the general plan, all the city departments were involved in updating the status action items that pertain to their particular department, as well as any programs that affect them. And the Planning Commission considered this report actually just last week on April 13th, and they made a recommendation to the City Council to submit the final version to the state. In the general plan, there are 240 policy action items, not including the housing element. And so right now we have 126 action items that are ongoing. Examples of these would be activities that were initiated a long time ago and are continuing, or just generally ongoing activities that occur during the course of everyday business with the community. There are 80 actions that are complete, and so this might just be a specific task that would have been completed. We have 21 actions that are in process, and 13 actions are not yet scheduled. So these might be things that have a budgetary limitation or another reason that they're just not on the front burner. The fifth cycle housing element is now complete, and we had the adoption of the sixth cycle housing element December of 2020. However, we are still tracking progress of that fifth cycle housing element, at least for last year, which had 27 action items. So last year, there were 23 actions that were being implemented on an ongoing or as needed basis. 3 actions were complete. Again, that might be a specific task. And then 1 action was yet to be scheduled. So this particular action item was a program to amend the zoning code to establish minimum densities for multifamily zoned properties. In working on the updated housing element, this program was actually removed since properties have been developing at or above the allowed density. So here are some recent major general plan activities, including updates to both the circulation element and the noise element, and those actually both occurred in 2019. More recently, we updated the housing element, and so that was the 6th cycle housing element, which has an 8-year planning period from 2021 through 2028. Some key changes to the housing element include new policies and programs that would identify actions to be taken, making sites available during the new planning period, so that there's appropriate land and land use and development standards, as well as services and facilities to accommodate the city's share of regional housing needs for each income level. And so some of the more notable programs that stand out in the housing element include updating the city's accessory dwelling unit ordinance. And so that would promote the construction of more ADUs. Also program to reduce parking standards for smaller units located outside the Uptown Town Center specific plan. And also another notable program is utilizing the fractional density units to encourage smaller units that are affordable by design. So this is a snapshot of housing production that occurred in 2020. So you can see that we had 110 units that received their certificate of occupancy. The majority of these were multifamily units, and nearly 90% of total final permits actually came from the Uptown Town Center specific plan area, with 75 of the units belonging to the Oak Park Phase 4 development. As for the units that were under construction, although we show that there were only 41 units under construction, it should be noted that the report does recognize a year that a permit is issued and under construction. And so although there might have been other units under construction in 2020, the permit might have been issued in 2019 and reported in the 2019 annual report, or it might have been issued in 2020. And then if it already received its C of O, it would be reflected in the 110 units. So that number is a little bit misleading. Another notable number is in the last row under the units entitled. And so last year alone, we saw 2,493 new residential units that were entitled. Of course, with the majority of these coming from the Beechwood and Olson South Chandler specific plans. But last year, we also had a very large multifamily project. That was the Red Tail apartment project, which contains 200 units. So that one was approved. And then there were a variety of smaller multifamily residential projects throughout the city that also were entitled. So this table shows the latest 6-cycle regional housing needs allocation. And so it's also referred to more commonly as the RHNA, as well as our progress so far in meeting the new RHNA. So with this new 6th cycle, we have a planning period from January 1st of 2019 to December 31st of 2028. And in that period, the city is required to plan for 1,446 dwelling units. And so keep in mind, we report on housing and try to hit the state requirements, but the city is not obligated to ensure that the number of dwelling units is built within this timeframe. That's something that the private development community helps us with, and the city is only obligated to ensure that there is sufficient land appropriately zoned and served. And so with that said, you can see that we've already made some progress, especially in the low and very low income level categories for both years 1 and 2. And those lower income level categories can be attributed to being able to count both Oak Park phases 3 and 4 as part of this new 6th cycle. And lastly, just based on the number of entitled residential units that we saw last year, we can expect to see the number of completed units rise each year as we work through this new RHNA cycle. So the Housing Constraints and Opportunities Committee, to help move along the development of housing and meeting the RHNA numbers, City Council had previously established the Housing Constraints and Opportunities Committee, otherwise known as the HCOC, and they have been meeting regularly over the years, making some progress to reduce barriers to housing. Some of the more notable progress includes reducing development impact fees, reducing water and sewer connection fees, and reducing traffic impact fees for infill residential development. In 2020, the HCOC met 5 times and acted as a steering committee for work related to the housing element update. Overall, the group played a major role in guiding some of the new housing programs, which were ultimately adopted in our new housing element, and some of which have already been implemented. Their next big task in 2021 is to resume with discussions on the implementation of the 6th cycle housing element, as we're working on some text amendments. And then as part of this process, we're hoping the HCOC will weigh in on some of the issues that affect housing policies and procedures. So as mentioned previously, 2020 was a big year in that both the Beechwood and Olson South Chandler Ranch specific plans were approved. So there were 952 units for Beechwood and 1,293 units approved for Olson, which those 2 projects combined is a total of 2,245 new housing units. Here's just a brief summary of our progress from last year. So 95% of the general plan action items are either complete, ongoing, or in process. The 5th cycle housing element is now complete. And so with adoption of the 6th cycle housing element, which has a planning period from 2021 to 2028, the city will begin tracking progress on those new action items. We're already tracking progress on the 6th cycle RENA numbers, for which we have a target of 1,446 residential units. Certificates of occupancy that were issued in 2020 remained relatively high. We saw 110 new units get completed, and the majority of those occurred on the west side. And then there were 41 residences under construction, 60 residential permits either ready to pick up or in plan check. And I will note that we are seeing an increase in these permits being ADUs. Lastly, there were 2,493 new residential units entitled last year alone. So I just listed some of the options that the council could take tonight, with staff's recommendation being option 2, to approve the 2020 general plan annual report and direct staff to submit the report to the state. That concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you very much. Council questions, please. Mr. Hammond.
Darcy, the only thing I kind of wrote down was in the general plan, there was a comment there about reducing parking density outside the uptown town center. Where'd that come from? I'm just curious. We're reducing parking now on residential lots, I guess.
And that was in the housing element action items?
Yes, in the housing element, there was a comment there, or a bullet on reducing parking density.
Parking density. It's not, the specific item's not ringing a bell, but we do have, so the
Hey,
I can
Darcy.
certainly take a look at the, yeah.
I think I can address this one. That came up where we have an interface between the uptown town center parking standards and some of the R2, R3 parking standards. So basically within one block, we have multiple parking standards for basically the same kind of project. So the purpose of that policy was basically to make sure that the parking standards around the downtown kind of matched up with those in the uptown specific plan, just so we had consistency. We had a couple projects that had trouble meeting the R2 parking standards, but they would have easily met the uptown parking standard. So that was a direction from the HCOC, was to make that correction.
Copy that. All right. Thank you, Warren. That makes sense. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Strong?
Yes, and I'd like to elaborate on that a little bit too, because later in my report on the meetings I've attended, I'll be reporting on a number of state proposed ordinances or bills that are pending that would force us to reduce parking standards dramatically, much more than are really wise. But from the point of view of the great, big metropolitan areas that have extremely fine public transit systems, they feel that we're coming to a time of driverless vehicles, and we're coming to a time of increased public transit. And for that reason, we don't need the parking. We don't agree with that when you get outside of your megalopolises. LA, that may work. San Diego, it may work. San Francisco, San Jose, maybe even Sacramento. But you get outside of those areas and it's not going to work. So we are working on opposing those. We have a very good general plan, and Darcy, I commend you on the presentation. I have one thing that might be a little bit confusing when we say progress toward meeting RENA in complete, and then you do say completed units, but completed units really aren't RENA. That is how the private sector then meets what the state is hoping we can produce. But the RENA numbers are met when we actually zone for them. And I believe we have 100% zoned enough land for the units that we're required to have. And I hope that that's extremely clear in here. That would be my only thing that I would at all question, because it's an outstanding plan, and let's move forward. Thank you.
Councilwoman Garcia.
No, sir, no questions at the moment. Just want to say thank you to Darcy. And I was also wondering if we could get a printed copy of this and maybe put it in our mailbox. That'll be also, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gregory.
Yeah, Darcy, that was a very nice report. I do have a question on the RENA numbers. Where are we at in our current goals heading towards 2028? How many have we completed so far?
So let's see if there might be a little delay on the screen, but I just went back to the table that shows completed units so far. So to kind of answer the prior question on where we're tracking our progress. So our more in-depth report that we send to the state does have a number of different tables that show what our, once we take into account all the credits, as we went through our housing element, all the credits for providing for the zoning for the 1,446 units, that we had an obligation remaining of 383 of the low and very low. And so we were able to show in our housing element how we can provide, we have a land available for those. And then we have objective standards to meet that goal. And so that's where we start tracking in the report that we send to the state, permits that are issued as well as permits that are finalized, and so or completed units. And so it's, in this case, I've chosen to include the table for completed units. So we're showing that we had 179 units completed in 2019 that we were able to count. And so we have a mix ranging from the extremely low, very low categories all the way to the above moderate. And that is attributed to being able to count Oak Park Phase 3 that year. And then in 2020, we had 110 completed units. And again, we were able to count Oak Park Phase 4. And so that's why you'll see that we had the spread, again, in the extremely low, very low, and low categories. And I'm not sure if that's showing up on your screen. Are you guys seeing that okay?
Right now, the screen's about specific plan progress.
Yeah, let's see.
There you go.
Here we go. Sorry about that.
Okay.
So, so far we have, let's see, so there would be 1,157 additional units to be built, through the years 3 through 10. Again, just, that's what we're tracking. And so certainly we're not obligated for those to be built. But it is, good to report back every year and to show where we're at with trying to meet the, have City of Paso Robles have constructed, those units, or the development community to construct those.
And then in the Chandler Olson plan, there's quite a few low income or moderate units proposed. Is that correct?
Yes. So there are moderate for sure, and I'm not sure about the low. I'm not sure if Warren wants to chime in on that, but definitely we have moderate in there.
Yeah, both specific plans kind of have a combination approach for affordable housing. So they all require a percentage of single-family units to include ADU units for rental, which will be assumed based on previous analysis to be low and moderate income units. And then there are higher density apartment for rental projects required in both projects that will likely be in the moderate to low income range as well. It's possible the apartment complex within the Olson specific plan may become a housing authority project, which then could be a very low income unit project.
Also, Warren, the senior housing project would count towards those RENA numbers too?
Yeah, so Darcy got the Riverwalk Terrace project recently approved by the Planning Commission and City Council. So that's going to be 70 or 80 additional very low income senior units next to the Kohl's Walmart site.
Very good. Those are all my questions. Thank you for the report, Darcy.
Thank you. If there are no further council questions, we go to public comment. I have no one in the queue for public comment. I'm going to open and close public comment, bring it back to the council for discussion and action. Mr. Hammond.
I'm ready to make a motion anytime you are, Mr. Mayor.
Anytime you're ready, John.
Okay, I can go ahead and then approve the 2020 General Plan Annual Report and direct staff to submit the report to the state.
Second by Gregory.
Motion by Councilman Hammond, second by Councilman Gregory. If there's no further discussion on the motion, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Hammond,
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory,
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia,
Aye.
Councilmember Strong,
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Item number 15 is the Local Roadway Safety Program Study Session number 2. Mr. Athey?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. David Athey, city engineer, with me tonight is Jake Hudson, GHD, our consultant, who is helping us with the local roadway safety plan. Just to give you a little background and let our listeners know tonight where we've been and where we're going. The city applied for a grant in 2020, a no match grant, and we received that from the state of California, and to really develop a local roadway safety plan, something we've really never completed in the city of Paso Robles before. And it really, a local roadway safety plan establishes a framework and process for identifying and prioritizing safety improvements on our city streets. It identifies collision patterns and locations throughout the city based on accident data that we collect through our police department. And it identifies a toolbox of countermeasures to address the collision patterns, and it also identifies project areas where we can apply those tools. So with that, we started this a public input process in February 2016, or excuse me, February 16th, 2021, to gather input, and that's what's here on the screen. We did that for about a month. March 18th, we closed down the site. We received 164 individual visits, 53 public comments regarding the draft report, and so right now we're reviewing those changes with you tonight, and May 4th, next month, we hope to present you the final draft if you so direct us to do so. With that, I'll turn it over to Jake Hudson, our consultant, who can run you through the results of our public input process and give you an idea of how we changed the plan and what we've added. Jake?
Yeah, thank you, Dave. Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of council. Appreciate that. So just to expand a little bit on the background that Dave presented, just a couple of things. This plan is also important because it will be a requirement for future grant funding applications. So this will be something that you'll need to have adopted in order to apply for Highway Safety Improvement Program funding. So the other two elements, or specifically the main two elements that are the bulk of the document, are a systemic safety analysis, where we went in and looked at all of the patterns and contributing factors and identified what were, based off of the collision records, what were the top emphasis areas and what the priorities were for the city, how they could best focus their efforts. And I won't read those again now, but just sort of a recap of what we did. So this is not any one particular location. This is just citywide patterns and the predominant things that are leading to collisions, and where the city should be focusing its efforts. In addition to those systemic issues, we also looked at the location-specific areas where there were high incidences of collisions. And we developed over 20, there were over 20 locations that we had recommended improvements for across the plan. The primary incident locations were along Niblick Road, along 13th Street, 24th Street, Spring Street, and River Road. And sort of the purpose behind the plan is that these are not requirements
or these projects are not necessarily requirements that you have to install because, as part of an adoption of this plan. This is an information document that will help guide primarily your grant applications, because it'll be a requirement for that. It'll help guide your capital improvement program. So for funding requests for safety projects. Also, if there's things within your capital improvement program, such as repaving projects where we've identified potential safety measures, you can implement those changes under the umbrella of other projects. So it helps inform and guide your capital improvement program. These projects also can help inform and guide your development review. So if you've got development that is right adjacent to a known safety area that we've identified, and they're contributing to that or exacerbating it above and beyond, those are types of things that can be added into either fee programs, conditions of approvals, and those sorts of things. So really, those are the three mechanisms that help implement this plan, but also for this plan to help guide and inform the decisions made around those. So what we did is over the course of a month, we had essentially completed the plan, presented that to council in February as an introduction, and then from there we engaged in a very thorough public outreach campaign. Dave already gave you all the statistics on that, but I'll say that it was actually a really good response for this type of outreach effort. We got a lot of really good information, and that really helped us shape and evolve the document. But what was also really interesting to see is that on the left, these are some of the top collision factors that we were identifying from the collision records. And on the right, this is what we were hearing back from the community, from the stakeholders, and from the public at large. And there was significant correlation between what was actually happening on the street and public perception of what was happening on large. And those two things don't always line up as well as they have here. So you can see the top concern, or the top collision factor in the city, the main thing that's leading to collisions in the city is speeding. And from the feedback that we got from doing our public outreach, that was the top concern, and that was the top safety concern that we heard back. Intersection visibility as well, having difficulty around intersections with challenging geometrics or overgrown vegetation or other things like that. Also, another major factor leading to collisions in the city is impaired driving. And the feedback that we got from the public, again, almost a quarter of all the responses that we received back was that impaired driving was those individuals' top safety concern. So from this aspect, what we found is that we didn't really have to make a lot of adjustments or additions or changes to the emphasis areas that the city is that we're recommending in the plan. What we've done with this information, though, is that we've sort of reprioritized so that we're aligning with the general public's or the public's priority based off of the percentage rather than the statistical collision factors. So, for example, speeding and impaired driving, I think may have been a little bit lower down on the list, but we reordered and reprioritized those emphasis areas based off of the feedback that we got from the survey. So it just wasn't about what are the top safety issues or concerns. We also received a lot of feedback around what specific things people would like to see done, not at specific locations again, but the types of safety improvements people would like to see citywide. And so, again, it was roadway maintenance and refreshing roadway signing, faded signing, refreshing faded roadway striping was probably one of the most common responses for improving safety. More roundabouts, more improving street lighting. Also, increasing enforcement was a major response. Even just enforcement presence in high incident areas, those sorts of things. We received comments about lots of turning conflicts and other things around school during those high traffic times, and having more controls at schools and turn restrictions at schools, and then just general improving sight distance at intersections. And so we've taken all of that comments and feedback, and we've a lot of this was already in the plan, but we've actually added almost every comment that we've gotten back from the feedback into the plan. The only thing that we received feedback on in terms of what was being recommended in the plan was the narrowing of roadways. And so the plan really focuses narrowing on roadways in more of the lower volume residential areas, not so much on the major arterials. So that's more feedback we can take on that. But I think from what we have from the collision statistics and where that's being focused, the recommendation that we have is still as it was. And then we also had the site specific feedback. I won't go through all the locations, but almost all the locations that we received feedback on were already identified within the plan. There were a few other locations that we hadn't identified, but under the systemic measures and as extensions of other site-specific locations, we've actually been able to incorporate essentially every site that was identified through the public feedback into the plan. So the plan has grown in sort of its scope to accommodate everything that we have heard back. So when we presented the plan last time, we really focused on those systemic locations. We didn't, just for the sake of time, we didn't get too much into the location-specific project highlights. And just for the sake of time for tonight as well, there's over 20 of them. So I thought we'd just do a very brief sampling of 3 to show you some of the themes of the types of projects that are being recommended and what's being recommended at those locations. So this is number 8 on the list, 6 and Spring Street. What we found here was speeding on the approaches to the intersection, red light violations, pedestrian and vehicle interactions, and things like that. And so there's a package of improvements that we've completed preliminary design on and cost estimating for these to sort of gear them up for, so the city knows what these projects would cost to gear those up for, again, if it's grant funding or if it's a capital request or if it's fees or things like that. So that's the package of improvements we have here. Similarly, another location, this is near Flamson at 24th and Spring. Again, a lot of pedestrian crossing activity when school's starting and when it's letting out. Also, same issues with red light running, people just not recognizing the signal and driving through it. People not yielding the right of way when they're making a left oncoming traffic. And then again, those pedestrian interactions. So there's a package of signal improvements, upgrading signal heads, upgrading the signal timing, upgrading some of the technology within the signals. One of the common recommendations that we have is what's called advanced dilemma zone detection. And it's probably a big word for folks out there, but essentially what that does is it's technology that not only is detecting vehicles, but it's also measuring how fast they're approaching the intersection. And that technology can tell whether a vehicle is going to make it through the intersection or if they're going to run a red light. And if it's detecting that they're going to run a red light, it'll hold off on giving the other approaches green until it clears. And then there's a whole other suite of other new technologies that we're recommending that are relatively low cost improvements as opposed to major construction efforts. And really the goal is to get as best of a cost benefit ratio to really position the city well for grant applications, because that's the primary metric that's selected. And so for the last one, the third one, this is one that's another very frequent location, Golden Hill Road in Creston. A lot of DUI collisions at this location, speeding and others coming down Golden Hill. Actually, a lot of damage to the wall that's been rebuilt, I think a couple of times, and some other improvements there. So we have another package of improvements of advanced warning signs and beacons, improved signal features and technology, also improving just the overall visibility of the signal, and other things along those lines, including also speed feedback signs and other things like that. So again, that was just a really broad overview of the types of changes and expansions that we've done on the plan from the public feedback. It's not much because it was very much in line, like I said, with the collision records. So with that, I'm going to hand it back over to Dave to wrap it up and to present the recommendation.
Thank you, Jake. So tonight, Council, we're looking for any additional feedback that you may have on the draft safety plan and what we presented to you. And we're looking to get direction to return with the final local roadway plan for adoption in May. So and I just want to mention too that if you have safety questions, Caleb Davis, our PD commander, one of our PD commanders, is here tonight, and he's also available for questions about speeding or DUI or any type of those any of those issues. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'll turn it back to you for questions.
Thank you very much. We will be doing questions, then of course give the public an opportunity to speak. So let's go for council questions right now on this report. Mr. Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I wrote several down, Jake, on this plan that we just heard. Obviously, the roadway safety plan study, is that used in conjunction with traffic circulation studies that we do for projects? In other words, once this is developed, then staff relies on that to suggest or demand basically that certain changes be made with the development impacts?
This local roadway safety plans is a relatively new concept that has sort of been required by the grant funding agencies. Some agencies have been doing these plans for that exact purpose for a long time, but it hasn't been a requirement. This plan right now is the first one for the city. It's only a plan in the sense that it will inform those decisions. It doesn't mandate those decisions, though, on those circulation plans. When you go to develop those circulation plans, this will be a point of reference.
Exactly. That's why I say it's a useful tool with regard to especially traffic, impacts that would happen from a development. And I definitely think it'd be a great opportunity to have that on the table, so to speak, when we start looking at them again with our traffic engineers. And what I really like also is the enforcement, the roadway signs with radar that, the speed feedbacks. I think we need to, try and see more of those through town. I think most people sometimes zone out, but when they see that kind of a thing, it actually triggers them to slow down. And that helps with the enforcement. And, if nothing else, again, it keeps our cops available, for other responses and such. But still, making the traffic happen more safely. And the other thing I mentioned here, a question was on what you mentioned, something new technology about where an intersection sees a car coming at a high rate of speed, obviously trying to maybe make that red light or make the light before it goes red, that it holds the cross traffic red, even though, the speeder's red turn. It holds everybody tight. In other words, because of the traffic. Is that really used a lot, or is that something fairly new? Or I'm really intrigued about that.
Yeah, I would say it's relatively new in the field of traffic signals. I would say it's been in use, relatively common for the last 5 years, but it's been in use even up to 10 years prior to that. And essentially just it's integrating that speed detection into the traditional vehicle detection. And there's a lot of other features as well. I'd love to go over all those, but I don't want to bore everyone for a long time tonight.
Well, the other thing I was going to mention, again, it'd be nice. The only thing I'm worried about is people now knowing that is there, they'll try and run it even on a red. But what I'd really like to see, and I've asked this question in years past where, like in Europe, in other words, you try and run an intersection, it takes your photo, it sees you, and it tickets you right there. I guess that's not something we can do in California, but I wish it could, because there's a lot of people that take advantage of certain situations like that. And, it'd be interesting to see if we could start evolving to more of a thought where, it's guarded electronically and, you try and run it, you're going to put people in danger, but you're also going to get a citation for it as well. So do you see any of that changing in California?
Not right now. It would there hasn't been any new initiatives to overturn photo enforcement. What we've seen though, and it's actually recommended as part of this plan, is photo simulation. So for those speed feedback signs, it'll simulate a photo flash.
Yeah.
And that's it's very effective. But right now, that's essentially the best that we have in those terms.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Jake. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Strong.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, John. You asked a lot of questions and you covered a lot of territory. One thing I'm wondering is on these intersection improvements that you're talking about. I travel around the city in many neighborhoods a lot, and the best intersection traffic light that I know in this entire city is at the corner of Commerce and Niblick, and that's Niblick where it used to be called Sherwood. And it does an outstanding job of detecting approaching traffic and changing the light so that traffic rarely has to stop and spend any time just sitting. Is that the type of thing you're contemplating?
Yeah, so that's one of the newest signals that was recently installed about two years ago, I believe. Was that?
That's correct, Jake. That is our newest signal in the city.
Yeah, and so what you're seeing there is the advantages of the new technology that's in newer signals. When we were going through our analysis, we went through a field walk and went through through a lot of the high incident locations and through the signal equipment. And your signal systems are aging quite significantly. You have a lot of outdated equipment that is certainly creating some inefficiencies throughout the city.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And that was my main question, because it's a pleasure. It's almost a pleasure going through that intersection at this point in time, because it's so well regulated. It's just great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Garcia.
I don't have any questions. I really appreciate the update, and I agree with all the signage on the speeding, especially. I think people that have lived here for a long time, they're so used to going a certain speed, and now we've reduced some of them, but the signage has faded, especially when you paint it on the road. So a lot of people that just don't pay attention to it. But I appreciate this recommendation. Thank you so much for the draft study safety plan.
Thank you, Councilman Gregory.
Yes, thank you very much for the report, Jake, but I have some questions. On the dilemma zone detection you mentioned, what kind of devices would we be looking to install to have that and have it be effective for us?
Yeah, it's essentially the combination of a radar, similar to like a radar detector that you'd see a police officer use, measuring speed, but more compact. And that would be right adjacent to video detection camera like you see at some of your other intersections, and those are just devices that would be mounted up on top of the signal poles. Wouldn't look that different from what you see on many other signals within the city. It's a lot of just internal equipment within the signal and mounted to the signal.
So those video detection cameras, are they used for enforcement or just for acknowledgement of speed and what they're?
No, they're exclusively used for vehicle detection. Sometimes cities will record for maintenance or other things, but essentially what you have is you have a computer that is receiving the video, and that computer looks for changes in pixels and contrast, and then it'll tell the signal there's a vehicle there. And then that image or that video feed is then gone. It's all live, actual time. Typically, I'm not sure if Dave, have you guys ever used any recordings in the past for maintenance purposes or anything like that?
Not to my knowledge. We wouldn't be looking at doing that unless there was a specific reason, say for traffic counts. Or some other function, but we don't have any plans for recording at signals.
And then just a comment on that intersection at Commerce and Niblick. Fred, one of the reasons why that intersection is so successful is because the staff and the council were a part of the design criteria on that intersection, along with new technology of signaling, just for comment purposes. What kind of money are we talking about to get all these recommendations, Jake, into place to further enhance our safety of the city?
Each project varies quite a bit depending on the particular location, the age of the infrastructure. I think if I recall correctly, let me just pull it up here on the report to get the total. I think in total it was about 20 million in total for all the projects recommended. The likelihood, though, of all of the projects being implemented all at once obviously is not something that would be realistic. You would typically see when we're talking about this advanced detection and things like that, things like that would run in the range of $75,000 to $125,000, depending on the intersection. Then when you're talking about where we're actually reconstructing curb ramps or the things like that, those costs, those kind of costs can go higher. If you're simply just restriping a roadway to have a new lane configuration, that could almost be no cost because if you were repaving that roadway anyway, the cost to install just something different would essentially be no cost at all. So it really is just a wide range of costs depending on what particular project you're looking at.
And are you going to be providing us a kind of a ranking system of the intersections that need the most help?
Yes, that is definitely in the body of the report.
Okay. Very good. Well, thank you very much. That's all I have there.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just expand on that. So our the staff report tonight does include Table 6, the proposed project costs and benefit cost ratios. And right now, Councilman Gregory, we are looking at a benefit cost ratio as a ranking. So the highest benefit to the lowest cost, would be, as for example, Creston Road and Golden Hill Road intersection. So that proposed cost is about $65,800 for those improvements. The benefit to cost ratio is about 41. The lowest benefit to cost ratio we have is 0.3. So, council can make a decision, give us direction tonight, like, hey, we want you to rank it by cost. We want you to rank it by benefit cost. But at this point, we're recommending ranking the projects by the highest benefit cost ratio. Those often have the greatest, the best ability to be funded through a grant, because when we apply for highway safety grants, they really look at that benefit to cost ratio to be really high, because those are the intersections that you have the greatest cost savings for the smallest amount of money you invest in it. And when I say cost savings, those are societal costs. Those could be city costs, just the cost to society in general from the accidents and problems we have there. So right now we're proposing that cost structure, but if you want to give us alternative direction, that would be okay. We can go back and change the report too.
So David, is this something we would apply for like 8 intersections with the highest ranking for the cost benefit? Is that the way you do it? For grant purposes?
Yeah. So you can, depending on what the council's desires are, you can take several of these projects, combine them together, and then the cost benefit ratio will adjust. Or you can sort of do each one of these individually. The ones with the really high cost benefit ratios you could do individually on their own, so that you're more likely to be awarded the funding. There's a little bit of a strategy when you go into these funding cycles, trying to find the best grouping of which project. So, for example, if you really want to do a project that's got a low cost benefit ratio, sometimes you can group that with a high cost benefit ratio project, as long as they're relatively congruent and close to each other, and then make that one bigger project and still have both of those compete fairly well. So it's really just at the decision of how when the grant cycles come out and how you want to apply for them. And every grant cycle has priorities or things that they're looking for. So you may have a grant cycle where they really want to be focusing on pedestrian improvements, and they'll be looking for those. Those may have a higher win rate. So you may be looking not only at the cost benefit ratio, but you also may be looking at the type of project and what it's doing.
So interestingly enough, David and Jake, so the top 7 of these and the top 6 of the 7 almost seem like they would benefit the traffic studies.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gregory. I didn't hear that part. There was some noise on the line. Could you repeat that question?
Sure. On the chart of table 6, 6 of the 7 top items almost seem like they would contribute or help in the traffic studies for the Olson and for the Beechwood projects. Would these actually help in the traffic flow as well?
Yeah, so the signal upgrades that for safety also benefit the efficiency of the intersection. So while you're preventing somebody from causing an accident by running a red light, you also the system works also to adjust in real time to the traffic flow and traffic patterns, because it's counting cars and it's looking at how many cars are coming from each intersection. So these upgrades really benefit safety, and they also improve the efficiency. So what we're really trying to do with the safety report, the corridor plans we do, is really come up with a way of maximizing our infrastructure we own, right? So we've made huge investments in infrastructure around the city, and now it's time really to take these reports and improve the safety, and also at the same time we have an eye on improving the efficiency of our intersections so that we can continue to use them and get more return on that investment we put in there.
Very good. Well, thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you, David.
Okay, one more time around with questions. Mr. Hammond?
No, Mr. Mayor, I'm good to go. The only thing I would kind of maybe ask Jake, which I'd like to kind of understand, is, we were talking about upgrading the intersection lights. Roughly, what kind of cost on a typical 4-way light system, Jake, would we want to budget for to upgrade that to the more modern equipment?
if you're doing new detection, signal heads, new controller, it's going to be somewhere in the range of $100,000. To put a nice round number on it for you, it's going to be in that range.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Maybe we, again, as a council, ought to start budgeting something in the future to start hitting these different intersections as we go forward. And at least if we don't address it, it will never happen, basically, until it fails. So anyway, that's what I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Strong?
Yes. I noticed that almost all of these are right within the inner city. Have we looked at any of the intersections that involve the state highways as well? And I know SLOCOG has to get involved and is involved heavily in those, as well as Caltrans. But they seem somewhat amenable to helping to fund these types of projects. Also, you lump them better with other regions or other cities, which makes it more attractive for granting.
Yeah, so the scope of the project did include intersections where both the city and the state or the county shared an approach, or at least there was where the city at least had one of the approaches, not necessarily control over the intersection or not, but where there were intersections that were fully under the jurisdiction of the state or fully under the jurisdiction of other locations, those were outside the scope of the study.
Well, I don't see South Vine in here at all.
So, Councilman Strong, South Vine is controlled by Caltrans, where it connects with State Route 46, and those signals work in concept or in concert with each other on both sides of the freeway. And the state has their own requirement for a local roadway safety plan or a safety plan from the FHWA. And so they'll be looking at their signals. Also, we are realigning Vine Street and building a new bridge and connection at Theater Drive. So those improvements are planned and in progress.
No, I understand that. I'm just wondering why we couldn't lump some of those with us. I don't doubt that Caltrans would be more than willing to work with us on some of those. Have we made any efforts in that regard?
We have not checked in with Caltrans. If that's council's direction, we could do so and add it to this plan. However, it's not in our scope. The challenge will be we would have to find funding to do that.
Yeah, I will say that we have engaged with Caltrans just in the sense of making sure that they've had a chance to review this plan, not in any other sense. So I did want to make that clarification. So Caltrans has reviewed.
Okay. All right, just seems to me like cooperation might yield some big benefits.
No, I agree, Mr. Strong, and we like Mr. Hudson had just mentioned, we have coordinated with Caltrans and will continue to do so, and we're actively involved with them on, as you know, on the both State Route 46 east and west, and we'll continue to do so.
Okay, very good. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilwoman Garcia.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gregory.
So, David, after we go out to the public for comment, we come back to discuss these things. So you want direction from us on what level of intersection we should apply for grants for, or put on some kind of a schedule to implement the improvement to, or what's your suggestion?
Jake, maybe you can put back up the recommendation. So we're just looking for your feedback tonight. Anything you think may be needed or added, or coordination, say, with Caltrans. And then really just to direct us to bring back the final local roadway safety plan for council adoption. We could bring back ideas for implementation if you decide you'd like that. One thing we are watching very closely is cycle 11 of the Highway Safety Improvement Program. It it's not been promised, but they are. I was talking to our Gus Curry today, and they are looking at it at the state level of getting that grant program out sooner than later. The city was a recipient of a HSIP grant, a highway safety grant, this year for intersection upgrade for a crosswalk at Appaloosa and Niblick Road. So, staff's plan is to actively look for any grant that makes sense, both financially and programmatically for the city, for safety upgrades.
Okay.
Yeah, and just to add to that, I wouldn't recommend adopting a specific grant application or directing specific grant applications. Those, as Dave was saying, will present themselves as grants come up. And then this would be a resource to identify if a grant comes up, what are the conditions of that grant? What can you use? What can we apply for that grant? Then you look to what you have queued up here with the costs and the preliminary designs. And then at that point, there would be a recommendation to pursue a particular grant. David, is that, hopefully that was a fair, appropriate characterization.
Yes, that's well put, Jake. That's well said.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I think that we are ready to go to public comment. I'm going to open public comment. No one's standing in line to make a public comment, so I'll close public comment, bring it back to the council for discussion and action. Again, the recommendation is in front of you, starting Mr. Hammond.
The only recommendation I think we would want to do is maybe, in my opinion, anyways, rank them as cost-benefit analysis. The 15% that David was talking about, keep those more on the top of the list. Again, this is really designed to acquire grant funding. So, in my opinion, if we rearrange that, that would be really the only recommendation. It's a lot of good information, but it's designed, I think, hopefully to get Gus to give us a little more help from Sacramento. So whatever that takes. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Strong?
No additional comments. Thank you.
Very good. Ms. Garcia?
I agree with that. I would like to see that list. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Gregory?
Yeah, I think I would even go like 12% or whatever, or down to that level. But I think it's really important to have, and I think we need to put more pressure on SLOCOG and Caltrans to help us in any way we can, because we're going to have a lot of costs coming at us. So I think that I like the idea where we have everything sort of ready to go if a grant comes up. So Dave, that gives you a good tool to have and move forward on this plan. So thank you.
Thank you. So what I'm hearing here, unless someone disagrees, is that we would like to see these projects ranked according to cost-benefit analysis to get biggest bang for the buck, and to continue aggressively trying to engage with SLOCOG and Caltrans on these projects. I don't have any thing on the agenda for an actual action, so this would be general recommendations to staff. Is there anybody that disagrees with those points?
I think they're just going to be bringing it back next month for adoption. Is that correct?
Right.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, so do you have what you need, Dave?
I do, Mr. Mayor. Is there a roll call vote, Melissa?
I will ask.
Okay.
I will ask for a motion to direct staff to return with the final local roadway safety plan for council adoption with the points that have been considered tonight.
Second, Gregory.
Motion by the mayor, second by Councilman Gregory. If there's no further discussion on the motion, roll call vote, please.
Mayor Martin.
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory.
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia.
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond.
Aye.
Councilmember Strong.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Item number 16, third quarter budget update. Mr. Cornell.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, Ryan Cornell, Administrative Services Director. I am here tonight to overwhelm you with budget, both in the current fiscal year, a quick update on the third quarter for fiscal year 2021, and then really start focusing our efforts and our attention to the upcoming budget cycle for fiscal year 21-22. The good news is for the current fiscal year, there aren't really a whole lot of changes than what I presented to you back at the mid-year check-in about 3 months ago. In fact, just the overall fiscal position just declined a little bit. Revenues, which are the first set of lines in this bar graph. So we have the original adopted budget back in June, kind of where we're at today with updates, and kind of our projections at each quarter mark. So yes, revenues in the most updated model did decrease, but then so did expenditures. So really, we've been kind of hovering around this $2 million use of reserves all fiscal year. For the third quarter update, it did increase the use of reserves by about $150,000, which is less than 2%. The decline shown from mid-year to quarter three is mainly due to the prolonged impacts of COVID and the stay-at-home orders that were reinstated towards the end of May and the beginning of December. Not really going to go into much more detail tonight on quarter three results. If council or the community has or wants more in-depth analysis, please take a look at the staff report or even take a look at the mid-year budget report presentation that was presented to council on January 6th or January 19th. Now we do have some recommended budget amendments to officially approve, 3 of which have been previously approved by City Council, and those include the Water Master Plan. That's more of a cleanup. If you look at that August staff report, we had thought that we had included appropriations for that study already. But when we looked at the budget report, the line item did call out a rate study, but it didn't make it into the final number. So that's just a cleanup item there. The next 2 is the open space acquisition that came out of the wastewater fund. That was for the Butts property purchase that occurred back in December. And then the third previously approved council action is the fire prevention and safety trailer for a little more than $100,000. That is 100% offset with a grant that the emergency services was able to obtain. There are 5 other adjustments being recommended. The first set is related to police, to the police department. One for kind of a variety of officer equipment and supplies that was kind of mainly rifles and helmets. And then the other for improvements to the current police shooting range. Both of those items are actually within the purchasing authorization of the city manager, but rather than using general funds for those purchases, the city does have some grant funding, specifically the Citizens Option Public Safety COPS, and then the Board of State Community Corrections, the BCSS grant. I'm sorry, the BSCC grant. But in order to use these grant funds, appropriations need to be made, which only City Council can authorize. The 6th request is to add a new records personnel division, a new records position in the police department. There are currently 3.5 positions authorized in the division currently. And so when we just have one staff member out, that's in essence a loss of productivity of about 30 hours for that, or 30% for that division. So in this case, in actuality, this year, we've actually been down for 2 positions for most of the year. One more recently because of an employee turnover, but another because of a long-term leave of absence. So essentially, the divisions has been left with about an employee and a half to handle the entirety of the operations. And really, we're having a struggle of being able to assist with live scan services to the general public. Our lobby hours have been limited, and really our responses to citizen requests have been delayed. We are currently recruiting for the 1 vacant position, and that recruitment did actually have 4 really good candidates. So coupled with the need to, to help with the deficit staffing levels. And then when we kind of start talking about J20 and adding additional police officer staffing, we're going to need these record positions sooner than later. And so now we felt it was a good time to request these positions and kind of be able to piggyback and use the most recent recruitment that we just did. The cost of this position, because we're almost at the end of the fiscal year, can be absorbed with current year savings. The next item is related to the Parklet program. At the March 16th council meeting, you did direct staff to extend the Parklet program to November 1st and to return with a funding plan. Pretty much long story short, with all the COVID relief and the CARES funds that we were able to obtain, we had about $100,000 allocated towards reimbursement for propane costs. And we think that there's going to be significant savings there that we could help extend the temporary parking program for the July through November time period. That being said, as it stands now, the parking program will expire on November 1st, and that's when businesses must remove all tents, canopies, platform structures, furniture, and other items out of the public right-of-way, unless another council action is taken beforehand. And then lastly, the city has historically supported downtown promotions, public relations, and visitor support as part of its tourism goal. But due to COVID-19 and the anticipated revenue losses, funding for these community partner contracts expired on December 31st, 2020. As such, no funding has been made in the current calendar year 2021. With the financial position of the city being better than anticipated, staff felt it was a good time to get funding to these community partner contracts for the latter 6 months of the fiscal year, and then really get direction on how to handle these contracts moving forward. So there will be more discussion on the community partner contracts later in this presentation, but the current recommendation is to use the current contracts for each of the organizations. That's the Paso Robles Chamber of Commerce, the Downtown Paso Robles Main Street Association, and the Wine Country Alliance be approved and just kind of extend on the same terms as the first half of the year, just for the latter half. So Mr. Mayor, that being said, that's all I'm going to really touch base on as far as the current fiscal year. And so that is City Council recommendation number 1 is to approve the resolution amending the budget, again, just over the items I just discussed.
Okay, so let's go to council for questions. Mr. Hammond?
Ryan, are we going to understand when we get the COVID relief how those funds can be really applied? I mean, I'm really kind of curious if they're restricted or where we're going to be able to backfill, some of the hurt that's happened to the city. Is there some area where we can research this a little bit?
Are you referring to the most recent stimulus package that President Biden just signed into law, the $1.9 trillion package?
Exactly. I know we got some coming to Paso, but I don't know how it's going to be able to be used.
Yeah, so we will touch base on that later in the presentation tonight.
All right, that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Strong?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, Ryan, I think some of that is still somewhat in flux, but I'll talk about that a little bit later. And at this point, I'm just pleased to see that some of the adjustments being made, I think, are very appropriate. We have been very fortunate, so thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia?
I have no questions, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gregory?
Yeah, Ryan, I just had one quick question. So on the records clerk position, don't we need to hire more than just one to get back to normal?
So one of them is on a long-term leave of absence, so we are anticipating that employee to return. The one that's currently under recruitment or in process will make that division essentially whole, if we don't include the one that's on leave. So adding one additional one would actually enhance the division. Now, when we get into the J20 expenditure plan, there are anticipated additional positions in the division in the outer years of the J20 expenditure plan. When the timing is still a little unclear.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have no questions for you. Do you want to proceed along, Ryan?
That's fine, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. So the second council recommended action is to kind of, we're going over this budget. So we're really kind of trying to seek guidance. And there's going to be a lot. We're going to be kind of going over again, the J20 basic needs packages for each segment, the major areas, the police, fire, and streets portion. We will transition to the capital improvement program, and then really kind of tie them all together and see how the general fund is looking for the next fiscal year. But taken together, we are anticipating expenditures to exceed revenues. And so we will kind of need some assistance, or at least some guidance on how to address this shortfall. And staff will have some recommendations to go over with council later in this report. And then, well, again, I had mentioned this already to you as well, but we will have a segment on how we're planning on dealing with community partner contracts into the future. And so we'll likely need to get guidance there. One last point I want to make before moving on is this presentation is mostly on the general fund. We do kind of mix in development impact fees and some of the other funding sources that the city has. But for the most part, we're not including enterprise funds, and that's going to be brought back to council at the next meeting on May 5th. So like I said, I'm trying to break down these components in smaller bite-sized pieces. And in fact, when I was eventually envisioning my budget presentations, I wanted to have a separate discussion on all three of these major areas. But as we started to work on the J20 expenditure plan, it started to spill over and cross over into the capital projects. It was kind of backwards. We were looking at capital projects, and there were some that were being underfunded. As an example, like the data 911 system upgrade. And so we were thinking that the best way to bridge that shortfall is with J20. And so rather than segmenting these in different pieces, we're kind of just bringing it one big presentation with all the different components, all the moving pieces. And so we can make a good decision and guidance moving forward. Okay, so diving into these numbers, the way this chart is actually supposed to be shown is up and down. So not left and right, but of course the slides are landscape, so I'm kind of limited. The general fund revenues are estimated to be about $47.5 million next year. Baseline expenditures, that's just the current service levels at 45.5. So with no staffing expansions or no additional budget requests, the city does show baseline revenues exceeding baseline expenditures by about that $2 million range. This isn't any different than what was presented to you during the 10-year forecast report. But as we go through these slides, you're going to kind of get a sense that there are going to be measured J20 shortfalls. There's going to be some shortfalls in our transportation impact fee funds. And then if we really do want to add in these partner contracts and then staff budget and supplemental requests, we're going to increase our baseline expenditures from the 45.5 mark to closer to the 53 mark, which then really leaves the general fund reserves potentially, if 100% of the revenues are received and 100% of expenses are expended, use of reserves about 5.9. Now, I know that's a big number. It is a big number, but you should keep in mind that the measure J20 and both the transportation impact fees can be considered short term because we will be getting measure J20 revenues in the latter years, and then the transportation impact fees will be collected as soon as some of the major developments happen. So as an example, like the South Chandler and Beechwood projects, we'll start bringing in more funds for the TIF.
Ryan, real quick question from him. That personnel right there, is that fully loaded, including CalPERS, everything? Is that our total cost for personnel?
Yeah, that's fully loaded cost.
Right. Okay, thank you.
And so the way that the order of this presentation is going to go, we're going to just start. So this section over here was again pretty much covered in the 10-year forecast, and then we'll kind of go in order on each of these different components and what these numbers comprise of. So to start, we're going to start with the Measure J20 supplemental sales tax. This is a outlook on the next 5 years. Here are our estimated revenues along the top, how we're going to spend, or how we plan to spend in each of the major component areas down below, and kind of showing our net revenues here. So big picture, we're anticipating about the $10 to $11 million of revenue each year, so this is a little complicated. I don't mean to confuse you, but the column in 2021 is already approved council action. So, for example, it was the 2 street maintenance personnel position. So that cost is shown here, and then those 2 maintenance personnel and their fully loaded costs are going to be shown embedded in these future years out. Now, we are only approving a 1-year basic needs packages, so all of the additions are going to be only made in the first year. But if there's an ongoing component to the ad, it'll show in the outer years. But if it's a one-time, for example, the fire station is shown here, but it's not going to be showing up in these rest of the years. So that's kind of how these schedules are working. Again, the ad is only in the first year, and then we'll kind of have surpluses in these latter years to kind of have future growth and expansions on. So as it stands now, our net revenues from J20 should be in the neighborhood of $1 million. That's collected but unspent, which is anticipated. But again, when we go into details on this, we're going to show us overspending about $4.1 million, which almost nets to the $3.1 million shortfall that was shown in the prior slide. Before I move on, I did want to touch base on the central service cost line item. That represents the corresponding increases to the central service divisions and departments. For example, that's the information technology staff, that's the fleet maintenance staff, that's the human resources staff, kind of those central services that support police, fire, and the street programs. The projected costs are based on the city's most recent cost allocation plan. That plan looks at actual costs from 2 years ago and allocates them based to each department that receives the service. As an example, accounts payable checks typically are allocated based on the number of checks. So the cost of the accounts payable position kind of gets spread kind of equally based on the number of checks that is issued for the year. Similarly, some of the HR costs or some of the payroll costs are allocated based on the number of positions in each department. So for right now, that line item kind of only serves as a placeholder. We're still analyzing the impacts and the workloads that's going to be created by bringing on additional staff, and that will come up with a more fine-tune of what that actually makes up during the budget adoption. So I was lucky enough to try to get Ty, Chief Lewis, and Chief Starnetta to go over their basic needs packages for police and fire. So with that being said, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Chief Lewis.
Good evening, Council. Hopefully you can hear me okay. So police basic service needs, as you are aware, we've kind of, I don't think any of these requests are going to come as too much of a surprise to you. You might recall in 2018, the police department completed a staffing analysis that identified needs not only within the sworn ranks, but also the civilian ranks within the police department. And also we had extensive discussions with the community and with council during J20. So as you can see here, and Ryan pointed out that most of the focus is between 2021 and 21-22. In the 2021 side, as Ryan pointed out, some of these expenses you've already approved with regard to our license plate readers, our dispatch supervisor, and of course the big project that's ongoing is our upgrade to our 911 systems and our records management systems and dispatch systems. Focusing in on 21 and 22, you can see that some of the escalated costs regarding to the dispatch supervisor, but also, as Mr. Cornell pointed out, we're looking at adding a records clerk. We need that position sooner rather than later to be able to, adequately staff our records division. As Mr. Cornell pointed out, we've been down as many as 2 to 3 spots this year, often with one person trying to cover records. Not only is that near impossible to do with one person, it also, of course, takes a toll on the person trying to do that. We do have a number of candidates on the list right now that are outstanding candidates, and we're hoping council sees the advantages and the benefits to the community and the department to increase that position by 1 now. Of course, in future years, as the police department grows, there will be additional needs, but currently that's what we're asking for. Additionally, on line item number 5, we're asking for expansion of the police department by 7 new bodies, in addition to what the police department's already been allocated to be paid for through J20 funds. We feel realistically this is the number that we can add in a 12-month period. Of course, not all of those will come in the first month. They'll be added throughout the year. It'll likely be a blend of lateral police officers, meaning those that come with experience, and those that we put through the police academy. As we move down further into the line items, of course, we're going to need new cars, new equipment to outfit those police officers to be able to get them to do their jobs. And then, of course, I say of course, but it's on line number 8, we're looking at approaching council with a recruitment and retention facet to this. As we expand the police department, one of the things that we found is that currently our police officers are possibly underpaid as much as 10% compared to neighboring agencies, and maybe even higher depending on the metrics you look at. So we're asking council to take that into consideration and and balance out those salaries or pay and benefits schedules for not only our existing dispatchers and police officers, but to help us to retain them and attract new ones as part of that. So that is the basic needs package that the police department is presenting for financial year 21-22. The numbers that you see reflected beyond that don't reflect any type of additions beyond what we're asking in this year. And of course, we do have ongoing needs. Roughly to give the council a preview. We're of course waiting for the oversight committee to come in, but there'll be presentations regarding adding additional police officers and support personnel as we move into those ensuing years. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
You ready for us to ask some questions, Ryan?
Actually, Mr. Mayor, if we could wait after this segment, I did leave room for questions after each of J20 and CIP pieces. So if we could get Chief Stornetta to do his piece, then we could take questions on the overall approach.
Very good.
Good evening, Mayor Martin, members of the council. Item number 1 on this table is the 3 safer positions the council approved in November 2020. This federal grant provided the funding to cover 100% of the salary and benefits for 3 firefighters over the course of 3 years, saving the community $1.2 million, and provided the needed staffing for our 3rd fire engine in Fire Station 3. As you see on the chart here, in fiscal year 24-25 is when we begin to cover the full cost of those grant-funded positions. Item number 2 on the table here is the administrative fire captain position, and this is another immediate need we've identified for the department. With the increase in development over the last few years and current projects in the city's project pipeline, this position will work directly for the fire marshal to keep pace with current and ongoing development, as well as perform state-mandated life safety inspections and assist in disaster preparedness and community education. Items number 3 and 4 are both operational costs associated with annual training, personal protective equipment, and a vehicle for the administrative fire captain position. Number 5 we'll discuss in more detail on the next slide, and item number 6 addresses our need, just like the police department and Chief Lewis alluded to attract, retain, and recruit quality firefighters. Number 7 is a request for 3 additional firefighters that are to maintain constant staffing and minimize our overtime cost. This was identified also in our 10-year staffing analysis that was shared previously with the City Council. So on a regular basis, the department must fill daily vacancies created by employee sickness, vacation, or injury. And many times the department must mandatorily hold employees over for up to 24 hours at a time to provide that minimum staffing on apparatus so that we can achieve our desired emergency response capabilities. During the past year, the average number of additional overtime hours worked by each employee was over 533 hours. Not only do these overtime expenses add additional cost to the department's budget, but it also increases our firefighters' fatigue, employee retention, on-the-job injuries, and workers' compensation cost. So by increasing emergency response personnel staffing by 3 additional firefighters, that's 1 per shift, stabilizes staffing fluctuations by creating a leave pool of personnel available to fill those daily vacancies. There's a 2-to-1 offset by hiring these 3 firefighters, and the savings are reflected in the reduction of our overtime cost. It should also be noted for council that the addition of these 3 firefighters will not increase our minimum daily staffing requirements. And with that, I will turn it over to Battalion Chief Randy Harris, and he'll provide you further details and the cost breakdown regarding Fire Station 3.
Thank you, Chief Stornetta. Good evening again, Council. Since your approval of the Walls Group contract in January, the design team has been working to refine the overall site plan and the first phase of the Union Road Safety and Training Center design. This initial phase consists of an 8-acre site biological report, stormwater runoff plan, rough grading, fencing, and interior driveway to support Fire Station 3 and the training center. The overall site plan utilizes about 6 acres, which will allow for the remaining 1.8 acre parcel to be utilized for additional city facility needs or to be sold on the open market. Additionally, a 4-place apparatus bay, a 2,500 square foot living quarters have been efficiently designed and placed on the site to best enhance our emergency response. While the initial station design was conceptualized to include a metal building, Omni Design found that the size of this building is more efficient from both a time and a cost standpoint to construct it out of wood framing. That is primarily based on the recently adopted Title 24 energy requirements. As you can imagine, a metal building conducts heat much greater than a wood frame structure. Additionally, the modest size of the building does not take advantage of the open span efficiency factors that a steel frame building is kind of best suited for. As future funding becomes available, we anticipate additional phases of this project to include a revised living quarters with additional office space, a training site with a 4-story burn tower, and other specialty training props. This additional phase will allow us to efficiently convert the currently proposed living quarters area to a training classroom and backup emergency operations center. Additionally, there is a proposed training area that would meet the deficiencies recently identified during our ISO rating. It is our intent that the future phase would incorporate our department's long-term space planning needs, and additional community input would be sought. With that, I'll turn it back over to Chief Stornetta.
I'll actually turn it back over to Ryan Cornell. That concludes Chief Lewis and I's presentation.
Great. Thank you, Jonathan, Randy, and Ty for that. And now, lastly, we're just going to move real quickly on the street repair and maintenance section of J20. The City Council has already approved the addition of 2 maintenance special positions. So those are shown along item number 1. And then just like with police and fire, there's associated operating cost needs. That's mainly the asphalt. The operating expense ratio is actually much higher for streets, but that's because the costs are going right into the road there. And then the last piece that we've added, a line item number 3, is the unfunded piece of the 6-year street plan. Essentially, the cost of construction to repair and rehabilitate these roads have increased significantly since the item was brought to council back in February of 2020. So we're actually going to touch a little bit more bases on the E12 Measure E12 supplemental sales tax in the 6-year street plan when we get to the CIP section. So just remember that when we do talk about that, that funding shortfall will be made up, or is being recommended to be made up by J20. So to just kind of just a recap on everything and kind of simplify things, staff's recommendation on the basic needs packages for each component essentially includes 7 new officers, 1 new dispatch supervisor, and 1 records clerk position, along with kind of the various equipment, mainly the data 911 communication system. For emergency services, it's 6 firefighters, some of which are offset by grants and overtime, administrative captain, and the construction of fire station number 3. And then for streets and roads, it's the 2 maintenance personnel, and then there's a commitment to follow through on the completion of the 6-year street plan. But as I had already mentioned, as it currently sits, we are going to be over, or budgetarily, the J20 funds are overcommitted by about 3.1 million. So if we were to apply the following year's revenues towards this over appropriation, there's kind of only about 1.3 million to expand in 22-23. But after that, we have about 40 to 50% of the funds that are not appropriated and available to continue to expand our staffing. So, Mr. Mayor, I think now is a good time to help out or answer any council questions that you may have of me or the chiefs, or even Interim Public Works Director Christopher O'Leckel.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the council for questions. Mr. Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Maybe to Ty and Jonathan, with regard to the line item for attracting and basically retaining new staff. I see that obviously for police because that's quite an issue right now to find, properly trained people that we can hire, but not so much for the fire. And so I'm curious. It seems like, as I remember, the 2, if you can maybe put that up, Ryan, the 2 police and fire were about equal for $203,000, I believe, is what we're budgeting. Is that truly needed, I guess, bottom line?
It sounds like that was more directed towards me than Chief Lewis, so I'll go ahead and
adjust. I think, yeah.
Okay. So we're currently in the process of conducting the salary surveys with our comparable cities at this time to see in reality where we are in comparison to the other cities. You are correct. Yes, usually we get plenty of applicants for the firefighter position. But what we run into is we're going to continually have a revolving door of just rookie firefighters and not retain them for longevity. We've already lost some to other agencies already that pay more. So if we are in the position that we just want to continue to train and hire new people and allow them to go to work for other departments once we've trained them, we could do that. But I don't feel like that's in the best interest of the community. We want to retain our employees if we can.
Okay, well. All right. I mean, when we get through that, we'll talk further about it. But it's quite a lot of money, I thought, almost as much as the 3 firefighters, as far as their cost, just to attract, recruit, retrain. That seems a little high as far as a budget figure. But again, we'll talk further on that, Jonathan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Strong.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I can understand all of your projections and the needs that you're projecting, and but with Ryan, you're saying that's about a $3.5 million overreach on what we expect, but that's based upon what kind of anticipation do we have for our sales tax revenue? I'm not sure what assumptions we're using there. If I recall correctly, approximately 40% of our sales tax revenue comes from tourism. And if that's the case, then it's very important that we maintain a good tourist attraction. So can you comment on those assumptions and how much variation you see potentially, especially in the outer years?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Strong. So the city contracts with a company called HDL Companies. They specialize and have clients all throughout the state of California where they're able to analyze and assess all of our sales tax activity and really all of our sales activity. And so the assumption that is used as far as revenues for both J20, the normal Bradley Burns 1% tax, and even the Measure E12, the half-cent sales tax, all of those projections that we used, or the assumptions that we used for the budget, came from them based on their area of expertise. That being said, we do anticipate a good, nice rebound from COVID. But again, just remember that our initial revenue shortfalls weren't nearly as impactful as they were anticipated. So, yeah, we'll see growth, but not to the extent that we had hoped for, only because we're starting off at a higher jumping off point.
Okay, but we are assuming based upon current methods of collecting. So as the state is considering moving forward further in the area of online sales and beefing up collection of those sales taxes, and then the decision still has to be made. Does it go into the county group fund, or does it go specifically to the jurisdiction where the sale occurs? And those definitions are still to be decided. So that's an area we haven't considered at all in these projections, isn't it?
That is correct. Yeah. So the assumption is based on current law. And then, yes, we are aware that there is potential for some of the internet sales and how those are allocated to the city could change with updated laws. And as soon as we know when that happens or when they're going to go effect, we will update the projections then.
Okay, and that's why I'm talking about the outer years, because I'm assuming it's going to happen sometime in the next 1 to 2 years, 3 years on the outside. And if that happens, there's going to definitely be some revenue from it. Hopefully that might make up that $3.5 million. I guess that's not a question. And that's all, I guess.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia.
The only question I have is for we talk about the retention. So we're getting numbers on hiring police officers and hiring the firefighters, and then we're hoping to retain them. So in order to retain them, are we projecting a higher increase pay-wise for them after we've hired them? How do we plan on retaining them?
So the specificity of how we're going to track and retain hasn't been determined yet. We have several different ideas floated out there, but regardless of what action we do move forward with, obviously has to go back to City Council for approval, and it has to go to each union group too for a meet and confer process as well. So. These numbers are kind of more of a placeholder of we know we want to have some sort of mechanism to be able to attract and retain staff. So so the specifics of it could be a wide range, a variety of one-time upfront money, or 5-year or 10-year bonuses, or there's a whole array of options that are available to us.
Okay, thanks, Ryan. That's all I have, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Gregory?
Yeah, Ryan, I don't know what slide you showed, but it shows the 5 years with all the departments' requests, police, fire, and roads. You have that? So in 21-22, we're able to meet all the needs of police and fire. And I see the streets in there, and I'm kind of saying to myself, well, if we're at a deficit in the streets that year, why is it happening? Why can't we push it off into the next year? Or explain to us why we have to go into a deficit spending for that.
So that, and I'll touch base a little bit more on the street plans and when we get to the CIP section, but that is an option for City Council to consider, is to not fund some of the certain street segments that we had originally anticipated to maintain or repair. That is a City Council option there, but I think the staff was trying to meet what was outlined in that 6-year street plan and be able to address all of those road needs.
And then because the 6-year street plan, I think needs to be part of the process, or we need to talk about it because I don't know what that is.
That's actually going to come up next.
Yeah, okay, good. That's my only question is that my original understanding was to get police and fire up to speed and then start incorporating roads and maintenance as we have everybody at the fire and police up to speed. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Ryan, we've talked a couple of times about this aid that we expect to come from the federal government, the $1.9 trillion package that the president signed. Do we have any indication that could or could not be used for deficit reduction in the budget?
Mr. Mayor, and again, I'll touch base on this towards the end of the presentation, but for a preview of that, we don't know yet. We're still waiting for guidance from the U.S. Department of Treasury to help give us specific guidance on what we can and can't use it. So it's still, for me, it's still unclear to be able to present or to report out to you and the community on what we can or should spend that money on.
Very good. So let's go around once more before we continue. Mr. Hammond?
I'm good to go on, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Strong?
Just questions or comments?
Questions?
No more questions yet.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia?
No more questions, sir.
Thank you. And Mr. Gregory?
One more question for Chief Starnetta. On the expense of the building itself, that does not include potential substation for the police department at this time. Would that be at a later date?
Yes, that would be in additional phases. So phase 1 just includes the fire station and all of the grading and underground that goes with it.
And then could you just one more time tell me what it includes for the fire station? I see the 4 bays.
The 4 bays, and to the right of the bays is 2,500 square foot living quarters for the crews, and then it's being constructed that it can convert to a classroom and backup EOC once we have additional funding becomes available for future phases.
And then phase 2 over there would be switching the residential over there, leaving the others for education.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. And that's something that we could take out of the J20 funds as well. Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Question for Jonathan, real quick on that.
Yes,
Jonathan, don't we have development impact fees that are specifically supposed to be used for capital improvement like this?
Yeah.
I'll answer a little bit of it, Brian, if you want to. Yes, so we have expended our development impact fees to purchase the property, and obviously we can put money back in the J20 once we get additional development impact fees in the future construction.
I see. So we're going to kind of borrow ahead to pay back. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, if there are no further questions on this segment, Mr. Cornell, you want to press on?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the next section I'm going to talk about is the city's capital improvement project, and there's kind of 3 subsections within this. I'm going to start off with the streets repair and maintenance, the 6-year street plan, segue into kind of more larger infrastructure projects, and then finalize with the like kind of the parks and recreation and amenities improvements and really deferred maintenance that's needed in those areas. So just a recap, the main CIPs for the upcoming year are related to street maintenance and rehabilitation, and specifically working that street plan. And the 6-year street plan, Mr. Gregory, was approved by City Council back in February of 2020. And what it did was it outlined each of the road segments that's anticipated to be used for the remaining portions of the Measure E12 supplemental sales tax. So for fiscal year 21-22, those street segments are listed there. It does include Crescent Road. I think that a lot of these ones are what Ditas had provided to you earlier this evening. And then for the remaining street segments for the latter years can be found on page 12 on your staff report. But the main issue, again, with the streets and road CIPs has to do with the escalating costs to repair the street work. And actually come to find out the state and national increases in road construction have increased up to the tune of 40% since 2016. So this has created a significant budget shortfall for the remaining years of the 6-year plan. And because the supplemental sales tax does have an automatic expiration date, there simply is just not enough E12 funds to make up the shortfall. We kind of already touched base on this already, but one method to mitigate these impacts could be to simply not repair or rehabilitate certain road segments in the latter years, or as staff has recommended, to use Measure J20 to bridge some or all of this funding shortfall. Now, granted, Measure J20 was hopeful that we could expand the current street repair and maintenance program over and beyond what we could do with the E12s. But again, given with our limited funding availability, staff does recommend committing to the projects outlined in that plan through 24-25. But regardless of all that, if Measure E12, and I've said this over and over again, if it expires without a replacement measure, there will be a $5.4 million decrease in annual revenues to the general fund. So that kind of means either street quality will worsen, and we've kind of found out that streets tend to be more expensive the longer we wait to repair them. We'll have kind of significant reductions in other service areas if we're trying to continue to fund the streets as we're maintaining today. So moving on to the infrastructure projects. These projects are large. They're in the tens of millions of dollars to construct, and the projects are listed here. They include the Union Road and Golden Hill Roundabout, which is slated for construction later this summertime. The next is the Nivik Road Corridor Project, and we are actively looking for ways to fund those enhancements. We kind of put a placeholder in fiscal year 22-23 to try to implement what council's preferred option on that project was. Next is the Where Creek Bridge and Roundabout project. We're currently in design for that, and we're thinking construction of the bridge could be as late, could be as early, I don't know, of 22 or 23-24, depending on kind of the development of the boys' school. But the price tag on that bridge and just the bridge itself is $17.5 million. We continue to work on design of the overpass of Union Road and 46 East. For next year's, that there is an additional request of $2 million to continue working on the design. $1 million of that $2 million will come from a state grant funding, but the additional $1 million will need to come from the transportation impact fees. And then more immediately, I think, is the Vine Street Bridge and road realignment. We're kind of working our way through the environmental refresh, and we expect construction as early as 22-23. And then lastly, we did add start adding a kind of a placeholder funding for the local roadway safety plan. That was the plan that was just discussed in the prior council item. So I think this is kind of a way to start getting funding towards those improvements there. So what you'll see on this here is these totals will be the first top line item on this next chart here. So taken together, when we're looking at all the project costs, we're looking at about a $5.1 million budget for the upcoming year. But then, yeah, major costs, $25 million in 22-23 and $17 million plus in 23-24. And the main funding sources for these programs is mainly the transportation impact fees and state and federal grants. Now, given that we have about $5.3 million in dollars today in TIF, and then just the $200,000 of additional grants that we anticipate, the fund is actually over appropriated by about $700,000. again, that assumes that 100% of the revenues are received and 100% of the expenditures are expended, which is not necessarily the case. So we kind of been playing around with this funding shortfalls in the past. So if you look at prior budgets and funding plans, we've kind of always had this over leverage, but I think we're getting to a point where we are going to be constructing major projects. We are going to be spending a significant amount of money. And so I do think that the fund will start becoming negative, and we'll need the general fund to kind of shore up the shortfall temporarily until we get the transportation impact fees from the major developments like the Olson South Chandler and the Beechwood projects and the Gatewood projects and the like. And you've seen the project pipeline, right, with all the different hotels and the potential development of the boys' school, right? All of those have developer impact components. And so the city should be receiving a significant amount of development impact fees over the next several years. It's just the timing of when those will actually be received is unclear, and or if they'll actually be received within enough time to get the project completed. Because of that uncertainty, it has been kind of city's policy to not include those development-related revenues in the forecast until planning, engineering, or building permits are pulled. And at the end of the report, again, I'll kind of touch base on the big picture on how we're going to fund these shortfalls. Okay. And then lastly, the last section of the CIP is the repair and rehab and improvements of city parks and facilities, trail amenities, and the like. Similar to the transportation impact fees, the city does collect impact fees for park and recreation facilities. And that has an estimated reserve fund balance of about $3.5 million at June 30th, 2021. However, usually park and rec development impact fees are collected for a specific project, which enhance amenities. Right, the developer fees are meant to are not meant to mitigate current deficiencies, but rather to mitigate their impacts versus kind of the replacing and repairing amenities. So in order to kind of fund the latter, the repair and replace these amenities, over the last 3 years, the city has been setting general fund dollars aside, not similar to kind of the IT and the fleet replacement, but also for city facility repair and replacement. The estimated reserve balance in that fund is estimated to be $2.6 million at the end of this fiscal year. And so the 9 projects we have listed here that total just over $500,000 is being recommended to be paid for kind of by that facility repair and replacement fund. I think the projects that are listed here are fairly self-explanatory. Frida Berman, our maintenance superintendent, is on the call to answer any questions, specific questions you might have with these ones. Specifically, that last one, that number 9, the Centennial Park patio, that kind of comes from this last year of COVID and having to do some recreation activities outside. So that project includes the construction of a kind of 30 by 40 permanent shade sail structure kind of in the Centennial Park. One of the projects that did not make the list because it's currently unfunded is regards to the Sherwood Master Plan. I just wanted to mention real quick that staff hasn't forgotten about it, and that we are continuing to search and apply for federal and state grants. And if those are successful, then we'll bring this item back to City Council for consideration. Okay, so that ends my CIP piece, Mr. Mayor. I think now is a good time to take questions from City Council.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Hammond?
Thank you. I can't think of anything. It's a broad report. I'm good to go at this point.
And Mr. Strong?
No, I'd say this looks pretty good. No questions.
Maria?
No questions, sir. Thank you.
And Mr. Gregory?
So Ryan, I just had a quick one on the CIP parks, facilities, and trail maintenance. That'll come all out of that fund that we've been setting aside for repairs like this?
That is the staff's recommendation, yes.
So there's 2.6 million in there, so it's still even adequate amount.
Correct, and staff is still kind of analyzing an ongoing funding strategy for that as well.
So you're going to keep going on that, funding that account?
Correct. Yes, so something similar to how we were doing our IT replacements and our fleet replacements. We want to do something for facilities. It's just a larger number to try to crack.
Got it. Thank you.
Very good. Ryan, you've got more?
I have one more section to go over with you, and that's kind of bringing it all together and kind of talking about the general fund operating budget.
Okay.
So these items that I'm about to present are enhancements. They are supplemental. They are increases to their current service operations. Some of them are one-time costs. Others are ongoing. On the ongoing side of things, there are 3 recommended position changes. The first is related to the Economic Development Manager. This is not a new position, but it was initially funded with the proceeds from Senate Bill 1090. But now that those funds have pretty much been exhausted, the position needs to be funded with general fund dollars, should we want to keep that position. Now, if the sandbox does generate rental and or loan repayments to the city, that will replenish the SB 1090 funds in essence, and we could offset future Economic Development Manager costs by those repayments. The second position is for another development review engineer in the Community Development Department. The city, because the city has recently approved those 2 major housing developments, the soon-to-be Gateway annexation, kind of shifting gears to the boys' school, all of these kind of projects require a significant amount of engineering and staff time. Have it be reviewing grading maps, reimbursement agreement, traffic mitigations, and the like. So the proposed development review engineer position will address both the current and the future workloads. They'll be tasked with smaller grading plans, encroachment permits, complaint response, striping and signage requests, speeding complaint reviews. This kind of will allow our city engineer to focus on the major developments, the large transportation planning and the system optimization and grant development. A portion of these costs are likely to be covered by development-related fees, depending on the level of development in any given year. And then lastly, the last recommended position change is actually a reclassification of a part-time administrative assistant to a full-time position. This kind of will allow a dedicated administrative assistant to each of the major functions in community development, one for building, one for planning, and one for engineering. Because this is a increase from a part-time to a full-time, the $60,800 is just the net increase shown there. So outside of the J20 basic needs package, the only personnel enhancements that staff is recommending is an additional 1.5 FTEs. As far as ongoing operational costs, there is one request to provide written translation of key city communications. And I am just looking at the slide, and I realized I needed to change that wording from translation services to much more than just that. We are getting requests to provide written communication for press releases, city council agendas, key documents of community interest. And so while the city has done some of these services using existing budgets, providing a more significant translations resource would require additional funding. With these funds, several options are possible. We could provide live translators for public comment at all city council meetings, board or commissions. We could provide relatively inexpensive live interpretation of text and audio at council meetings. But at the end of the day, we're estimating an allocation of $50,000 each year. So similar to what I did on a previous slide, these 2 totals here and here are going to go into the next slide up there. And then for the one-time capital needs are listed here. The first is for the library strategic plan, and the other is for our recreation strategic plan. It is envisioned that the library strategic plan will include community that will include a committee that includes the Library Board of Trustees, the Library Foundation, Friends of the Library, library volunteers, and staff, and really to work together to develop a plan in consultation with a planning professional. In addition to this, we also are requesting a strategic plan. This project is necessary to ensure that we're providing the quality of life services and amenities that the community are interested in or need and want. The project was already approved in 2020, but was pushed on pause due to the COVID-19 pandemic. So that the recreation strategic plan is an item that got deferred last year that we're bringing forward again. The third item is the design and installation of a new composting facility on the city's landfill property. The composting facility will enable compliance with that Senate Bill 1383, which, if I'm not mistaken, that was heard by City Council at the last meeting. And this kind of will better utilize the landfill's capacity to divert organic material from the active landfill. So this will also improve the landfill's ability to manage the biosolids that is produced from the wastewater treatment plant, create soil amendment that may improve vegetation and prevent erosion and other landfill cover. More detail, again, is presented in your staff report, but that is a one-time improvement of about $100,000 there. The next item is related to the city streets and maintenance program, and the streets are typically rated based on the pavement and condition index, PCI. A brand new street is rated at 100, and the number decreases over time as the street ages, and its remaining lifespan is reduced. So the last time the city's PCI was updated was in 2016, and this budget request will update that plan and then really kind of help guide us through which street segments should be treated at the conclusion of the 6-year street plan. So that cost for that study is about $150,000. It should be done kind of roughly every 5 years or so. And then lastly is a central irrigation control system project. The water irrigation uses and the related costs at both Centennial Park and the Transit Center have been extremely high given the amount of turf and trees and shrubberies in the area. So a current irrigation control system, the current central control system is outdated, it's inefficient, it's difficult to adjust. So in order to conserve water and to really to save money over the long term, replacement of those systems is recommended. So in total, with all the budget and supplemental requests, we're looking at a total request of about $830,000. The last segment that we wanted to touch base with you on is with the community partner contracts. And for this segment of the slide, I'm going to turn it over to our Assistant City Manager, Sarah Johnson-Rios.
Thank you, Mr. Cornell. Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. The current total city contribution to community partner organizations is $230,000 per fiscal year. That includes the 3 contracts that you see listed here to the Chamber of Commerce, Main Street, and the Wine Country Alliance. These contributions do come from the general fund. Council recently heard presentations from these 3 organizations at a couple of your recent meetings, and at least one of the organizations indicated a desire for a funding increase for next fiscal year, and others may want to request that as well. In addition, we have received a request for $5,000 for next fiscal year to support affordable housing services through the Housing Trust Fund of San Luis Obispo County. There may be other organizations that are interested in support as well, but these are the ones that we've heard from to date. So tonight we're seeking preliminary direction from Council regarding fiscal year 21-22 funding for community partner services. As Mr. Cornell indicated previously, we're also recommending as part of recommendation 1 tonight that you do continue funding for the organizations from January through June of this calendar year. That's basically the second half of our city fiscal year. So that is part of recommendation 1. And then as part of recommendation 2, we're seeking direction on next fiscal year's funding. So there are a few options presented on this slide and in your staff report, and you may have other alternatives that you would also like to consider. One option would be to extend the existing contracts at their current levels for continued services as outlined above. A second option would be to increase each contract by the consumer price index or another percentage. CPI this year is Brian tells me, probably going to be just over 1%. So you could look at increasing them by a fixed percentage, for example. For either of those options, it would be helpful to have direction on whether you wanted to fund the county housing trust fund as well or not. And then a third option might be to direct staff to conduct a more formal application process, perhaps not only for these 3 community partner organizations, but also open to other local nonprofit community partner organizations, such as the HBA, for example, and potentially others. This would be somewhat similar to the public service grants that council awards through the community development block grant funding process, which are for specific services provided locally. But again, this would be with general fund dollars in this case. And if we did a process like that, it would allow for either increased or updated focus on deliverables for each contract, whether in the form of programs, projects, or specific services that each organization is providing. Council could establish a maximum funding amount to allocate if you go that route. And I did want to note that the current placeholder that's in the numbers presented to you tonight is $270,000 per fiscal year, which is a slight increase over the current $230,000. So we would welcome direction on that as well. And if you do direct us to complete a process rather than just continuing with the current contracts or a factor increase to the current contracts, then we would return to you in late May or June with the results of that process and seek final direction prior to budget adoption. And I will hand it back over to Mr. Cornell.
Thank you, Sarah. So kind of bringing it everything kind of back full circle. Again, we're anticipating the revenues to be about 47.5, the baseline expenditures at 45.5. And again, when we add in the J20 and the transportation shortfall and our supplemental requests, we're looking at a request to use about $5.9 million worth of reserves. So taking a closer look at general fund reserves, at the beginning of the year, at July 1st, 2020, we had about $21 million. That is more than what we thought we'd have at the beginning of the year. You have to remember that when we developed the budget for fiscal year 2020, that was about April, May time of last year, and that's kind of when everything was shut down. So predicting what our ending reserve balance is just for that remaining 3 months was difficult to determine. So, but as it kind of shown, COVID impacts have been impactful, but just not nearly to the same degree, or nearly the degree that we initially had thought. So we kind of started off the year on the right foot, just out of the gate. We are anticipating to use about $2 million worth of reserves this year. That is down from the original 5.7 we thought back in April, May. So our ending reserves at June 30th, 2021 is estimated to be about 19 million, which is just shy of about 50% of the operating expenses. So if we were to plug in our recommended $5.9 million in reserves this time around, that will drop the ending reserves at the end of next year down to 13.2 million. And it would still actually be above the City Council's goal of 30% reserves by about almost $700,000. Again, just a reiterate, this does assume that 100% of the revenues are received and 100% of the expenditures are collected. But historically, we've been conservative on both sides of it, where we receive a little bit more than what we budgeted and expend a little less than what we had, again, budgeted. So please take that in consideration as well, where any sort of savings would increase those reserve balances. We've had plenty of mentions of the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, which is the latest COVID relief package that President Biden signed into law last month. That does provide about $350 billion to the states, counties, and other government agencies. Some, right around $6 million is potentially going to be allocated to Paso Robles. But like I've already said, the guidance on how these funds can be used is still being finalized by the Treasury Department. So it's unknown how, at this time, how much of the ARPA really can address this budget deficit. And then even further, what we do know for sure is the funding is going to be half up front and then half coming likely next year. So as of now, ARPA monies are not included in the budget for 21-22. If we get good guidance between now and when we adopt in June, then we'll plug those in there and update council on the use of those funds. But ARPA money aside, though, of the $5.9 million budget deficit, 3.1 is related to Measure J20 shortfall. That does include the need to expand the public safety staffing and to complete the 6-year street plan and complete phase 1 of the fire station 3. 3.6 million is related to the TIF funding shortfall of those kind of high priority capital improvement roadway projects. And both shortfalls really can be considered short term, since we know we'll be getting Measure J20 revenues in next year, and then the TIF will generate future revenues as soon as some of the major developments are under construction. So with the way our reserve balances are kind of coupled with the short-term nature of those kind of bigger shortfalls, and then really with the potential ARPA funding, the use of reserves to cover the budget deficit is a viable solution. Now, should the council prefer not to use general fund reserves to essentially advance some key capital projects, such as the Crescent Road improvement or the phase 1 of the Fire Station 3, some capital projects could be delayed until more is known about the ARPA funding, or other federal or state funding opportunities are related to the pandemic are known. And we are exploring other options. So we are exploring bond financing options. But it kind of, as of right now, it seems prudent to kind of pursue those debt financing options in a year or two, once we're closer to construction of, say, Warrior Creek Bridge or the Vine Street Bridge or the overpass. And then once we know more about the other facilities at Union Roads, such as the police shooting range and the substation. Mr. Mayor, that concludes my presentation. Again, there's 2 actions for City Council's consideration. One is to approve the resolution to amend the budget based on the updates I mentioned earlier, and again to kind of help provide guidance to us so that we could finalize the budget for official adoption in June.
Very good. Thank you. That is a lot of information. Let's go for a last round of questions here before we go to public comment. We have 2 people who are waiting patiently. So Councilman Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The only thing I would really kind of maybe bring up and discuss is the city contributions to the chamber. It seems like, again, a little bit lower than what I would like to see. I think currently they're at 75, and like Main Street's at 95. Ryan, what is our total to date? I know we split this in half, and what was there, if we were to appropriate full amounts for fiscal year 2021, what were they planned to be?
I think they're 115,000 for a 6-month period. So for a whole 12-month period, that'd be 230,000.
For all of them combined?
Correct.
Okay, what I'm wondering is individually though, what was the plan for that? Well, you're saying 115 per chamber and Main Street?
I'm sorry, it's It's $230,000 total for all three agencies for a whole 12-month period. Let me find the slide for you to bring that up.
All right.
Ryan, I can also respond if you'd like. It's yes, $37,500 for 6 months for the chamber for 2021. It's half of $95,000 roughly for Main Street for the same 6-month period, and then it's $30,000 for the Wine Country Alliance. So that is their that is what they were, I guess, expecting or hoping for the current fiscal year. And then the direction we're seeking is, if you'd like to provide direction on the current fiscal year, of course, but your direction on 2021-22 would be particularly helpful.
Okay. Yeah, I would recommend again to colleagues that we definitely fund, what was originally fully planned at this point. I think it's important that we support those groups and give them some certainty for the rest of the year. So that's all I had, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Strong?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And leave that same slide up because I believe actually those three organizations we have contracts with. So those are monies that we're paying them for specific things that they're to do. Is that not correct?
Correct, Councilmember Strong, and I've tried to summarize in parentheses there the gist of the services in each of those individual contracts. So currently,
right.
their
So those are contracts.
They expired on December. Yes,
no, I understand that part. I'm just asking. Those are contracts. So
yes,
we have no contract, however, with Housing Trust Fund. But if Warren is still available, I believe that through SLOCOG and the state's housing program, we got approximately $130,000 toward low-income housing, which is what the Housing Trust Fund is supposed to be doing. Could that $5,000 they've requested come out of that money if they're doing planning, Warren?
So I think you're referring to the LEAP grant that we received. We definitely could see if that's a possibility. I don't know off the top of my head if that's within the grant allowances.
Okay. And other than that, if we started doing this with any organization requested, wouldn't that be a gift of public funds? Unless we had contracts for specific services?
we would have contracts for specific services, and they would be based on whatever services organizations applied for. So I know one that's been brought up a few times is the Hispanic Business Association, for example.
And what services would they provide for us?
If we conducted a process, then that would be up to them to propose and council to consider.
Okay, and it sounds to me like we might want to do that on a case-by-case basis and not just blanket open it up. My opinion. But anyway, I think that took care of my questions at this point in time. Later, I'm going to give you an additional explanation on the money that we're getting out of the 1.9 trillion, based upon what I've been informed by my federal staff who's working on it right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Garcia.
Yeah, I agree with Councilmember Hammond that we should make the city contributions to the 3 agencies full or complete for the end of the year. They've really stepped up and helped us with the COVID situations and helped the businesses downtown and other businesses in the city. So they've really thought of great ideas outside the box, like the propane reimbursement and several other projects in the community. And then the Housing Trust Fund, is that what, just to be clear on what that's for, is that what we were talking about when we had the, Lindsay on for the Tribune? Is that kind of sort of what that would be for? I'm not sure what that Housing Trust Fund of SLO County, is that part of what they were talking about, Sarah?
So I think we could say generally that funding would certainly support their efforts to expand affordable housing opportunities locally. So there's certainly a connection there.
Okay, perfect. All right, thank you. That's all I have, sir.
Thank you, Councilman Gregory.
Yeah, I'd like to mirror the comments of Councilman Hammond and Councilwoman Garcia on making whole our partners, our community partners for this year. I definitely think we should bring back for next fiscal year just to discuss it more. So if there's any changes or more services they could provide to us, we should take a look at that. I do want to make a couple comments. Ryan, can you tell us on taking the money out of the reserves, like you were showing that one chart, can you extrapolate that to the following year to see where we're at with the reserves? Or have you done that yet?
So what our ending reserves would look like for June 30th, 2023?
Correct.
So I haven't done that analysis with this updated figures, but that I could email City Council what that would look like based on what the forecast assumes.
I think for us to consider something like this, it'd be really important to see what the trend is.
So the 10-year trend does show kind of that operating surplus of kind of the 1.5 to 2 million moving forward. So just it all depends on if there's any enhancements that we make this year, like the 3 positions or the 2.5 positions that we're adding this fiscal year, the economic development manager and the engineer and the part-time to the full-time. Like those types of changes will then obviously change the forecast once those get approved. So I think so. With that being said, I think we're still kind of in that ongoing cost. We're still in the black, and we still have some discretion on how to allocate funds.
So if and when we see any of the money from the federal government, we could probably pick off some of the expenses that were creating our deficit to have to bring reserves into the budget for next year. That's a possibility, correct?
That is a possibility, yes.
And then, go ahead.
No, well, and you know, what little guidance that we do have, we do know they did say that if, you know, whatever revenue shortfalls or whatever use of reserves we had to do through COVID can be addressed. So even using this, you know, the money to replenish this piece of it will help offset or help maintain reserve balances.
Okay. And then in the items that you're looking for approval tonight, you're talking about the Measure J20 basic needs packages presented. Then also direction on staff how to close the projected budget for the general fund. That's more feedback, right? So, and
yes.
Then, yeah. So what I want to get to is I don't want to be. There's so much information on the table tonight. I want to make sure we get our community partners taken care of for sure. Get some direction on the J20 basic needs packages. But there's some other funding, like you had some staffing recommendations. I think we should look at that at the next meeting or something, because you've got a lot of considerations in tonight's presentation. And I think we should digest that a little bit more. So did you hear that okay?
Yes.
So I don't know. Do we have to go out to the public first, Steve? Is the public spoken?
Well, yeah, we're kind of getting a discussion here. We've got 2 people waiting to comment.
I'll hold off until after the public comment. Thank you.
Okay. Let's open up public comment. First off, we have Joel Peterson. After that, Gina Fitzpatrick. Joel, are you with us? Hello?
Correct. Hello, I'm here. Can you
Hi,
hear me?
Joel, you're on.
Yeah. Hi, thanks so much. I know it's late, so I'll be brief, Mr. Mayor and council members. We thank you for recognizing the value that Paso Robles Wine Country Alliance provides the community through its marketing and workforce development efforts. And we have, you've productively engaged us with dialogue about the value of tourism that the city brings and what we bring to the city. We appreciate your commitment to find effective ways to work together. So we ask that we move forward with the approval of our remaining 50% of our funding for the fiscal year, which would be $30,000. As your staff report indicates, COVID-19 has brought significant impacts to our local economy, but it also notes that we've learned through this time that the relative resilience of drive-to tourism, and we know that the wine tourism has helped drive this rebound. Our mission of promoting and protecting Paso Robles wine country and the continuous improvement of the visitor experience is key to not only that resiliency, but also the expansion of our local economy. So with this in mind, let's look forward to the future and the effective use of these grant funds as we recognize the power of tourism, and we seek to expand it for the benefit of our city and our community at large. And also this speaking in terms of future consideration, we do look forward to local ways to increase this slightly over the years in a fair manner, perhaps looking at what we bring to the city and other organizations as well in terms of the tax base and marketing and promotion and events. And additionally, a 2-year contract would be nice and certainly advantageous for us and your city staff as this comes up quite often with you guys. So it'd be great to to lock in a 2-year contract at some point. Again, thank you for your support. I appreciate your comments tonight. I know it's late night, so thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you. And Gina, thank you for waiting. Welcome.
For having me, Mayor and council members. I just want to thank you for your consideration to renew our contract for visitor services. Of course, the city funding of these 3 organizations has been distinct and directly linked to visitor services that have generated city tax revenue through sales and transient occupancy tax expenditures by our visitors. And we know that through conversion studies, we've been able to determine that visitors increase their spending by extending their stay, expanding their activities, or returning to visit again based on the information and experiences that they receive through our visitor center. So we really look forward to continuing to build the relationship between the city and the chamber and continuing to deliver on the consistent services our visitors and community have come to depend on. That also does include looking forward at the future budgeting process and being as helpful as we can throughout that process. I'm available for any questions if you have any.
Thank you. I see no one else in line for public comment. I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to the council. We've already had quite a bit of discussion on this. We have 2 actions in front of us. The first one is to approve a resolution amending the budget. And the second is approving conceptually the fiscal year 2021 Measure J20 basic needs packages for public safety, streets, et cetera. We've heard that tonight with a request for direction in several different areas. So let's start off. I've got my own ideas. I know Fred has information to give us. So let's start off discussion with Mr. Hammond.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I really have no further comment. I'm ready to make a motion, whatever, to move forward with conceptually. I believe we were supposed to be moving forward to have the budget adopted in coming up in June. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Hammond, the second meeting in June.
Right. Okay. That's what I
John, if you want to make a motion, then Fred can weigh in with comments on discussion on the motion if he wants to.
Well,
okay. I thought we were still going to have some comments. I haven't made any comments yet.
Yeah, let's let him go ahead and do that, Steve.
Fine, Mr. Strong.
Yeah. First of all, one of the things I know from my national staff and things I've been working on is that we have some new rules up at the federal level that differentiate cities under 50,000 from cities over 50,000. So they are going to restrict us in the money they give us through the state to 3/4 of our last pre-COVID-19 full general fund budget income. So that would be our budget of 2018 and 2019. Now we're trying to gain parity with the larger cities right now and get 100% backfill. But that 3/4 of that budget income would be fully discretional if it goes through the way it's being proposed. So that answers a lot of Steve Gregory's questions. yes, we could be using that to backfill a lot of these programs, and we can also backfill so that we don't have to dig into our reserves significantly. So that's one of the most important things. As far as our funding for the chamber, for Wine Country Alliance, for Main Street, I fully believe it has to be fully done again, and probably should have that CUP, because their expenses are going up too, just like everybody's up. So if we've got the money to do it, I think that should definitely be done. Now, if we have funding for specific things that either the Hispanic Association or that some of our home builders and home funding organizations are doing, fine, let's use the funds that were specifically for that purpose and help these people. They're helping us, we should help them in return for those things that are common to both of us. And I think those are the kind of directions we need within our budget process going forward, to look at all those different aspects and how those funds can best be used so that the budget goes forward, keeps us in a very healthy condition, and still gets the job done to the best possible way we can do it. And that's pretty much it. And I'll wait for somebody else to make the motion. I'm not going to do that.
Councilwoman Garcia.
I don't have anything else to add, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gregory.
I want to make a motion. Is that okay, Steve?
Absolutely.
So the way I read this resolution 21XXX, I just want some clarification. That's amending the budget for 2021, approving the updates of previously approved City Council additional requested appropriations, $75,500 for the Citizens Option Public Safety and the Board of State Community Corrections, adding one's records clerk position to the authorized positions listing, extending the temporary outdoor dining program, using the savings for the propane assistance program to pay for that, and the funding the community partner contracts from January 1, 21 to June 30, 21. So I'd like to make a motion that we approve that resolution with those specific details.
Hammond seconds that.
Motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilman Hammond. If there's no further discussion on the motion, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond?
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Yes, I'm a little concerned about how much we extend the outdoor dining if it includes the parklets.
And Mayor Martin?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Okay, we have another action in front of us. Steve, are you ready to go on that?
Yeah, so I think what I want to modify this a little bit, because I think the easiest way to do this is to make a motion that we approve conceptually the 21-22 Measure J20 basic needs packages for police, emergency services, streets, and the general fund capital improvement program and the general fund operating budget. So what that says, it's conceptual, so that we can bring it back to the city council to review in detail. So that's my motion.
Strong seconds.
Motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilman Strong. If there's no further discussion on the motion, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gregory?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Maria.
Go ahead,
I
Maria.
was just going to ask, what did you say about the projected budget for the community partners? Did you elaborate on that?
No, I think we'll make that part of the general fund operating. I mean, I think it needs to fit in with the budget presentation, or I'd be happy to make a separate motion for that if you like.
My recommendation is that we take your motion as made right now, because I have some comments on the remaining directions. I think it's a third motion.
Okay, that'd be fine.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia?
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond,
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. So let me just toss a couple of thoughts out there on the direction that's being asked for here, and then we can bat this around. As far as the community partner contracts go, I want to say that Steve Gregory and I have had numerous communications with our community partner organizations about accountability, metrics, et cetera. And I think we're all on the same table with that now. I think that's been a great improvement, a great clarification for people on both sides of the table. I'm glad that we voted to approve their 6-month funding. I think going ahead, what we need to do is we need to go to a 2-year funding schedule so it coincides with our 2-year budget cycles. For one thing, it keeps dollars for dollars straight. We're not constantly trying to imagine cross-year what's going to happen. And number two, it makes the organizations more efficient, because if they have to apply for funding every year, they're spending a good half of their time putting materials together to get city funding, and that's not an efficient use of funds. So I would be interested in folding them into a 2-year contract process in the future into future budget considerations. Mr. Hammond?
So they would then give deliverables basically on a quarterly or yearly basis. How would you plan to do that to keep it moving forward?
Yeah, personally, I'd like to have reports from them quarterly, just on an informational basis. But that's so we can track the progress for the goals and set in the contracts on a biennial basis.
Yeah, I would agree. I don't think anything shorter than that would be good. But I would agree. Certainly 2 years is more certainty for these folks, and that's exactly what businesses need, is to a longer term.
Right. Mr. Strong.
Yes, I fully agree with that. In fact, I'd be happy to make that motion or second it, either one.
Okay, well, I had a little more discussion before we get to the motion, but I'll keep you in mind for the motion. Anything else on the discussion on that point, though?
Mr. Mayor, I have a question to clarify. You had mentioned to get this on the 2-year budget cycle.
Yeah.
For the upcoming year, we are planning on only doing a 1-year budget. So
right.
Would you recommend doing just a 1 year for this time and then getting on 2 years, or do a 3-year contract?
So that was going to be one of the next things I wanted to discuss. When we get back to a 2-year cycle, I definitely want to be on a 2-year cycle. So getting there is one of the things we need to talk about. My position would be a 1-year contract until we get back to our 2-year budget cycle, and then we're all in the 2-year budget cycle.
Sounds good.
Again, that sounds logical.
I'm still on board.
Okay, very good. Maria, any comment on that?
Well, I was just going to ask, is they're all at the same time then, if we're going to do the budget?
Yeah.
All 3 are going to be, okay, because you know how right now they're all at different dates and stuff, but we're all going to have them out 3 at the same.
That would be my goal, unless someone sees a big flaw in that.
No, that's fine.
Okay, good. And then as far as budget amounts, I've heard cost of living increases. I've heard fixed increases. I personally think that this is something, if we're going to be on a 2-year cycle, we can leave on a negotiated basis, because the contracts will change, the expenses will change. Again, we're not going to be comparing apples and apples, because the services will evolve. And if we're going to be talking about, well, gee, we have additional services next year, that's going to be more expensive. But we also want a cost of living increase for what we did. You know, it just gets to be kind of messy. I'd rather keep the contract negotiations discreet.
Mr. Mayor, yeah, I would agree on that. Again, they may have certain ideas, certain projects that they want to propose.
Right.
You know, and I agree, you know, there'd be a lump sum amount, and that's the deliverable that they're trying to, you know, do, and that's what we would want to have back from it. So I would agree. Just let them propose, you know, other projects that's more of what we already have appropriated.
Thank you. Mr. Strong?
Yes, I think we should move that our direction to staff is as discussed by council.
Okay. Ms. Garcia?
Yes, sir, I agree. If we're going to be getting a quarterly report, and then that's when they can tell us if they have a special project coming up.
Okay. Mr. Gregory?
So I'd like to talk about this just a little more.
Sure.
I would agree to the one-year budget. I think what we ought to, the motion, I don't know if we should make a motion or to give direction to staff or to the organizations to come back with presentations to us or whatever budget for the next year so we could get our hands around that. And I don't know the timing on that, but I think that's the most important thing at this level. What are they going to be expecting to get next year and why? And how we know that. So I don't know if it's a motion or not, but.
Well, I would like a motion. I'll make it if that was the council would like, but I want to reiterate the points we've discussed now. So we want to execute the remaining 6 months on the contract, on the current contract, and get them paid for that. We're going to work. The next step will be including them in the one-year budget process that we're going to be undergoing for the city, leading up to when we get back to a 2-year budget process. They will be on a 2-year budget process with quarterly reports.
Okay, and just for clarity, Steve, we've in Resolution 21XXX has already approved for the money for
right
through June.
Right.
And Mr. Mayor, I think I'd like to throw in there too that somehow we want to definitely have them work together with our finance director, Paul Sloan. I mean, he's key with our side of the city that, he works intimately inside what they are planning and wanting to do for the city, in concert with other things that he's planning on doing too. That would be a great team, I believe. So some sort of a connection that, we're going to have our director working with them directly with projects.
Excuse me, Mayor Martin.
Yes.
I apologize for the interruption. We're getting phone calls and I'm checking the live feed and it looks like our live feed has gone down for the meeting. We need to pause the meeting for a moment.
Let's take a break until we can get that fixed then. Thank you. We are back after some considerable technical difficulties with the Paso Robles City Council meeting tonight due to the lateness of the hour and the fact that we are having technical problems. The suggestion has been made that we adjourn this meeting to tomorrow night at 7:30, which would follow the meeting we already have scheduled for J20 interviews, and pick this agenda up where we left off tonight. So if that's acceptable to the council, I would entertain a motion.
Hammond moves that.
Do we have a second? The mayor will second it.
I'll second it.
Motion by Councilman Hammond, second by Councilman Strong. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Very good. We will see you figuratively all tomorrow night, and our apologies to the public for the technical difficulties, but we will work through them as best as we can. Thank you.
Melissa, can you send us an invite, I guess, for tomorrow council meeting again?
Yes, sir. I will be working on that in the morning. You should see a new calendar invite.
Very good. Thank you.
Good night, all.
See you guys.
Good night.
Good night.
Good evening and welcome to this continued adjourned regular meeting of the Paso Robles City Council. We started this meeting last night, and due to technical difficulties, we had to close the meeting and resume it this evening. So this is Wednesday, April the 21st. Mayor Steve Martin speaking, and I will make the following announcement. In compliance with the state and county shelter-at-home ordinance and as allowed by the governor's executive order N-29-20, which allows for a deviation teleconference rules required by the Ralph M. Brown Act, city council meetings will be held by teleconference only until further notice. Rather than attending in person, a resident should call 805-865-72. Written public comments can be submitted via email to cityclerk@prcity.com prior to 12 noon on the day of the council meeting to be posted as an addendum to the agenda. If submitting written comments in advance of the meeting, please note the agenda item by number or name. City council meetings will be live streamed, the regular meetings are, and during the meeting. And also they'll be available for playback later on YouTube at www.prcity.com/YouTube. And with that, I would ask for a roll call, please.
I'm sorry, Mayor Martin, we're double checking the YouTube live stream. I apologize for the delay, Mayor Martin. I can go ahead and do that roll call vote now if you'd like.
Okay, was the compliance message broadcast, or do we have to do that again?
Yes, it was. It appears there's just a very long delay in the YouTube feed tonight.
Very good. If we could have a roll call, please.
Councilmember Garcia,
Here.
Councilmember Gregory,
Here.
Councilmember Hammond,
Here.
Councilmember Strong,
Here.
Mayor Martin.
And I'm present. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back to where we left off last night. We were right in the middle of discussing staff direction for components of item number 16, which is third quarter budget update. We had already taken action on the first resolution and the second resolution. We were in the middle of discussion about funding partner organizations and also direction on how to make up for the budget deficit. I was in the middle of making comments about the member organizations, saying that I felt that we should go ahead and fund them for the current contract, then get them on a one-year schedule, and then at the end of the next year, as we get back to a two-year cycle for the city, get all of the partner organizations on a two-year cycle also. And unless my memory disserves me, I didn't hear any objection to that from council members. So let's pick it up from there. Fred, do you have any comments on that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I think I agreed with you, but we may have gone off the air by that time.
Right.
And also, are we still going around comments still?
Yes, we are. We've already had public comment on this item, so yes.
Okay, is this the time for that then?
Yes.
Okay, and earlier it was mentioned about the $1.9 trillion for cities.
Yes.
And I was trying to say that my staff at the national level has alerted me to the fact that because of a change by the Office of Management and budget. They've changed the definition, and cities under 50,000 population, their particular new status is now going to be limited to 3/4 maximum payment of their last pre-COVID-19 full general fund budget. So of the income in that budget.
You're also, Fred.
Okay. And we are working at the national level to try to, and the state level, to try to gain parity with the larger, because they get 100% backfill, and we don't feel that's fair. But just to let you know, we're working on it.
Okay. So let's try to nail down the partner organizations recommendations so we can move forward. You're okay with the recommendations I made, Fred?
Yes, I am, very much.
Very good. Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia?
Yes, sir. I agree.
Thank you. Mr. Gregory? Steve, you're muted.
I'm back, sorry.
Go.
Yeah, I agree.
Thank you.
Yes, again, I agree with your plan there, Steve, to kind of run out of 1 year and then get them on 2. So that, yeah, I agree totally.
Okay. So we have council consensus on that. The other recommendations requested of us are how to backfill our projected budget deficit. If you remember the conversation we had last night, even though we performed better than expected during the pandemic year, we still are looking at a deficit. And staff is looking to us for recommendations on how to backfill that. If I remember the staff report correctly, and Mr. Cornell can correct me if I'm wrong, even if we pull money out of reserves to cover this deficit, we will still exceed our 30% reserve policy, which is good news. And we have not taken into account any of the potential federal aid that Councilman Strong referenced, nor the J20s that will start coming in this year and then come in full force the year after that. So my recommendation would be this, that we go ahead and use the reserves to backfill that deficit. And then as those other funds start to come in, earmark them appropriately according to the source of funds to replenish the reserves. So for instance, as J20 funds come in, they're meant for publish the money spent from J20. Likewise, if we've spent money on COVID-related things that are allowed under any federal aid that might be forthcoming, we could replenish the reserves based on those revenues if in fact they occur. So that would be my recommendation, and now I'll send it around to the council. Mr. Strong?
Yes, and I think I offered to make that motion on your behalf if you would.
Sure, that sounds good.
Thank you. And Mr. Gregory?
Steve, I'm generally in agreement with that, but I would like to state that if we do get the amount of money that we're supposed to be getting, I think that we should earmark some of those funds for other uses once we repay everything back on our reserve fund.
I agree. And I didn't mean to say that all of those funds should be going into reserves, just that as appropriate to the source of those revenues, that the reserves can be replenished. Mr. Hammond? I'm sorry, Steve, you weren't finished. Go ahead.
I just wanted to make that point, Steve, to make it clarified.
Yeah. That's fine. And Mr. Hammond?
The only thing I'm wondering about, maybe Ryan can help, is, if we replenish what we need out of the reserves, where are we going to land on it at reserve? You mentioned that it's still above 30%, which is fine, but what number would we see if we backfilled, Ryan?
Yes, Mr. Hammond. So if 100% of the revenues are received and 100% of the expenditures are expended, the current proposal is 5.9 million use of reserves. That would have ending reserve balances at 13.2 million at June 30th, 2022. The minimum fund balance to get that 30% would be 12.5 million. So we would be right around 700,000 more than the minimum.
Okay, that sounds fair too. And then what I really want to find out is as soon as we know how these funds that might worth coming can be used. In other words, we can backfill our reserves that we've already used, but on the other hand, maybe it might be prudent to invest in the city again, and especially the downtown where we can. I'm just want to basically put it on the table that here's our option, so to speak, of what the monies can be used for. And that's going to be critical to me when that comes out. So, yeah. But other than that, Steve, everything sounds good. What you mentioned.
I think you're right, John. We always have the flexibility to make those changes to PET right now. So,
and Mr. Mayor, I think that the funds coming from the federal government do have to be actually expended. They can't just go into reserve.
Yeah.
But we have until something like 2024 to expend them. They're giving us a long time.
Yeah, I predict as with anything from the state or the federal government, it's going to be a fluid situation. We'll probably return to these requirements more than once before we actually get that money spent. But I understand what you're saying, and I think you're right. If there is no further discussion on those two items, Fred, you wanted to make a motion. I would encourage you to make a motion encompassing both the recommendations regarding funding of our partner organizations and the strategy for backfilling the deficit.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to so move what you just said.
A motion for Councilman Strong. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Councilman Strong, second by Councilman Hammond. If there is no further discussion on that motion, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond?
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia?
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0, and there is a letter D under that action which says direct staff to take our packages and make them part of the budget. I think that's inherent in what we've just done. I don't think we need a separate motion for that. So very good. So let's move on now to our next order of business, which is item number 17 from last night's agenda. This is the Senior Downtown Parking Permit Program. Could we have a staff report, please?
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, this is Caleb Davis, Commander at the Police Department. Tonight with me is Julie Dixon from Dixon Resources Unlimited, and we are both going to present to the council this evening. I will start our presentation off, and Julie will conclude it with some more information. Just to get this going, Julie, if you could go to the next slide, thank you. In 2019, we began our parking program, and we had stated goals at the beginning. And I think it's important that we highlight those goals with what we are still trying to accomplish through the program. And those goals were to manage our on-street demand, to maintain occupancy rates, to allow patrons to be able to come to our downtown. We want to use technology to improve the parking experience, which we've done. And it's been highlighted through the awards that we've been able to secure for the city and for the experience of our customers downtown. We've created an employee parking program that helped move some of the downtown employees out of the area and create a sustainable program that would be cost neutral in 5 years. It's important to remember that we did all this with the idea trying to continually make data-based decisions in all that we do. And so far we've been reader technology and continue to meet those goals. Next slide. The senior permit pilot overview. We decided to begin the pilot program in March of 2020, just before the pandemic began. We ran that for a 6-month period. And at the time, it was decided that qualifying seniors would be 65 years older and the cost would be $30, which was the cost of that time was decided based on the same cost that the employee permit was costing, which was $5 a month. The paper applications were available at the City Hall, Police, Chamber of Commerce, and the Senior Center, and we kept it very simple without the use of technology and inputted that data for with our own personnel to make sure that the license plates were in the system, so they wouldn't be so they'd be validated through the license plate reader that is monitoring the downtown area. Next slide, please. The pilot permit program. We were trying to accommodate the seniors who may have difficulties using the kiosk or the mobile payment. That was the direction of council, and that's how we came up with that paper way of doing things. During that time, we sold only 13 permits, and the program was very manageable at that level for our one parking ambassador at the time to input that data and continue to monitor all the downtown, as she has a lot of tasks down there. So in March this year, just last month, the council decided to convert the program into an annual program, and then we reduced the cost to $5 per year for those seniors. Next slide, please. The new annual permit program that was decided last month, applications were due on March 24th. Became available March. We were overwhelmed very quickly by the sale of the permits, both the police department and the other locations that were receiving the paper permits from the public. We were quickly overwhelmed by April 13th, the city manager. We stopped selling those permits, closed the business, or stopped giving those permits away. Closed the business on the 13th of April. And at that time, we had sold 694 permits at that time. It's important for the council to remember that we currently, with the parklets in place, have only 384 paid parking spaces in our downtown. So the number of permits sold was much more. Last council meeting, we've estimated through the records division, which at the police department we've recently heard that is putting the license plates into the system for the license plate reader. And then the payments also have to process through our finance department. That we approximately 230 staff hours are spent just.
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. So with that, as the commander mentioned, we have been overwhelmed with the number of senior permits that we have received. In total, 694, basically up until April 14th when the program was suspended. I do want to highlight that applications have been received in person as well as by mail, and all of the permit applications were processed as received and as timely as we can. And this is basically a breakdown of the distribution of the permits that have been sold to date through the 14th in the mail that have not been processed since the program has been suspended. 485 of the permits are residents of Paso Robles, and 35 provided a Paso Robles PO box. One of the things that's very standard for a permit program is typically there's a DMV lookup. That was not one of the requirements of this program. And again, because it was open to seniors based on the qualifications, you can see that we've obviously had 167 residents from SLO County outside of Paso city limits. We've also had we've also had several folks that have vehicles that are registered to someone else other than the applicant. And we've had 7 vehicles that were registered to businesses. I think it's also important to highlight on the right side of the screen that the limitation that was not there in terms of the number of permits that you could purchase. We've had 159 households that have purchased 2 permits, and 17 households that basically purchased 3 or more permits so that they wanted to have a permit for every vehicle that they had in their household. So we have been trying to go back and look at as much data as possible, which is another one of the reasons why as we make our recommendation to suspend for now in terms of processing new applications, and to basically be able to identify the impacts of all of these cars and potential permits in the downtown. For the 695 senior permits that were sold, we were able to go back in the parking program and look at the database and identify that 450 of those permit parking session on a prior occasion. And you can actually see that distribution there listed for those 3 bullets is 251 of those 450 folks have actually used the kiosk, and 114 of those have actually used the Way to Park app, and 85 have actually utilized both. And that was something that was important to highlight because we heard the feedback that the system was not utilized well by the seniors, but this definitely demonstrates that we had active use by the senior community for those with those license plates. And we also wanted to highlight in terms of the financial sustainability of the program. What you see there is that if we forecast the utilization of the parking spaces, if the seniors basically utilize 5% of the parking space inventory, that will have a net loss of $16,000 after the 5 years. And if we have 20% of the senior permits utilized during the parking hours, we'll have $227,000 approximately projected to be lost. This does not include any citation or permit revenue, and it does not consider the spaces currently occupied by parklets. So this is, again, assuming that we had our parking inventory back, the 453 spaces, but just to demonstrate the program has always intended to be basically financially sustainable after 5 years. And with the forecasted utilization of the permits that have been issued to date, this is the anticipated financial impacts. And again, just assuming at maximum 20% of those permits are used. And if it's anything higher than that, that'll obviously contribute to the net loss. We also wanted to follow up. There was conversations about the senior center permits in San Luis Obispo. And so we did have conversations with the city staff and wanted to confirm some of the details associated with that program. It's important to highlight that SLO limits the number of permits to 250 permits per year. That's how many they're equipped to sell. They don't sell anywhere, just depending on the cost, in their case, of the parking here. And at maximum, it could be $4. But we also were able to confirm that those permits are only valid on the streets surrounding the senior center. It is not a downtown parking permit that gives them access to park at the downtown parking meters. And the senior center is not located in the San Luis Obispo downtown core and in their core parking meter zone. And so tonight, we present to you several options with the recommendation of pausing the downtown parking permit program for seniors for up to 90 days to allow the Parking Advisory Committee to consider possible modifications and to make recommendations to council. This will include ongoing data collection that we are already in process of continuing, but to also demonstrate and identify the potential impacts of the senior parking permit program at this point in time. And then we've also delineated several options that could be considered, including some of the business rules to further define the program. That includes the term of the program, that confirms that the fees are non-refundable and they won't be prorated. It would limit the sale of senior permits to full-time residents of the city of Paso Robles and requiring proof of residency. It would require proof of vehicle ownership to the applicant, the total number of permits per address to 2, limiting the total number of permits that can be issued and putting a cap on that, excluding downtown employees from obtaining a senior parking permit, which that has proven to be something that has occurred already, and consider the cost. Or again, another option is to terminate the senior downtown parking permit program when the current permits expire on March 31st, 2022. And so the recommendation, again, is to extend the pause that was established on April 14th, not process any further applications at this time. We would notice those applications that have been received and return those monies, and basically allow for the permits that have been sold to be upheld and basically track and monitor the impacts of those permits in the downtown and report out to the Parking Advisory Committee. And with that, just wanted to share again, as everybody knows, the parking@prcity.com email address for further questions. And I will stop presenting at this point in time and turn it back over to the commander.
At this point, that would conclude our presentation. If you have any questions, we're here to answer.
Thank you very much. Before we proceed, I want people who are listening in and possibly having difficulty viewing us on YouTube to know that the meeting is being broadcast on our local radio station, KPRL, AM 1230. It's been a very challenging week, and we want to make sure we make every effort possible to make sure that this information is public and accessible to the public. So if you're having difficulty viewing this, the usual YouTube channel, you can tune to KPRL AM 1230, and they are broadcasting the meeting. Okay, we're going to go to council for questions, and tonight we're going to renew our commitment to separating the questions section from the comment section. As the council knows, we take this point in time to ask questions of staff and of the consultant. I'm sure we all have our own preferences as to how we should go forward, or our feelings on the prioritizations for some of these components. I would urge our council members to sort of hold those in reserve until after the public comment period. When that is finished, then the appropriate thing is to bring it back to the council. Then we can all say what we all think after being tempered by any public comment that may be offered. That being said, I have no one waiting in public comment right now. However, that may change as we ask questions of staff and our consultant. So questions only, please. Councilman Strong.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yes, I'll ask some questions right now. And I have a number of them. First, before timed parking, how many parking spaces were taken up by seniors on a regular basis? Anyone?
Before the implementation of the paid parking program, I just wanted to confirm that was the question.
Yeah, before we started the paid parking parking program completely.
We don't have we do not have the data to demonstrate how many seniors occupied the spaces before the program took over.
Okay, but our belief was that the majority were taken up by employees, correct? That's why we started this?
Correct.
Okay. So are the suggestions that are being made based upon data, or are they based on some assumptions as to how much parking the seniors are going to do?
Yes, Councilman. So the recommendations to have a cap, when we were talking about the employee parking permit sales, we had always talked before about having a cap. And so when you sell parking permits, you have to basically have what we'll call an overage, because you always have to have that assumption that in case everybody does utilize their permits on the same day, you have to make sure that you have a place for them to go and park, ideally. And so having a cap on the program is something that would be an industry standard, not relevant to how long the seniors stay or how many of them would come to stay. It's not relevant regarding a senior or an employee. It's just that a parking program would standardly have a cap or a maximum so that you basically didn't oversell to the number of spaces that were basically available.
Okay. So when we process this, were out-of-area applications processed last, or just as they came in?
Just as they came in.
Okay, and have all applications received been processed, and are they all valid for the period already paid for?
So since April 14th, when the program was suspended, everything up through the 14th had been processed. And since that time, we've confirmed that we received 86 applications in the mail.
Okay. All right. So which ones of those are still going to be valid, and how do the applicants know in which category they fit?
So that's one of the items that we needed to have addressed tonight based on your direction. Right now, basically any application that we'd received up until the city manager had suspended the program, those permits have been processed. And in fact, anybody that we received questions to, we've been able to validate that to indicate that their license plates are recognized in the system. And then basically of those 86, depending upon what direction you all give us, we are in a position or prepared to send notifications to any of those permits that were received after the 14th, but we're looking to council to give us that direction.
Okay, and if we do suspend this for 90 days, and then just to let the permits work to the end of the year, are we going to refund 1/4 of their money? Because we will have taken away 1/4 of the time they paid for?
So I want to be clear that the intention for those permits that have been processed and sold, the intention is to honor those at this point in time and report back to you all on the data impacts and data findings of occupancy. And if there's anything that is impactful, then those recommendations would come before the Parking Advisory Committee at that time. But the opportunity to basically proceed with those permits that have been processed to date, that program would stand through the term of the 1 year. That was part of that process, unless a different finding is found as a result of the data, at which time anything that would be recommended would come before the Parking Advisory Committee and then subsequently City Council.
Okay. So do we have any idea of how much it would cost to have windshield decals printed instead of using a reader?
Well, so if we ended up reverting back to a physical permit, it would be consistent with like what San Luis Obispo's numbers were. It's roughly about $4 per se, about per decal, times that inventory of 250. So I think that we could probably, look at what the numbers that we have right now. Obviously, we're talking about, several hundred more than that. So just, back of the envelope, a few $1,000s I would anticipate.
Okay. And could they be printed with encryption that could be read electronically?
Well, the license plate readers read the license plates. And so I think that that's an important factor. That's the methodology that we've incorporated to be as efficient as possible in the field is leveraging the license plate. So when you start to talk about window decals or bumper sticker decals, then you have aversions to folks that want to actually apply something to their vehicle. The other challenge that we have also that I just have to bring up is also the staff time. Obviously, the phase one last year, when we did the program and we had such low numbers, that, the paper application was something that was implemented, for ease of access for those seniors that wanted to utilize the program. And again, I don't think we anticipated the overwhelming response to this, $5 permit. And so the paper processes that are involved, not only on manually processing that paper, we also have the impacts on the finance and accounting side of processing those payments. If we were to convert this into an online process, but that was one of the deterrents that we had been advised was challenging for the community potentially.
Okay, so part of our problem is that we actually created something that's popular. Okay, well, I guess that wasn't a correct question. I meant it kind of as a question, but it was kind of rhetorical. I know that you checked the driver's licenses, and there's some questions on where they actually live. But doesn't the DMV require current addresses to be on either the front or back of a driver's license for that license to be valid?
So I've been working in parking for a very long time, and I can just say that our driver's license renewal process is not as frequent as our registration, and not everybody is necessarily as current on that information. And so in some cases, we do have to rely upon, our community members maintaining their DMV information, but ideally they are providing us with some form of proof of residency. And those are things too, that verification process is one that is very, what I will call manual or paper-based right now because of the paper application process.
Okay. All right. So we are somewhat trusting our citizens then to just tell the truth.
Well, right now, the way that the policy and the program rolled out is it really was a matter of just being meeting the senior qualifications. And so I think that establishing some of those policies are one of the details that are important moving forward so that we can have those checks and balances in place.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions right now.
Thank you, Councilman Garcia.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Ms. Julie, my only question tonight is, with your experience, is there other communities, other cities that have a senior parking program like this?
Nothing like this. I've never had a parking permit that was valid in a downtown core at this rate. And I have to say that it's really an anomaly in my experience. And it was another one of the reasons why, we really worked and talked to SLO to be able to identify the understandings of their regulations, but having a permit at this rate, at this cost, and to have the opportunity for folks to park for the length of time that they are allowed to is not something that I'm accustomed to at this point in time, and I can't think of a program that I can use as a reference to share with you.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Gregory.
Questions for you. So to remedy the situation, and this is a question. So you recommend limiting the number of permits, and then as part of that process, could we go down to one per household and to just limit it to Paso Robles residents altogether? Is that kind of where we're headed on this to fix it?
I think all of the above are all options. I think the biggest challenge that we have is the fact that, so many have been sold to date. And so, there's a matter of, the cat's out of the bag, and how do we deal with the, those that have already been sold. So I do think that there are some decisions that have to be made with that. I do want to highlight that, there were a few qualifiers on the application indicating that, the city can change the policies, they can cancel the program, all sorts of opportunities like that were obviously, written from limitations and liability opportunity. But I do think from a community engagement process, we need to obviously think of those that have already bought them and to utilize them. And what we were thinking that we could really do moving forward is manage those that have been sold and then report back to you all on the impacts on occupancy, so that we can demonstrate, and again, maybe this won't have any impact, but given the number that we have sold and the number of spaces that we do have, it's something that, we just have to keep a really close eye on it. The good news is, because we have such a proactive data collection program, that it's something that we should be able to proactively report on.
So are you predicting a pretty low percentage of use from the seniors?
The fact is that, they were using the kiosks and the mobile application before. We just didn't know that, because when you utilize those programs, it doesn't define your age. You're not required to identify your date of birth or anything like that. So now back into the data that we had, leveraging the license plates to identify how much utilization we had from the seniors. And so moving forward, we'll be able to identify the utilization for the permits. It's kind of like how we were able to identify employees that have employee parking permits that were still parking on street. So it's an opportunity that we'll be able to really monitor and report out how frequently the seniors are parking, for how long they're parking. We can really talk about the financial implications of that parking permit as well. And that's one of the reasons why, I'm not suggesting that we terminate those permits that have been issued. We're just suggesting, let's put a cap on it for right now, manage the impacts, and then be able to come back and report out, and through the Parking Advisory Committee, make those recommendations of how to move forward.
So do you think it would not be a good idea to revoke some of these permits that are abusing the system?
Well, I will say that I have to defer to you all, or I'll look to the commander, because what I'd like to do personally versus, what's the right thing.
That for 90 days is probably the best approach, but we have to be frequently monitoring the downtown and seeing how these permits are being used. If they are being abused and not being utilized by those people that purchased the permit, revoking that individual permit could certainly take place. To what volume that would be is hard to guess at this point. And I don't believe that our citizens just revoking all of them at this point is probably in the best approach, at least from a community outreach perspective. I think we monitor that data and see what it comes back like.
So, and then Julie, I just have one final question. I think the assumption was that the seniors wouldn't park downtown that much. Is there statistics either way to show what their intensity of use is?
We actually went back, and I will say that compared to the zip codes that were using the Way to Park app, that I would say that their utilization was consistent with other users of the system. So I won't say that they're using it any less or any more than. I would say that based on the output of the data that we found based on the license plates, is that the senior utilization was consistent with other community members within the region.
Okay, thank you. And then one question for Caleb. Caleb, have we started the 7-day-a-week parking program now?
No, sir, we have not started that yet. It will go out on May 1st, and we are changing all the signs as of now to be ready for a May 1st rollout.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Julie.
Thank you.
Thank you. Still in our questioning phase, Councilman Hammond, it's your turn.
Thank you, Steve. Julie, cities, what is generally the percent cap that you see on available spaces? Is it 10? Is it 15%? I mean, what kind of rates do you see there?
So you typically set aside, you basically identify how many parking spaces do you want to allocate for parking permits. And I'll just use our off-street locations because when we did the employee parking, we identified the number of spaces that we had. And then in your case, we sold an overage of 10%. So it was basically the capacity plus 10%. And that was for off-street parking because we knew not all of the employees were going to park at any one time. And so we knew that you could comfortably provide that inventory. And then don't forget, we always knew that we had the railroad lot as the railroad street lot as well as a fallback, which was always our cushion when it came to the employee parking split. So let's just say, the 453 parking spaces, you would typically want to identify how many of those spaces are you okay with allocating for parking permit parking. And again, you're assuming that those are just that consistent number. And in our case, when we were saying 5, 10, 15, 20%, are you saying that you're okay with allocating 20% of that inventory for permit parking? That's when you start to look at those numbers and then designate your oversell so that you know that maybe they're not all going to come down at one time. So you can see why when you talk about 453 spaces, and that's just your available paid parking without parklets, we've gone well over the threshold. And I was talking to on the police department staff, if, all of the senior permits decided to come down and use them all at one time, we don't have enough parking for them. So we've definitely well oversold our inventory and then some. And, again, I know that it's, not likely that they're all going to come down all in the same time. But the fact is we've absolutely oversold our inventory. So you would typically take that percentage of the number of available spaces that you would have allocated and said comfortably, we can set aside this number or percentage. And then you sell to that plus, a little bit of an overage for that to allow and accommodate for that turnover and utilization. So we've definitely gone well over our inventory.
Yeah, clearly. And I also thought that our parking permit was calendar year. That's what I asked staff, and they said it was to the end of the year. Now I'm seeing March of next year. So it was actually 12 months from the permit start, sounds like.
Yes, I think that was one of the items that came out of the when the council had approved it. But it was April 1, I believe, through March 31.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think at this point, I got a lot of comments later, but for questions, again, clearly we need to do something tonight. So that's all for me, Steve, at this point.
Thank you. I just have one quick question. Commander Davis, there was reference made to the potential for revoking permits. What would be the process for identifying an offender and revoking the permit?
Mr. Mayor, it would be a misuse of the terms of the contract that was signed that's outlaid. There are several things that we could, but identified in that is the main source of that would be a misuse, basically not utilizing the permit by the person who purchased it.
Yeah, I'm just curious. There's obviously a manpower cost to this. A $5 per year permit is a pretty token fee. I'm assuming actually tracking down and revoking a permit would cost at least that much.
Yeah, yes, sir. Also comment that actually finding a person violating would be very difficult because you'd actually have to see them register their plate and physically get out of the car and not be the person. That would be a very time consuming and very difficult process.
Very good. Thank you. So let's see if there are any further questions, starting with Mr. Strong.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I have a couple more. So how many seniors, because you already know that how many users there were, how many of those users actually stayed longer than the 2 hours and paid some money to us? And do you have any idea how often that might have happened?
That was the number that I was giving earlier. Is that based on the comparisons that we showed? Is that it was very consistent with your typical Paso Robles resident? Is that the number of times that they paid were consistent with other Paso Robles residents? And what percentage of time is that? If you'll bear with me here for a moment, I need to go back and pull that. Because forgive me, I've just lost that number. And was there another question, council member, while I pull that information?
Yeah, what other jurisdictions in this county have paid on-street parking?
Commander, do you want? I want to make sure I don't want to misspeak for the county lines, but would you want to chat on that one for a minute?
Mr. Strong, could you repeat the question for me, please?
What other jurisdictions in our county have paid on-street parking?
Yes, sir. So currently in San Luis Obispo County, San Luis Obispo has paid on-street parking, and Pismo Beach have paid on-street parking.
Thank you.
Great. I didn't want to misspeak about Pismo Beach. I didn't know for sure if it was in SLO. Let's see.
Well,
so
I know theirs isn't complete either because there's areas downtown that you don't have to pay in.
Sure. So looking at pulling out the data, and I have to go back and run some percentages, but we had over 350 paid transactions by seniors. So I'd have to go back and basically pull the comparisons and the percentages, but I did want to highlight that means paying after the 2 hours free. And so when we look at those graphics that we've shared in previous meetings, it's not typical for most of our downtown visitors to stay much beyond the third or fourth hour. So I'd say that those numbers are fairly comparable to what our other community members have the similar experience.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, second round of questions. Councilwoman Garcia.
No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Gregory.
No further questions from me.
Okay. Thank you. And Mr. Hammond.
I guess maybe to Caleb, what really disturbed me about this event was the amount of time, staff time it took, and the cost of it. Basically, we were again trying to develop a system here that would be cost neutral, but yet provide available parking downtown when somebody wanted it. Clearly, if we stay on this course, we're going to be looking like testimony here shows that 5-year projection, we're in the red, big time. I don't really have any other just a question other than the fact that Donna has herself, and is there other staff people that 230 hours that you mentioned, that wasn't all Donna, was it?
Mr. Hammond, unfortunately, most of it was Donna. At the beginning, our records clerk and personnel were taking those applications in, but they were so quickly overwhelmed because, as we previously stated, they are understaffed in our records area. So Donna had to sit up in records, collect those papers, input the payments into our electronic system, and then go back to her office and input that into the license plate reader system. So unfortunately, it was the majority of Donna doing all the work for the first 2 weeks that was open, and that's where the majority of those hours came from. Yes, sir.
Which also means she wasn't on street, just to reinforce that.
Right, exactly. That's what I'm saying. This is a total failure of the whole parking system of what we did as a council. I got to tell you. Well, let's get to the discussion from public though first. So that's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If there are no further council questions of staff or consultant, this will be the time when we go to public comment. My live document shows no public comment. I'm going to double check that because of the tech problems we have. Does staff have anybody waiting to speak?
We do have one caller that just called in. It is
Okay.
Jan Albin.
Very good. So if we could put Jan on, please.
Hi, good evening. Am I on the air?
You are. Welcome.
All right, thank you very much. I mean, there are some things about this that are almost laughable, but not so much. I really don't have a problem with pausing the program because clearly the parking patrol, parking division was not ready for this. I'm not sure that anybody could have anticipated the overwhelming response to this. I'm disappointed that there were really no protocols put into place before they started receiving applications. And when I look at some of the things that have been said, like there were applications that had PO boxes on there that they issued the permits to. Well, that's one of the things that's in that 3 pages of rules and regulations, if you will, that said you cannot give just a PO box, but they did. So clearly, this really needs to go back to the drawing board. But I think my question would be, is the advisory committee for the downtown parking, are they really the ones who are going to be able to do some serious look-see and draw up the perimeters and the protocols for this program? Or should you be looking at possibly a citizens committee that works on this instead? Again, I think that the parking division for the city is absolutely the wrong people to draw up the protocols, and I think it has to be somebody else. You know, it's sort of like they're almost too close to the problem to see the answers. And I would suggest that either a citizens committee or the parking advisory committee really get ready to do some work. So thank you for that.
Thank you for calling. Do we have anyone else waiting to speak?
No, sir.
I will close the public comment portion and bring it back to the council. We do have a couple of comments there. I think it's worthwhile getting a little feedback on. Commander Davis, would you like to talk about the preparation protocols for this program before we started it?
Yes, sir. With the direction of the council, was the intention of staff to implement the council direction at the last meeting, and that's where we opened the program up with those parameters set in place. Additionally, the parking commission would be the person, the group that these recommendations would go before, with Councilmember Hammond sitting on that commission.
Thank you. And the commission, the parking commission itself, who's on that commission? Is this professionals? Are these regular Joe citizens? Who are these people?
Yes, sir. That is made up of some employees of the, owners of the downtown business corridor. Gina is actually the chair of Gina with the chamber is the chair of the Downtown Parking Commission, and there's a few other citizens that are on that.
Okay, and Julie, you as our consultant, do you work with the Parking Commission on these issues?
Yes, we do. And it's a very active committee, and they have given us really great direction. And honestly, a lot of them have been around since the pilot of the program as well. So very engaged and very aware.
So in answer to the caller's question, this would be an appropriate body to do serious analysis of the parking situation.
Yes.
Thank you. And then there was the comment about the appropriateness of applying for these permits with PO boxes. I'm assuming that was kind of like an error.
Commander, did you want to refer to the verification of the addresses?
Yes, it was the intention to take the council's recommendations forward, which was to allow Paso Robles citizens to have a permit regarding the PO boxes. Some of those things are not quite addressed, but the idea of the direction of the council at the time was to not put the parameters of jurisdictions on these senior permits. And so that was the direction of staff at the initial onset of the program.
Right. So if I remember correctly, the council, when it approved this senior parking program, did not say, make sure you only have Paso Robles residents signing up. We actually left that open, didn't we?
Yes, sir. It was actually the opposite of that. At your direction, it was to make sure that it was open to seniors who we specifically discussed, seniors who may live just outside of the city of Paso Robles and their availability to have that permit. So the set the parameters, there was none at the time of the onset.
And I remember asking if someone lived a mile outside the city or 10 miles out the city. It doesn't really matter. We didn't restrict it to residency. Okay, so let's bring it back to the council for conversation and potential action. This is the time for us now to say what we think is right, wrong, or indifferent about the situation and to offer potential solutions. See if we can work through this and get to a point that's a productive solution. Starting off, Mr. Strong.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And since our fixed income senior citizens are citizens of our city and area, and frequently feel left out of our decisions, that many of them feel favor only the tourists, I think we need to equalize the situation in accordance with our original intent, without any special weight being given to opinions that already have a vested interest in doing it their way. To that end, and our original intent that has often been ignored, the senior parking permit program should continue for only zip codes 93423, 93426, 93428, 93430, 93446, 93451, 93452, 93453, 93461, and 93465. Those are all of the North County zip codes, including Oak Shores, and those are the ones who come to us to do their shopping and to pay sales tax and other things that give us revenue. If it is less expensive to administer, the application should be the front and back of a driver's license or state-issued ID showing the eligible age and address on the front or back, whichever is current, plus enclosed cash, check, or money order for $5. One permit issued per application only. That should be evidenced by either a decal for the front lower window of the vehicle, a cardboard mirror hanging permit, or a cash receipt if license plate readers are to be used. If a license plate reader is to be the means of permit ID, the California vehicle license plate number must be included in the application. Method should be easy to enroll, with the most difficult and time-consuming portion being the electronic information upload for the readers. That cost should be included in the decision as to what is the least expensive and most efficient way to do this. Now, seniors don't spend all day anywhere but at home or visiting close family or friends. If they spend a long time in one place, it's for a special activity such as shopping, dining, sports, or entertainment, most of which generate economic benefits for the community. If senior parking wasn't a problem prior to the pandemic, it won't be during the permit periods either. The cost shown in the staff report could be used as a cogent argument against the parklets more than against senior parking. The parklets do take up the parking spaces 24/7. However, revenue was never our original reason for introducing timed parking. Employee abuse of the available on-street parking was our motivation after 20 years of attempting to get cooperation to end the abuse. The paid parking portion was on the advice of a paid consultant who stood to acquire economic gain by doing so, even more so once the adopted program received national awards for paid parking programs. The costs have far outweighed the benefits thus far, and have left us with a very disgruntled segment of our constituency. We ignore that at our own peril, especially when we established it so that the heaviest tourism use of the spaces would be at no charge until we now are going into the 7-day program finally. And so I respectfully ask my fellow council members to do this sensibly as the representatives of our citizens, and I would so move, if it's appropriate and at what time it is appropriate.
Well, yeah, after comments last night regarding the ability to make comments, we'll go ahead and talk to the other council people first. Councilwoman Garcia.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. I know that when we talked about this at the last meeting, we were trying to do, I know from myself, we were trying to do something to help the seniors. And I believe that they have spoken loud and clear, and I didn't realize we would have that many. So this was all quite a shock to me to see the numbers. But I do feel that with everything, there has to be a limit. So I do feel that with Caleb's recommendation and staff recommendation of a cap and maybe a limit, one per household, sounds okay to me. And I feel that maybe with the information, putting a hold for the 90 days on the the extra 86 more applications or however many we get, just to see, you know, how often they are staying down there and how often they are using them and what percentage it's going to be. I really think that that information will be more useful to us. And that's all I have for right now, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Gregory, please.
Yes, I'm going to kind of mirror what Councilwoman Garcia said. I think, first of all, really important to use our staff to make these decisions before we put them into place. And then I really think it's important to go ahead and follow the direction of putting a pause on this program for 90 days and let the Parking Commission with Councilman Hammond on there with the citizens come up with a way to deal with this. And, you know, I think this is a classic marketing faux pas, in my opinion, when you offer, you know, a dinner for $2 that normally costs $20, people are going to go crazy on it and buy it. I think we just need to be more careful in the way we approach this. I think the limitation of number of permits is important. And I think that the people that need to get into the program will get into the program. But I think that we have to be careful about overwhelming our police department, overwhelming the parking program, because I believe the parking program is working. And I think we need to follow the staff's recommendations at this point, and let's hear the Planning Commission's ideas so we could come to a successful conclusion of this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you meant the Parking Commission on that.
Correct.
Thank you. Mr. Hammond.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Maybe a question for Julie. The parking app. I'm curious, do we have any data on really who's using that? In other words, is it the seniors that would be using that more or less? And do we have any data on that kind of a thing?
Well, actually, we shared that, and we identified in the presentation that they are using the app. In fact, of the permits that have been sold, 450 of those license plates have used the kiosk and the app. And it's definitely consistent with, you know, the utilization. And so I have to tell you, I've had many a discussion with Donna and the commander about, you know, why we couldn't just use the app. But the whole intention obviously was to try to make it easier. But the statistics show that they are using the tools. And I think that was another one of the reasons why, when we talk about moving forward, the opportunity to use online resources is something that I just wanted to make sure is something that is considered potentially in the future as well, just to eliminate some of the paper and the process and procedure, but just something to think about.
Yep, that's where I'm going. So in other words, what my idea here is to limit, number one, limit the available senior permits. Bottom line, we got to do that. And I think to address that first point, again, 10% of the 453 that we have, it's roughly 45, maybe 50 that we would allow. But what I'm considering and wanting to throw out here is that, you know how somebody will buy a permit and they don't use it, but they've taken out the space, so to speak. So is there a way that we can design a permit on a monthly basis? In other words, you buy a permit for $10, in other words, and that entitles you to be downtown parking for 30 days. And then I lost my thought there on that, but basically the point is to get the turnaround. In other words, to turn it over. And that's what the whole idea was with the downtown parking in the first place, is to open up those spaces and utilize our downtown parking to the max. So when we put out 600 permits now, and like you say, if they all get used, we're out of space. This is a failure, a total failure that we didn't see coming, and we got to do something about it. I would almost entertain that, you know, we send the money back and we're starting over, you know, at this point. But I think people took advantage of the city at this point. I don't know if these were all valid seniors who we were trying to get downtown. I think there's other people here who's taken definitely advantage of the opportunity here. And again, whatever council can do to reverse that, I think it's important for staff and our Donna King basically to be able to get this back on the tracks, because it's definitely not derailed at this point. And I don't like what we did. On the other hand, I argued originally that the cost was way too low. And I think that's obviously what triggered the volume of permits, is that, everybody saw it was so cheap, why not? So if we can design some sort of a system where we only allow 45 senior permits per month, so to speak, and that 30 days calendar, they run out. Somebody can apply again. And again, you can get different people using them. In other words, you see, I think, is there an opportunity where we can design that into the system?
I would say there's opportunities based on what you're describing, and I think it's just based on your direction. I mean, the technology exists to be able to support some of the things that you're describing. I think you start to get into the issue of wait lists and, who's eligible and all of those factors. I think the one part that, and I think the council member's description of this being like a good Groupon deal, the fact is that your parking has a value. And that's something that has been evident as a result of the path that you all have taken with parking management. And I think that that's the comment that you made, is that we've undervalued the value of this parking permit. And I think that that's something that's evident based on the result that you've seen.
Yep. I totally argued that meeting, it was way too low. But I was more, that day, I was actually trying to get this Saturday, Sunday involved, and which we did. But we should have probably segregated that portion of the motion out where we dealt with this senior permit fee differently. Again, I see, I don't mind having a senior permit, but I also see the fact that we got to design something that can be turned around. In other words, you don't get it for all year. You get it for a certain period of time. If it's a month, then so be it. And then price it accordingly. In other words, minimum, I think, $10, $20 a month for something like that. If they're going to be downtown a lot, that's still a good value. But, that obviously is what created the storm here. That was priced way too low. You have almost 700 people wanting to take part of it. And we have basically run out of space. So other things that I would throw out just to start talking about it, obviously one per address. You've got to be inside the city limits is another big one to me. Cannot be employed downtown. The parking district is a parking district. And you if you're going to be working there and you try to use this senior permit, that's not going to happen. The valid of calendar year, if we're going to go more than a month on something like this, I'm thinking calendar year. But I don't know what's easier for staff, if it goes from January to December or what. But at this point, we boarded our play, and you're telling me now that essentially to the end of March of next year, that's a long time, again, to get this back on the tracks. I think, colleagues, we need to do something here to reverse. I hate doing that, but reverse somehow or limit or change the permit timeframes so we can, and maybe at the end of the second quarter, third quarter of this year, rewrite the ship, so to speak, with give us time through the parking commission to redesign this a little bit, come back to council and work it out. But I think, again, we've made a major mistake here, and I've got to see some opportunity here to try to fix it tonight if we can. That's all I had for right now, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So unfortunately, I have to say that I'm not surprised this happened. In fact, one of the arguments that I made when we discussed this the first time, and I like the metaphor that Councilman Gregory offered. If you offer a $20 dish for $2, even if you don't like the food, you're probably going to buy one, maybe a couple of them. And I think that's the situation we're in right here. I would like to remind the council that we do have a parking commission. They have studied this. They have done analysis. Their original recommendations for us were going to be a $60 a year permit. That was argued to be too expensive, so they modified via fiat through no data analysis, nothing that is supported by numbers, that it should be reduced to $30 a year. And then it got to the council, and the council reduced it to $5 a year. And the natural consequences of that are now being manifested. I would recommend that we take action on the item on our agenda tonight, And once again, refer this to our parking commission with the recognition that they've already done a lot of this work, but asking them to focus on some of the items that have been brought up today, things like the term and cost of the permit. How should that be modified? Should the recommendation go back to $60 a year? I think we've got at least the beginning on the numbers to start analyzing that. Should there be a geographic restriction? We said it was y'all come. Anybody can buy a parking permit. Should being an employee downtown be a restriction? Should that be something that appears on the form? Because obviously, according to our report tonight, there are several successful applications for cars that are registered to businesses. So I can only assume these are employees that are using these parking spaces. And I do think that the permits that have been sold to date should be honored. But I think that we should take the 90-day pause, get it back to the parking commission, get them to probably reaffirm some of the ideas that we rejected, but also go in a little bit deeper on some of these other things. And maybe also do an outreach, as was proposed by Jan Alban, to have 1 or 2 seniors sit on that committee and give their perspective on this. That would be my outlook on that. So I know Councilman Strong had an entirely different take on it, and he's anxious to make a motion. Mr. Strong?
Mr. Mayor, I'm not going to make a motion that I know is going to fail. So I would like to make a few more comments, though.
Please.
Like $10 a month, as suggested by John, is $120 a year. Or he said, or maybe 20 a month. That's $240 a year. For a low-income, fixed-income senior, you just excluded them from the downtown, totally. And that's not fair to our citizens who own the public spaces that we are now charging the money for. They're the ones who paid to create them in the first place with their tax money. Many of these have been here for decades. And now we're telling them, well, you're no longer welcome. That's not the right message to send to our citizens. I'm sorry. And we have to do something a lot more sensible. I respect Councilman Hammond as making a lot of good decisions, but I think maybe in his economic personal status, he can't possibly understand the situation of these really low income people, or he wouldn't be making these kind of comments. And maybe he's not the right person to be in the decision-making process on that particular issue. And many other issues, almost all other issues, I have no problems. But on this one, I'm not so sure. And that's a concern I have. And it's no fault of John's. It's just the way it is. It's a reality. And we have to take care of our people because they deserve that from us. And we have to be sensible. And that's why we have Section 8 for housing, because there are people who just no way can afford the rents we have. And so we do it based on a percentage of their income. Maybe we can look at a way to do that and require that they be below a certain income level or something. But the whole idea behind this was those on fixed income or very low income should still have a chance to use their own public property for more than just 2 hours, and also have a system where that is easier for them if they have dementia or some other impairment that makes it difficult for them to use the electronics. And those are the things we haven't taken into consideration that somehow has to come into this picture. And so I'm not going to make a motion at this point because it's obvious it would fail. I'll just wait and see what happens. Thank you.
Councilwoman Garcia?
Yes, sir. I just had another thought on another recommendation for the committee. If they have thought of maybe Monday through Thursdays, maybe a certain days that they could use it. I don't know if that's another recommendation we can ask them once the data comes in, like what days are they going downtown the most? I hear a lot of seniors, they say, oh, I don't go downtown during the weekend because I know that, we have a lot of tourists that come in on the weekend. So I'm just curious after the 90 days, I'm going to be curious to see the data, what days they are coming to the downtown area. But for right now, that's all I wanted to add to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gregory?
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment. I think one of the things that's easy to forget about this parking program, the kiosks give everybody a 2-hour free parking window. And Mr. Strong, I know that you don't always agree with that's enough time, but if somebody has an issue with funding their ability and being able to come downtown, 2 hours is a lot of time. Seniors don't stay in locations for much more than 2 hours because of their limited ability for mobility. So I don't think we could overlook the complimentary parking. And then with the statistics of the senior passes that were purchased, over 450 of them use the kiosks already. So there's a little bit of an implication of abuse, in my opinion. So I think that it's really important we let the commission do their work. I sure would like to see the use of technology in the future, though, for paying for these permits and getting them registered, so we don't have all that staff time in there. And I don't know if Julie could help us with that, but there's got to be an easier way to, if whatever we end up doing, even if it's 100 permits a year or 200 permits a year, that we go ahead and make it more digitally oriented and easier to register people and not use the heavy time on staff. Otherwise, I'd like to move ahead, and I'm happy to make a motion when you're ready to follow staff direction. Thank you.
We've already had a chance for comments, and of course, we can always speak to the motion in discussion. So if you'd like to make a motion, please do.
So I'd like to make a motion that we follow staff's recommendation to pause this for another 90 days and take it to the Planning Commission to redesign and discuss the program and come up with solutions to present back to the City Council prior to putting it in place.
And
Second for discussion.
Thank you. I have a motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilman Hammond. I do believe you mean Parking Commission, not Planning Commission. Mr. Hammond, discussion. Mr. Hammond.
Right. Well, I think what this council needs to do tonight is definitely make some direction with regard to maximum number of seniors available. Again, taking recommendation from staff and Julie, again, 10% would be a start, and then some sort of an overage number that you could oversell. Again, starting at 45, maybe 50 would be the maximum that we should set as a standard. And then also make it the motion to maybe suspend seniors until we get down to where we have less than that number available, where we can start selling them again. We've got to do something to stop this and put it permanently until what we have already created goes away and we can restart. I really almost feel like we should, give their money back and just wipe this out and start over fresh. I really would like to do that. I think that was a comment from Caleb, but again, we got to start somewhere. We got to, start fixing this thing. And I think as council taking staff's information here, maximizing the seniors available to be bought is the first step. And maybe we have some discussion on that as a number, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so we have your second to the motion. Would you like to recommend specific amendments to the motion?
Yes, that's what I was trying to say to Steve's motion here, that he wants to suspend it for 90 days, but I would say suspend it until we have less than the maximum number, that we can start selling them again. In other words, we boarded our play at this point. We have 694. So It's going to be a while before we get down there, but that's, I think, something we need to do.
So I just want to make sure I understand. You're asking the maker of the motion to include in his motion a numeric limit to senior parking passes and an attrition process to get down to that number. Was there anything else?
No. Well, but suspend it. So suspend the permit until selling permits until that point. You follow?
Right. And then
some way to.
You also favor refunding permit fees already collected.
Well, if council wants to direct staff, that's the way we want to do it. We want to reverse our direction from last time. I think that's on the table, but I don't like doing that. I mean, we clearly didn't understand what was happening here or would have happened, but it is done. People pay their money. It'd be interesting to see out of those 694 really how much usage we do get. And Julie can obviously get the stats for us, and that would be really fun to look at that data. But for right now, I think as a council, we need to stop it and put a max on it until we get back down there. That's where it's going to go.
So
motion maker talk.
Just a moment, please. Before I get to further discussion, I'm going to ask the maker of the motion whether he wants to amend his motion or has a different comment. Go ahead, Steve.
Well, I think my motion, John, gets where you want to go. So the motion is to follow the staff recommendation, leave the suspension in place for 90 days, so none of those others that have come in can apply or can get a permit. And then you, with the commission and staff, figure out which path we need to take to make this remedied. Because right now, I don't want to do the same thing we did before, make a bad decision. I'd much rather have it in the hands of the parking folks and the staff and you and your commission and parking commission to make those suggestions back to the council. So basically the motion would sort of let us live with what we've done for the next 90 days, not let any new permits come in, and then you come back with recommendations so we can make an educated decision to make it right.
Yeah, well, okay, I understand. That's okay, but to be clear, what we've done is we're going to live with it for a year. It's not 90 days. Well, it's just that at the end of this time, that 90 days, you're allowed to sell more. Basically, what would happen?
Right. No. Well, I mean, your suggestion could come back. No more sales, period, and we need to revoke whatever it is you recommend. We just take a look at it and listen to your.
I think the parking commission definitely needs a way in and get some strong paper down here so we can get back to changing things. I agree.
So I think the motion gets you where you want, John. So,
John, does your second stand?
Yes, let's keep it going. We need to stop or suspend it. Yeah.
Thank you. Discussion on the motion, Mr. Strong?
Yes. I think the motion is much too ambiguous because the staff recommendation is about A through H, and they're not all consistent. So especially if you get all the way down to H, I think referring it to the parking commission for 90 days and suspending any additional applications is fine, but that would mean we still have to refund the money of the ones we haven't processed, or else we have to complete the processing of those that have already applied. One of the two. But you can't have it both ways unless you want, and maybe Kimberly can weigh in on this, unless you want lawsuits up the kazoo that are going to cost you much more than all of the costs presented here tonight. Because you can't tell people you're going to give them something for a certain amount of money, have them pay the money, meet your requirements, and then all of a sudden say, oh, no, we changed our mind. That doesn't work very well in government. I'm sorry. Stop and think about what you're doing. You've got to do it sensibly. And if the purpose was to help seniors on fixed income or who have difficulty with technology, then you still have to take care of that problem somehow. And you better figure it out. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia?
Okay, so before we vote, I just want to hear the actual, what Mr. Gregory is proposing.
Okay. I'll repeat it.
Take the motion, please.
Yes. So my recommendation is to follow staff direction by suspending the sales of all senior parking passes, take it to the parking commission with the recommendation and education from our parking expert and our staff, and then bring back a solution to the council at the end of that 90 days as to our next steps.
Okay.
So the reason for that, Maria, is everybody's making a point, and we're trying to become a parking commission. Let the parking commission do their job with the staff and come back with a recommendation to the council. So I'm not saying we don't do anything. bring back a recommendation with education and facts so we can make a good decision.
Sure,
Right now,
understand.
Okay, please, let's not talk over each other. Councilwoman Garcia.
Go ahead.
Yes, I understand the part of the sending it back to the parking commission, and I am totally good with that. But when you say suspend everything, are you even talking about the ones that have already received their permit? Are you talking about suspending the whole program?
No.
Steve Gregory, did you hear that? You're muted.
Sorry about that. So staff can follow up on this, please. But the recommendation is to honor the permits that we've given out. You have 85 permits that are sitting there.
Okay, that's all I just wanted to.
Process. Yeah.
Right.
So I don't want to
I'm
suspend.
okay.
No, nothing news. The suspension is stop everything so that we can figure out what happened and where we are. Quite simple.
Okay.
So we don't hurt ourselves anymore.
Okay.
Yes.
So for myself, I'm in favor of that motion. I urge the council that once we send this to the Parking Commission again, that take seriously their findings, because their original recommendations were substantially different than what we wound up putting in place. So we bear some responsibility for that. If there's no further discussion on the motion.
Well, Mr. Mayor, one thing.
Mr. Strong.
What about those permits that came in that have not been processed? Those people have paid money. Are we going to send their money back and let them know that they don't have a permit?
It's my position
that they park downtown thinking they do and get a ticket, you're going to be in a lawsuit.
Yeah, probably. It's my position that if the requests came in after the program was suspended, their money should be returned. Mr. Gregory, your position?
I would be okay with that too.
Mr. Hammond?
Okay, but Caleb raised his hand too.
Yeah, we'll get to him. Maria?
Yes, I'm okay with that, sir.
Thank you. Commander Davis?
Yes, thank you, sir. That is the recommendation of staff, that we return the 86 that we have received and the leave the 600 that we have. That was the recommendation. I apologize if that wasn't clear.
Very good. Thank you. So we're all clear on that. Is there any further discussion on this motion? Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond?
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
I'd prefer to abstain on this.
Mayor Martin?
Aye. Motion passes 4-0 with one abstention. Thank you very much. That concludes that piece of business. The only thing left on our agenda from last night is our council business and committee reports. Mr. Strong.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And wow, you know, with all the problems we've had here, I'm wondering if, first of all, we might be able to check and see how much it would cost us to broadcast our meetings on channel 20 or 21 with Charter. And I believe AGP handles live streaming. And I hope we might check into that so that we can be a little more efficient in having meetings that actually begin and end and can be concluded without interruption. But other than that, this has once again been an extremely busy 2 weeks. And I hope the council will consider that recommendation before the night is over too. So this has been an extremely busy 2 weeks, beginning on Wednesday, April 7th, when I had 3 virtual meetings I was in simultaneously. The San Luis Obispo Council of Governments, SLOCOG Board of Directors meeting, National League of Cities, the NLC Transportation Committee meeting, and the Pacific Surfliner Passenger Rail Corridors Low Sand Board of Directors meeting. I was able to participate extensively in the 2 Board of Directors meetings, but only observed and provided written input to the committee meeting. The SLOCOG meeting was mostly a review of what had been done and what is planned for the next 10 years. Paso Robles has a significant number of projects on the list involving highways 101 and 46, both east and west. The most current item dealt with was a report on testimony submitted objecting to removing our metropolitan status and shoving us nationally into a lower funding category. Pardon me. The National League of Cities Transportation Committee meeting dealt mostly with national priorities, and our new secretary, Pete, as he prefers to be called, accepted a number of my recommendations, which later showed up in the proposed transportation funding plan. Those items accepted include potential funding for the new bridges in the alignment of Union Road from near Barney Schwartz Park to Airport Road near Dry Creek Road. On the 8th, I attended the Library Board of Trustees meeting and heard some great advanced planning being done to prepare for the end of the severe pandemic restrictions. On the 9th, I met with a businessman hoping to bring a new business to Paso Robles. On the 12th, I attended the Main Street Board meeting and reported on our activities. Supervisor John Pashong was the featured speaker, and he and I shared some of the things we are doing together for our area. On the 14th, I attended the Regional Transit Authority's Executive Committee meeting, where we set the agenda for the May Board meeting and attended to a legal matter. The budget figures showed that Paso Robles is doing the best in the county on transit ridership, and proposed budgets for the next 2 years show reduced costs compared to this last year. On the 15th and 16th, I attended 2 Cal Cities Policy Committee meetings where we addressed a number of threats to local control by our governor and legislature. We are very concerned that the allocation of RENA numbers and new criteria for grant funding. We voted to oppose, unless amended, legislation to allow existing hotels to be converted to permanent residential units without any environmental review or ability for the local jurisdiction to object or impose any requirements, including adequate parking. We are seeking amendments to legislation being proposed to have the state take over collection of local TOT taxes on short-term rentals, with money going back into a regional fund with deductions for state administration. I proposed at least making it optional rather than mandatory for local jurisdictions. However, the bill does have an opt-out provision, but even that has serious problems. There were over 24 bills that we reviewed with impacts on local government. We also dealt with internet sales taxes and the governor's proposed budget, which we'll watch until we get the May revise. It will be dealt with at our June meeting. Earlier today, I was in a meeting with the mayor, some of our staff, and company representatives on some potential grant funding from a major national corporation. Those discussions will continue regarding a few specific possibilities involving traffic and utilities. Things are expected to be quieter for the next 2 weeks, except for the regular 2 to 4 hours a day of constituent contact and communications. And that's pretty much my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. I attended the library board meeting. Like Mr. Strong said, they are working on their strategic planning, and they received some grant money for some new Chromebooks and some new hotspots. So that was a pretty exciting news. They have more circulation for craft kits for the kids and internet service going. So data shows there's more circulation going through the library. Miss Julie was there and she reported on parks, and she's saying the aquatic swim lessons are up and running, and that the Parks and Rec staff are cross-training employees that have been helping with maintenance and with the Parks and Rec department. She also gave us a little bit about, we asked her some questions on the ECHO, how things were going over there at the shelter, and we got to hear that 35 rooms are available, and that there is at least 12 units that are being used for low-cost housing. I also just want to add that I know they're getting volunteers to help over there, so that's really good. Let's see. I was at the housing meeting, and they talked about the senior housing by the JCPenney's parking lot. So they talked about that, and that's all I have to report for now, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Gregory.
Yes. So I've been a little busier than usual. So on Monday, on the 12th of April, I attended the ribbon cutting for the grand opening, or the groundbreaking for the Boys and Girls Club. Also, we had a meeting, Mayor Martin and myself were meeting with John Bershong on some items on tax sharing with the city, and some items regarding the 46 West project. And on Thursday, I was attended the LAFCO meeting, and we just appointed a new director for LAFCO, and that's a ongoing meeting every month. And then also, most importantly, that afternoon on Thursday, we had a nice meeting with our Housing Constraints and Opportunities Commission, and the primary part of the discussion was re-looking and re-examining the zoning in the residential areas in the uptown downtown plan on the west side of Paso Robles. And a lot of really good recommendations were made, and staff is looking at all those recommendations, and we're going to come back with some more information on the next meeting in May, and that'll be coming forth. One item I'd like to mention to the council, and maybe suggest we do, Steve, if we could arrange this, I sure would like to have a presentation to the council by Wendy Lewis, so we could see how everything's going and hear it from Wendy. And they've been having great success there with volunteers, and I think the more we can hear from Wendy, the better our community will understand what's going on there. That's my report. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Councilman Hammond.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Well, I'll report out further when I have more. I don't have all my notes here, but basically, essentially, the IWMA, we had an issue where we lost the vote essentially to rescind the styrofoam policy that IWMA put in. And it came back from the fact that last year our agency made a policy that we would not make any ordinances that was not state mandated. And this one is not state mandated. It's not in SB 1383. And it was a move by some of the people on the board to reinstate it. Of course, we put it on hold because of the COVID. People needed that kind of a product to be able to take food home, and it was very useful, and we still want to continue it. But there was a vote by Bruce Gibson to use what they call the supermajority, where you have to have more than just 50% plus one on the board to rescind it. And we obviously did not get that. So as of right now, the IWMA is going to be reinstating the styrofoam ordinance, even though all the other cities, except for the county and Paso and Tascadero, had put styrofoam ordinances into their agency already. It was more of a fact that because the North County was not complying with their wishes, that they did this. And that was the rub. And I think I told you about this before, where they're trying to use this agency to make the North County comply with their wishes, the way they want to see us operate our city. So that was the rub. And I'm fully engaged. We want to maybe talk about doing our own 1383 and maybe bring it back to council for discussion to leave IWMA. I know the county is doing the same thing. And without us, the agency won't really hold together, in my opinion. But there's more to come on this. It was kind of sad that it's kind of a backhanded, kind of a last minute motion to make that happen. And it did hold up where it's going to be reinstated now at this point for styrofoam. So at any rate, it is what it is. We're working through staff and report back more further on that. I do want to make a comment to Strong. Fred, what I heard there a little while ago in all my years in public service was really outrageous. Okay? We'll talk further face to face, but when you try to insult and say that I make too much money and I can't represent the ordinary citizen, that is out of line. Absolutely. I'm going to take it up with you later, but again, I had to say something publicly. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. As for me, I accepted the invitation of a downtown restaurateur and Stacy Jacobs to meet and discuss potential alternatives for the future of parklets in downtown Paso Robles. Also attended the Boys and Girls Club groundbreaking ceremony, our Parks and Recreation Advisory Council. I was at the meeting with Councilman Gregory with our Supervisor Fashong to talk about those tax issues, and also, although I through a technological glitch of my own joined late, I was at the Housing Constraints and Opportunities Commission meeting. I've also had meetings with several representatives from the cannabis industry, so we are going to have more conversation about that going forward. We've talked in the past about having a citizens committee to discuss that in the future, so I think that's something we're going to want to get on the horizon. I attend the League Governance Committee, League of California's Governance Committee, spoke about developments in the CalPERS system, which is probably a misnomer because there aren't many developments. Things are pretty much status quo, and cities continue to suffer from existing state policies with regards to CalPERS. That's a conversation that's been ongoing for years, and one that won't go away anytime soon. I attended the drive-through farewell for our former city manager, Mr. Tom Frucci. We had a good outpouring of public service personnel and others coming by to say goodbye to him. I also assisted briefly our volunteers at the senior center over the weekend as they handed out lunches and thank yous to our city volunteers. I attended the Travel Paso Board of Directors meeting recently, and also was online today with the League of California Cities as they unveil some new marketing materials. I would like to ask the council, there was a request by Councilman Gregory to have a report from Wendy Lewis regarding the homeless facility here in the city. If there is no objection to that, I would like to ask staff to go ahead and make arrangements for that. Any objections? Okay, and Fred, you had a request, I believe?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I had a request that we check with AGP and Charter on the possibility of live streaming our meetings visually.
Okay.
Charter, channel 20 or 21, I believe it is.
Is there any opposition to talking about that, getting that information? Okay, might also want to consult with that big corporation you were referring to a little bit earlier. I do want to say that although the last couple of days have been challenging for the council and our staff and for the community because of technological problems, I've been pleasantly surprised over the last year the few times that we've had those glitches. And I've ascribed that publicly to the people that we have working behind the scenes, keeping this working. And I know that includes folks like Shauna and Dave and Sarah and, of course, Melissa. They're at every meeting trying to make sure that these meetings are online, being broadcast, being presented to the public. And I really have to say that I've been impressed by the few number of times that we've had significant technological errors, and I really appreciate that. That being said, our upcoming events, Planning and Commission meeting will be Tuesday, April 27th, 6:30 p.m. City Council regular meeting scheduled for Tuesday, May the 4th at 6:30 p.m. Do we have any further business for the council, Mr. City Manager or Ms. Assistant City Manager?
Mr. Mayor, I don't have anything to add other than to remind council that we still have one closed session item to discuss.
I was going to bring that up next. I understand that one of the things that was interrupted last night was we started a closed session prior to the regular meeting, and obviously we weren't able to finish the regular meeting. I understand that it is okay for us to go ahead and resume that closed session after this open meeting tonight. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So would the motion be to adjourn to that meeting or adjourn this meeting and resume the previous meeting?
You wouldn't need to. This is the adjourned meeting, which includes the items you had on the agenda yesterday, and we had noted yesterday that you may be returning to closed session
at the end of the meeting, which is now, just a little later than we initially thought. So if the council is so inclined, you could return to closed session.
And then after the closed session, there would be a public reporting of any reportable action.
Correct.
Thank you. So at this time, I'll ask, if it's the council's desire, is there a motion to recess to our closed session?
I so move, Mr. Chair. Mr. Mayor.
I have a motion by Councilman Strong, I believe a second by Councilman Gregory. There's no further discussion on that motion. Could all in favor please say aye?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Very good. Then we are going to recess to our closed session. And thank you for everyone home listening tonight.
Mayor Martin, before you adjourn to the closed session, if I could just quickly reiterate the item that is the subject of the closed session. We would be re-adjourning to closed session to finish the closed session the council started at the meeting noticed on the agenda yesterday, conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 regarding the Pioneer Park property. The negotiating parties of the Paso Robles Museum Foundation, and under negotiation is price and terms of payment.
Very good. So we voted to recess, and see you on the flip side.
Mr. Mayor, question.
Welcome back to any and all who have been waiting breathlessly for us to return from closed session. The Paso Robles City Council is in session now after that closed session. And I will ask our city attorney if there was any reportable action from our closed session meeting.
The council convened in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 for a conference with real property negotiators regarding the Pioneer Park property. And negotiating party was the Paso Robles Museum Foundation, price and terms of payment. The council provided direction, but there's no reportable action.
Thank you very much. I believe that concludes our business for the evening. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Strong, second by Councilman Gregory. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? We are adjourned. Good work, everyone. Thank you very much. Talk to you later.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you.
Thank you.